Chronicles of the Rise of a Cultivation Family. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 26 Inventory of Property. Yun Yongzhu took Wang Yiming up the mountain, but instead of going back directly, he went to see his spiritual field first. The location of the spiritual field was indeed very close to his cave, and it could be reached in about half a quarter of an hour. He glanced around and saw that the spiritual field should have a total of 5 mu and 2 mu, which was now planted with spiritual rice. He couldn't see any problems, so he asked Wang Yiming, "What do you think of this spiritual field?" Wang Yiming said, "Brother Yun, look at this spiritual rice. All of it is first grade high quality spiritual rice. More than 3 mu of it are first grade low quality spiritual fields, and 1 mu is also first grade medium quality. The person who took care of it obviously didn't take good care of this spiritual field. The first grade high quality spiritual rice is too heavy for the entire spiritual field. Even if there is a spiritual plant husband who takes good care of it, the field power of this spiritual field will be somewhat lost." Yun Yongzhu frowned after hearing this, wondering if he had taken over a useless spiritual field. "What should we do? Is there any way to improve it?" "Brother, don't worry. I have experience in this situation. It will be fine if we use spiritual fertilizer to raise it. We have to wait until the spiritual rice is harvested to determine how long to raise it, but it will not delay the planting." Yun Yongzhu was relieved. Fortunately, he hired this spiritual planter. Although he was not very old, he was quite capable. He solved a big problem for him before he started working. When he returned to his residence, Yun Yongzhu looked at his yard and remembered that he had to make a plaque. He asked Wang Yiming to do it when he had time. This was not a difficult task. It was just that he was a little undecided about the name. He remembered that his parents' cave was called Xingchen Mansion, which sounded grand enough. Yun Yongzhu thought for a long time before deciding on the name of the cave. Just call it Yunju. Although this yard is large enough, it is still very small compared to the Xingchen Mansion with an area of more than 10 acres, and it is not up to the level of mansion. After entering the courtyard, Yun Yongzhu casually asked Wang Yiming, "The spiritual field has not been vacated yet. Look at how big my cave is, and there is still a lot of open space. Can it be developed into a spiritual field?" Wang Yiming nodded and said, "Senior brother Yun, your cave is located on a first grade upper grade spiritual vein. There is no problem in opening up a spiritual field." As he spoke, he looked around and said, "Looking at the size of this yard, I should be able to open up a spiritual field of about 1 acre and 2 mu. As long as it is nurtured with the spirit containment technique for a period of time, it can become a first grade lower grade spiritual field." Do you know the spirit containment technique? This spirit containment technique is a high-level spiritual plant spell. The requirements for practice are very high. The first level can only be practiced in the late stage of key training, and the exchange requirements are very strict. I'm not capable of practicing it because of my lack of cultivation, but my father knows this spell. There is no such spell as spirit containment technique in Yunwu Mountain. He remembered that the 2 acres of spiritual field in his family were not nurtured with the spirit containment technique when it was opened. Besides the soul containing technique, are there any other methods? Of course there are. Crush the soul stones into powder, mix it with soul fertilizer and sprinkle some on the fields every day. Over time, ordinary fields will naturally be upgraded to soul fields. Yun Yongzhu thought that his father must have used this method to open up soul fields. Then do you know how many spiritual stones are needed to open up 1 mu of spiritual field? Brother, this is a first grade upper grade spiritual vein. It is estimated that only more than 100 spiritual stones are needed to open up 1 mu of spiritual field, but it is more cost effective to use the spirit containment technique. Brother, why don't you hire my father to open up the spiritual field? He is very familiar with this job. He only charges 10 spiritual stones a month. About 30 or 50 spiritual stones are enough. The specific cost depends on the time of nurturing. If you use spiritual stones directly to open up the spiritual field, not only will you consume more spiritual stones, but it will also take many times longer than using the spirit containment technique to nurture it. Yun Yongzhu thought to himself that although Wang Yiming was simple and honest, he was also very smart and knew how to fight for the opportunity to earn spiritual stones for his family. But this was also good. He thought it was a normal person's idea. Since the family decided to send him to Qingshan sect, almost all the elders in the school began to teach courses after the teens, mainly about the cruel reality of the world of immortal cultivation. For example, for a little cultivation resource, two people who were originally friendly calculated each other and ended up turning against each other. Even if they encounter rare spiritual medicines and spiritual objects, blood relatives such as fathers and sons, brothers, etc. may have a grudge and hatred due to uneven distribution. This kind of thing happens frequently in the world of immortal cultivation. Before he left Yunwu Mountain, all the elders of the family told him to be careful outside and be wary of anyone. Yun Yongzhu is not a 10-year-old child. Of course he can understand the warnings of the elders, so he doesn't like people with deep schemes. He thinks such people are the most difficult to deal with. He thought about it. It would cost at least 100 spiritual stones to open up a spiritual field by himself. If he asked someone to come, it would only cost 30 or 50 spiritual stones. He could save half of the spiritual stones, so why not? Okay, then I will hire your father to help me open up the spiritual field. You should contact him as soon as possible. Also, in the near future, you can live in my cave, in the small room opposite the storehouse, near the kitchen. Yun Yongzhu has no trust in this person yet, but although he is young, he has the status of an inner disciple, which is a natural protective barrier for most outer disciples. And there is no reason who would attack him for no reason. And besides, Wang Yiming's cultivation is comparable to his, and he is also a spiritual plant husband who knows 5 kinds of spiritual plant spells, so he should not have much time to learn attack spells. He will also set up restrictions outside his living room later, so that no one can take advantage of it. Yun Yongzhu also considered that he had to open up the spiritual field in his cave, and Wang Yiming would have to take care of it in the end, so he let him live in. He planned to observe the other party's true temperament first, and if he was not qualified, he would let him live next to the spiritual field, or directly hire another spiritual plant husband. Really? Senior brother Yun? Wang Yiming was very surprised and stuttered. He didn't expect that he would encounter such a good thing. Generally, hired spiritual cultivators like them would build a small wooden house near the spiritual field to live in. Even so, Wang Yiming was very lucky. After all, the spiritual energy near the spiritual field was relatively abundant, and it was a spiritual field on the first-class upper-grade spiritual vein. The spiritual energy was much richer than his cave and most other places in Yuntai Peak. Although Qingshan sect had more than 3,000 first-class spiritual veins, not all of them were first-class upper-grade spiritual veins, and only inner disciples and above were eligible to use first-class upper-grade spiritual veins for free. Outer disciples and menial disciples had to use resources and labor, or the top hundreds of the outer sect competition, or other rewards from the sect, etc., in order to exchange for time to practice on the first-class upper-grade spiritual veins. Outer disciples and menial disciples do not have such good conditions. When they enter the sect, outer disciples will be arranged to live and practice in the first level, middle and lower grade spiritual veins, while menial disciples' residences depend on luck. In addition, they do not have the benefits of inner disciples entering the sect. Outer disciples will be issued several low-level talismans when they enter, while menial disciples can only get one set of exercises. Whether it is an outer disciple or a menial disciple, although they have a monthly allowance, the premise for receiving the monthly allowance is to complete a certain number of sect tasks every month, and they have to think of ways to have time for practice and cultivation resources. Of course it's true. The kitchen is on the corridor to the right of my living room, in the smaller room at the back. Go and find it, and prepare everything you need. By the way, remember to contact your father. The matter of opening up the spiritual field cannot be delayed. Yun Yongzhu knew what Wang Yiming was happy about. It was nothing more than a problem of cultivation environment and spiritual energy concentration. His cave was built on a spiritual cave, so the spiritual energy concentration in the cave was of course higher than outside. He was very satisfied with Wang Yiming's reaction and felt that he was indeed a little silly, which was good. Wang Yiming was very happy to hear that. He did not go out to buy daily necessities and quickly sent a communication talisman to his father. Yun Yongzhu's current focus, in addition to the matter of changing his cultivation method, was on the spiritual field. Now the spiritual plant husband had been invited, and the matter of opening up the spiritual field was also in sight. But Yun Yongzhu had no idea what spiritual plants should be planted in the spiritual field. Although he knew a lot of spiritual herbs and medicines, he knew nothing about planting spiritual plants. He looked at Wang Yiming happily sending out the communication talisman and felt that he still had to ask this spiritual plant husband who had planting experience what spiritual plants he would plant. Junior brother, I wonder what spiritual plants you have planted. Junior brother Yun, I have planted more than 10 kinds of spiritual plants, including chalcedony rice, fragrant snow rice, green bamboo rice, green lotus rice, pearl rice, cloud tobacco, snow beauty flower, purple ginseng, white jade ginseng, purple gold bamboo, polygonatum, tuckahoe, 7-star grass, smoke grass, jade peach, as well as tear rice and green mulberry tree. Yun Yongzhu found that there were 6 kinds of spiritual rice alone, and he only knew of the green lotus rice. Apart from the spiritual rice, among these spiritual plants, the first level low-grade spiritual plants accounted for the majority, including cloud tobacco, snow beauty flower, polygonatum, tuckahoe, and jade peach. The first level middle grade ones include purple ginseng, white jade ginseng, and smoke grass. The first level high grade ones are only purple gold bamboo and 7-star grass. However, the green mulberry tree is a second level spiritual plant, and both the green mulberry leaves and green mulberry fruits can be a source of income. After asking, Yun Yongzhu learned that chalcedony rice and fragrant snow rice were both first grade lower grade spiritual rice, green bamboo rice was first grade middle grade spiritual rice, and pearl rice was first grade upper grade spiritual rice. To his surprise, tear rice was actually second grade lower grade spiritual rice. He was a little surprised. This man was only in his early 20s, with the cultivation level of the 4th level of key training, but he had already planted so many spiritual plants, and he also had experience in planting second grade spiritual plants. He really picked up a treasure. In this way, there are more choices for spiritual plants to be planted in his spiritual field. After learning about the growth years of tear rice and green mulberry trees, Yun Yongzhu gave up the idea of planting them. After carefully asking about the approximate value of all the spiritual plants in this place, Yun Yongzhu had a rough idea in his mind. Junior brother Wang, what do you think of planting 1 acre of purple ginseng and 1 acre of 7-star grass in my spiritual field and planting chalcedony rice on the rest? He had 4 pill recipes in his hand. This first grade middle grade purple ginseng was one of the raw materials for refining key gathering pills, so there would definitely be no worries about sales. The first grade 7-star grass is a good material for making blank talisman paper, and it should not be difficult to sell. Yun Yongzhu learned from his mother that this spiritual grass is much better than the 9-leaf grass, and the chance of making it into first grade blank talisman paper is also high. As for the chalcedony rice, he didn't think much about it. After all, the 3-acre spiritual field was a first grade low grade spiritual field, and there was no room for selection. He could only plant first grade low grade spiritual grass and spiritual rice. Wang Yiming thought about it and replied, it should be no problem, but if the field power is too much, you have to buy more spiritual fertilizer to make the spiritual field get enough nourishment. Yun Yongzhu didn't expect that there were so many requirements for planting this spiritual field, but he could understand it. Do I have to go to King Market to buy this seed? Yun Yongzhu also saw it in the overview of the sect. It said that there was a market near Yuntai Peak called King Market, and low-level items were traded in the market. This King Market was originally a place where several inner disciples bartered. Later, more and more inner disciples came to trade, and then even many outer disciples participated in the trade. Because of the large number of people and the frequency of transactions, a small market was gradually formed. Because it was close to King, it was called King Market. There are many such small markets in the sect, which are the main places for low-level disciples to trade. The truly precious items still have to be obtained from the sect's treasury. Yes, we usually go to the market to buy them. Yuntai Peak is the closest to King Market. Okay, let's go to King Market together tomorrow morning to buy spiritual grain seeds. By the way, do you need to buy anything? For example, spiritual hose. Yun Yongzhu suddenly remembered that he didn't know if Wang Yiming had these farming guys. Brother Yun, you are joking. This spiritual hoe is my livelihood. I have a spiritual hoe, but if you have extra money, you can buy 1 or 2 spiritual earthworms. Turning earthworms? Yun Yongzhu had heard of turning earthworms and knew that they could help plant spiritual plants, but he was not sure about their specific use. Maybe they can help turn the soil. Isn't it called turning earthworms? Well, buy 1 or 2 more turning earthworms tomorrow. Yun Yongzhu didn't know much about this, so he just listened to the professionals. Then let's make this deal today. You go and settle down. Okay, brother Yun, I'll get busy then. Wang Yiming said and left respectfully. Yun Yongzhu also returned to his living room. He wanted to count his property carefully so that he knew what he had. He took off the 2 storage bags on his waist, poured out everything inside, and began to count carefully. A total of 1095 spiritual stones, 56 spiritual cloud cakes, worth about 28 spiritual stones, 2 low-grade storage bags, worth at least 600 spiritual stones, 1 storage bag, worth 30 spiritual stones 12. Low-grade key gathering pills, worth 96 spiritual stones, 1 bottle of medium-grade key gathering pills, worth about 105 spiritual stones, 60 kattas of red marrow rice and green lotus rice, 20 kattas of green spirit rice, 20 spiritual cloud eggs, worth a total of 22 spiritual stones. Low-grade magic dagger, worth 30 spiritual stones. Low-grade meditation hairband, worth 30 spiritual stones. Medium-grade magic robe, worth 60 spiritual stones. Medium-grade magic sword, worth 50 spiritual stones. High-grade golden turtle shield, worth 100 spiritual stones. High-grade fire snake sword, worth 90 spiritual stones. 1 second-grade low-grade golden knife talisman, worth 160 spiritual stones. 1 second-grade low-grade fire escape talisman. 1 first-grade medium and high-grade flying escape talisman, worth a total of 250 spiritual stones. First-grade upper-grade talismans, 40 attack talismans, 10 defense talismans, worth 260 spirit stones. First grade middle grade talismans, 60 attack talismans. 15 defense talismans, worth 165 spirit stones. First grade lower grade talismans, 220 attack talismans. 30 defense talismans, worth 265 spirit stones. Assistant talismans, 5 first grade middle grade. Invisibility talismans, 10 first grade upper grade communication talismans, worth 35 spirit stones in total. These talismans are his protective talismans. Even if he faces a cultivator in the late stage of key training, he is not afraid at all. Even if he uses talismans to smash him, he can still smash him to death. Especially the golden knife talisman, which is his trump card. If used well, he can even kill a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. All the talismans, except for the 21 talismans given by the family, the remaining 373 were all prepared for him by his mother Yang Liu and his father Yun Daichen. These talismans were almost all drawn by his mother, with more attack talismans and fewer defense talismans. In addition to the talismans, his father also gave him more than 200 spiritual stones. Yun Yongzhu estimated that he had spent all his parents' money. He felt that his wealth was comparable to that of a cultivator in the late stage of key training, or even a cultivator in the foundation building stage. He was definitely a fat sheep. In addition to the spiritual stones, elixirs, magic tools, talismans, spiritual rice and other items mentioned above, he also had many classics and travel notes. Some were distributed by the family, some were given by his parents, and some were collected by him. There were hundreds of them in total. It contained information about the atlas and characteristics of monsters, spiritual medicines and plants, as well as the customs of various places in Yunzhou, strange stories and strange things in the world of immortal cultivation, and gossip about sects, families and other forces. There were also 6 books on alchemy and spiritual medicine, such as Basics of Alchemy, Yongzhu Beikyo Collection, and Beikyo Illustrations. In addition to the classics brought from the family, there were several classics books that had just been obtained, such as Overview of the Sect, Details of Sect Rules, Introduction to Alchemy, Encyclopedia of Primary Spiritual Medicines, and Fire Escape Technique. He sorted these books into different categories and placed them on the bookshelf in the study so that he could read them at any time. He still put the jade slip of the burning wood art into the storage bag and carried it with him. As for the jade slip of the fire cloud art, he did not take it out of the family. He also kept the manuals of the art that he had learned or had not yet practiced in the family. Anyway, they were all in his mind. The rest were some daily necessities and small items, a complete set of clothes, shoes, socks, belts, hairpins, etc. He also carried with him. There were also jade locks, jade collars, bell bracelets, etc. that his mother put on his neck shortly after he was born, and toy wooden swords, small wooden horses, small carriages, etc. that his father made for him when he was a child. These were all gifts given to him by his parents and relatives since he was a child. This time when he came to the sect, he also selected some to bring with him. With so many spiritual stones in reserve, he was not worried about the trip to King Market tomorrow. Yun Yongzhu finished packing all the items. It was already the end of the hour of zoo. He washed up and went to bed early. Chapter 27 King Market. The next morning, Yun Yongzhu got up early, washed up and went out of the room. He planned to go early and come back early. At this time, Wang Yiming was already waiting in the yard. Yun Yongzhu took out his lingan cake and politely invited him to eat together. Thank you, brother Yun. I have never eaten this kind of spiritual cake before. Wang Yiming didn't know how to be polite at all. He picked up a piece of red lingan cake and ate it with relish. Yun Yongzhu was a little surprised. He was just embarrassed to eat alone and was just being polite. But this also shows that this person has a straightforward personality, which is also good. By the way, brother Wang, did your father reply to you? What did he say? Brother Yun, my family's blue cow and spiritual plants and magic tools have been rented out and can only be taken back tomorrow. Dad said that he will come to open up spiritual fields tomorrow. Okay, I know. The two chatted and laughed, and each ate a piece of lingan cake, which was considered to have solved the problem of today's meals. After eating the lingan cake, they set off for King Hefang Market. When he went out, Yun Yongzhu found that the sign of Luoyunju had been hung above the gate of the cave. Thinking that Wang Yiming had done it yesterday, Yun Yongzhu did not expect Wang Yiming to be so quick, and he casually praised him, which made Wang Yiming happy for a while. King Market is said to be close, but it is only relative to other markets in the sect. It is more than 40 miles away from Yuntai Peak. If you use the cloud soaring technique to go there, it will take at least an hour to get there. So Wang Yiming took Yun Yongzhu to the Spirit Beast Garden of Yuntai Peak and rented a first level low grade spiritual crane for transportation with a pound of low grade spiritual rice. This spiritual rice was naturally paid by Yun Yongzhu. He wanted to get to King Market as soon as possible. Outer disciples would rather spend more time if they were not in a hurry. The speed of the spiritual crane was indeed faster. In less than half an hour, the building complex of King Market was seen. The spiritual crane landed on the open space outside the market, and after dropping the two people off, it flew away to an unknown place. Yun Yongzhu followed Wang Yiming and walked for hundreds of steps. He saw a huge stone at the entrance of the market town with the 4 characters King Market Town written on it. The topography of this market town is very simple. It is a long street with various shops on both sides of the street. The shops are only 2 stories high and have an ancient style. At this time, there are people coming and going in the market town. Yun Yongzhu walked into the market town, looked at the long street, and asked Wang Yiming where to buy spiritual rice seeds. You should know, right? Wang Yiming nodded and said, of course I know, the seed shop is at the back. "Brother Yun, just follow me." Yun Yongzhu followed Wang Yiming and walked deep into the market town. When they reached the middle, the flow of people was even denser. Wang Yiming said, "Brother Yun, we are here. This shop has the most complete seeds. He Spirit Seed Shop." Yun Yongzhu looked at the shop that Wang Yiming pointed to. The name of the shop was very simple. There are several seed shops around, such as Li Spiritual Plant Seed Shop, Spiritual Valley Seed Shop, Spiritual Medicine Seed Shop, and so on. The two walked into Heji's Spirit Seed Shop. There were other customers in the shop at that time. The shopkeeper was entertaining them. When he saw Yun Yongzhu and the other two come in, he said a few words to the customer and hurried to entertain them. "My last name is Yi. What kind of seeds do you need, my two junior brothers?" The shopkeeper was obviously straightforward. He didn't say anything polite and directly asked Yun Yongzhu what spiritual seeds he wanted to buy. "Brother He, I need seeds of chalcedony rice, purple ginseng, and 7-star grass. Do you have them here?" "Of course. I even have high-level spiritual medicine seeds here. My little junior brother, one chalcedony rice seed costs 3 katas of spiritual stones, one purple ginseng seed costs 30 spiritual stones, and one 7-star grass seed costs 20 spiritual stones. How many do you want?" Yun Yongzhu didn't know how many seeds a mature purple ginseng and 7-star grass would produce, so he naturally didn't know the price. But the price of chalcedony rice seeds was a bit high. No matter how delicious chalcedony rice was, it was still a first-grade low-grade spiritual rice. Usually, one spiritual stone could buy 5 katis. "Brother He, the price of your seeds is a bit high." "My brother, this is the real price. All the seeds here are carefully selected high-quality spiritual seeds, all of which are full of vitality and have a high survival rate. If the survival rate is lower than 95%, you can come back to me, and I will compensate you 10 times. Yun Yongzhu heard him say this so decisively and knew that the price was not negotiable. However, he only planned to buy these seeds this time so that he could keep them for himself in the future. The quantity he needed was not much, so he did not talk about the price. Yun Yongzhu did not know how many purple ginseng seeds and 7-star grass seeds were needed for 1 acre of land. So he said directly to the shopkeeper, "Brother He, I need 3 acres of chalcedony rice seeds, 1 acre of purple ginseng seeds, and 1 acre of 7-star grass seeds." With Wang Yiming, the spiritual plant husband, he was not afraid of being deceived. In the end, the shopkeeper gave him 9 pounds of chalcedony rice seeds, 300 purple ginseng seeds, and 327 star grass seeds, which was exactly 29 spiritual stones. He looked at Wang Yiming with an inquiring look, and seeing that his expression did not change, he knew that there was no problem with the number of seeds. After he counted them correctly, he paid the money very quickly. Yun Yongzhu's temper was very much to the taste of the shopkeeper, and shopkeeper he smiled. "Brother Yun, seeing that you are so straightforward, I will give you another gift. These are 2 seeds of the soul gathering grass. Take them." Shopkeeper he handed him a small brocade bag. "Thank you very much, brother He. Soul gathering grass is a 2nd level soul grass, and its seeds should not be cheap." Yun Yongzhu didn't expect such a good thing, so he took it and put it in his storage bag without hesitation. Many casual cultivators and children of small families cannot afford the elixir for cultivation, or do not have a spiritual mountain or spiritual vein for cultivation. Generally, they will try to plant 1 or 2 spiritual plants, among which soul gathering grass is the most popular. In the process of growth, the spiritual plants will absorb and exhale the spiritual energy between heaven and earth. The cultivators can meditate and practice when the spiritual plants absorb and exhale the spiritual energy. However, the growth period of the spirit gathering grass is as long as 30 years. Usually, a mature spirit gathering grass is a precious treasure passed down from ancestors. After thanking the shopkeeper the 2 lefties, and went to buy spirit fertilizer and earthworms. Wang Yiming took Yun Yongzhu to the shop selling spirit fertilizer, and it was only a few steps away. When they entered the shop, there was no one inside. Wang Yiming shouted loudly, "Old Wang, come out to receive customers." "Who is it? Why are you shouting so loudly?" An old man with grey hair and vigorous spirit appeared from the back of the shop. "So it's you, Yiming. Why are you yelling? I'm not hard of hearing." Wang Yiming said quickly. Old Wang, I'm here to bring you a guest. This is senior brother Yun. I'm working under him now. Seeing that it was an acquaintance of Wang Yiming, Yun Yongzhu stepped forward and bowed. Hello, senior brother Wang. Old man Wang replied. No need to be polite. Sit down. Tell me first what kind of spiritual fertilizer you want. What grade? How much? Yun Yongzhu was not very familiar with this and motioned for Wang Yiming to decide. Wang Yiming thought for a moment and said, Brother Yun, we don't know the specific situation of the spiritual field yet, so it's hard to determine the amount of spiritual fertilizer to be purchased. However, this spiritual fertilizer is needed in the spiritual field for a long time, so let's buy 600 baskets. It can be used when the spiritual field is opened up, and the extra can also be used when planting spiritual plants in the future. Seeing Yun Yongzhu nodded in agreement, Wang Yiming turned to Old Man Wang and said, Old Wang, 600 baskets of medium quality fertilizer. We are old acquaintances. Give me a fair price. Don't worry, with the friendship between me and your family, I can cheat anyone but you. 600 baskets of medium quality fertilizer, 60 spirit stones. Is this price okay? Wang Yiming nodded and said nothing. Seeing this, Old Man Wang smiled and stretched out his hand to Yun Yongzhu for spirit stones. Yun Yongzhu asked in confusion, Brother Wang, I didn't see any spiritual fertilizer. Brother Yun, I can see that you have no experience in buying spiritual fertilizer. If you buy more than 10 baskets of spiritual fertilizer, you will be charged first and delivered later. This is the case in all the shops in the market. Wang Yiming quickly explained, Brother Yun, it's the same in the market. There are so many spiritual fertilizers that the bag can't even hold one basket, and the storage bag can't hold much either. The store can only deliver them to your door. Yun Yongzhu nodded to show his understanding and took out 60 spiritual stones and handed them to Brother Wang. Old Man Wang took the spiritual stones skillfully and gave Yun Yongzhu a 60 spirit stone voucher with his unique spiritual energy mark. This is equivalent to a receipt. After receiving the goods, the voucher must be returned to Old Man Wang. After that, Wang Yiming took him out of the spiritual fertilizer shop and walked about half a mile inside to enter the shop selling earthworms. This shop doesn't look like a shop, but more like a big garden, full of exotic flowers and plants. The shopkeeper is drinking tea leisurely in the garden. Seeing the two, he quickly stood up and invited them to sit down and taste tea. Hello distinguished guests. My surname is Du. You can just call me Leo Du. I only have earth dragons here, of 3 grades, upper, middle and lower. What grade do you want? Earthworms are also called earth dragons. Yun Yongzhu looked at Wang Yiming and motioned him to deal with it. Wang Yiming said, I want 2 first grade lower grade red earthworms. 80 spirit stones. Yun Yongzhu thought to himself that this thing is not expensive, but it is not cheap either. Its price is comparable to a low grade attack magic weapon. Okay. Haha, straightforward. Wait a minute, I'll go and install the earth dragon for you. Then Yun Yongzhu saw Leo Du take out 2 long bamboo tubes from the storage bag, unplug the bamboo tubes, and then put the empty bamboo tubes on the land in the garden. Soon, 2 long red worms excitedly crawled out of the soil and went into a bamboo tube. Leo Du picked up the bamboo tubes and covered them. Yun Yongzhu saw Leo Du approaching with 2 bamboo tubes, so he took out 80 spiritual stones and handed them to him, asking him to count them. Leo Du handed the 2 bamboo tubes containing earth dragons to Yun Yongzhu, then took the spiritual stones and put them into the storage bag with a glance. Then Leo Du took out a thin booklet and handed it to Yun Yongzhu, saying, here are some precautions for raising earth dragons. Take it back and read it carefully. Yun Yongzhu took the book Experiences in Raising Earth Dragons, thanked him, and left the earth dragon store with Wang Yiming. After buying seeds, spiritual fertilizers, and earthworms, the two left King Market. They came to the open space outside King Market, summoned the rented spiritual crane with a crane whistle, and returned directly to Yuntai Peak. After Yun Yongzhu returned to Yongju, he was busy practicing the burning wood art, and Wang Yiming also went back to his simple house to work. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. we cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 28, Opening Up the Spiritual Field. The next morning, Yun Yongzhu finished eating the lingan cake, made the preliminary preparations, and then continued to indulge in cultivation. After more than 2 hours, he felt that the cave's restriction was triggered, and then he stopped the spiritual power. He let someone in, and it was indeed Wang Yiming's father who came. The other party's name was Wang Yiging, and Yun Yongzhu called him Brother Wang. Because the two sides had already communicated the reward for opening up the spiritual field, Yun Yongzhu and he didn't say much nonsense. He just explained that there should be space for entering and exiting the cave, leaving a path for walking, and other details. Wang Yiging began to act in a hurry. When Yun Dachen opened up the spiritual field, Yun Yongzhu was still a little baby who had just learned to walk. Of course, he didn't know how to open up the spiritual field. He followed behind curiously and watched, and Wang Yiming followed. Of course, he had to help his father. Brother Wang first pinched a magic formula, and the weeds in the yard turned yellow at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yun Yongzhu knew that this should be a magic spell for weeding. After asking Yun Yongzhu what he thought, he also cut down the 50-foot tall osmanthus tree. Then senior brother Wang released a green ox, and took out a golden plow. Judging from the aura of the green ox, it was already a first level mid-grade spiritual beast. It took the initiative to put on the golden plow. It was very smart. Looking at its familiar movements, it was obvious that it had worked hard. Yun Yongzhu's attention stopped for a moment at senior brother Wang's waist, where there were two small grey-black bags hanging. One was a storage bag, and the other should be a spiritual beast bag that could hold spiritual beasts. This spiritual beast bag was not cheap either. It was more expensive than a storage bag. It seemed that, although senior brother Wang was an outer disciple, he was not short of spiritual stones. Yun Yongzhu had known about the existence of the spiritual beast bag before, and he was a little curious in his heart. He wondered if this magic weapon could hold people. In theory, it should be possible. After all, no matter what kind of spiritual beast it was a living thing. Later, he asked his elders, and learned that the spiritual beast bag could not hold living people. The golden plow was not an ordinary golden plow, but also a magical weapon, but Yun Yongzhu could not tell what level it was. After senior brother Wang put his hand on the golden plow, the green ox automatically started to move forward. The plow blade of the golden plow was like cutting through water waves, turning up large pieces of soil. Yun Yongzhu saw clearly that the plow head of the golden plow pressed down very deeply, and the soil turned up was more than a foot deep. As he was watching, Wang Yiming also came to the scene. He took out his earth spirit hoe and broke up the lumps of soil one by one, picking up the gravel, tree roots and other things in the soil, and piled them aside. Not long after, fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Obviously, this was not an easy job. Yun Yongzhu was glad that he didn't open up the spiritual field himself, so he didn't have to work so hard. Yun Yongzhu watched the two people, one plowing the land and the other breaking the soil. He was a little tired of watching it for less than half an incense stick of time. This was obviously not a short-term thing. He had to find something to do for himself. Fire escape technique and introduction to alchemy were really not suitable for watching and understanding in this environment. So he went to the study room to take out the newly acquired experiences in raising earth dragons and read it. He occasionally looked up and supervised the work of the two. Less than half an hour later, the spiritual fertilizer bought yesterday was delivered. 600 baskets, not a small amount. According to Wang Yiming's suggestion, 5 baskets were left in the yard, which would be used after the land was reclaimed, and the rest were all put into the warehouse. After collecting the spiritual fertilizer, Yun Yongzhu continued his reading. I don't know how long it has been. He felt that his ears were much quieter. He looked up and glanced at the yard and saw Wang Yiming sitting on the ground with a tired face and a wet body. He also clearly saw that the green cow's hair was soaked and strands of it were clinging to its body. It was happily shaking its tail and chewing the first level low quality green grass. As for Wang Yiming's father, he was also sitting cross-legged on the ground, and it didn't look like he was just resting. The open space in the yard was dug into ridges of land without any sense of disorder. Yun Yongzhu leaned over and grabbed a handful of soil. It was very loose and slightly moist. The main thing was that there was an extremely weak fluctuation of spiritual energy in the soil, which already felt like a spiritual field. He walked to Wang Yiming and asked him softly, "Wang, what is your father doing? Are you done?" Wang Yiming shook his head and said, "My father is recovering his spiritual power. The spiritual fertilizer has been spread. From now on, we just need to spread the spiritual fertilizer every 5 or 6 days. To open up a spiritual field, the first thing to do is to dredge the spiritual energy and earth energy in the land. The main purpose of what we did just now is this. Only after this step is done first, my father's spirit containing technique will work. In the following days, we will have to deep turn the land like this every once in a while. Brother Yun, didn't I ask you to buy 2 earth-turning spiritual earthworms? You can release them now. With their help, the speed of opening up the spiritual field will be much faster." Yun Yongzhu nodded to show that he understood, and then went into his living room. The earthworms are living creatures and cannot be placed in the storage bag. Because his spiritual field has not been put on track yet, he feels that there is no rush to use them. Moreover, his mind is on the burning wood art, so after returning yesterday, he casually placed the 2 bamboo tubes in the hall. Knowing that the earthworms can help open up spiritual fields, he must quickly contract them and put them in the soil. Yun Yongzhu learned a set of basic contract spells in the family, which can be used to contract the earthworms with low intelligence and weak combat power. There is basically no problem. He opened the lid of a bamboo tube and cast a complete set of basic contract spells towards the active earthworm inside. As soon as the spells were cast, he successfully signed a spiritual pet contract with the earthworm. Suddenly, Yun Yongzhu could sense the unhappy thoughts of the earthworm. It felt that the space in the bamboo tube was too small, too stuffy inside, and a little suffocated. It wanted to roll freely in the spiritual soil. Yun Yongzhu felt a little sorry. If they were not needed now, they would probably have to stay in the bamboo tube for a while. "Wait a moment, I'll send you to the field right away." He sent a message to the earthworm through his mind. Afterwards, regardless of how happy the earthworm was, he cast a contract spell and signed a pet contract with another earthworm. The earthworm was in the same mood as the previous one. It was not happy at first, but was happy when Yun Yongzhu comforted it that he would soon get a bigger plot of land. Yun Yongzhu took the 2 bamboo tubes and came to the field reclaimed by Wang Yiming and his son. He opened the lid, and 2 slender red figures flashed in front of his eyes, burrowed into the soil, and rolled around in it excitedly. These 2 earthworms are really lively and cute. Wang Yiming walked to Yun Yongzhu and said with envy. Yun Yongzhu did not respond. He could not feel what was so cute about these 2 earthworms, but they were really lively. Wang Yiming's father had just woken up from his practice when he heard his son's words. He sneered and said, "You take good care of junior brother Yun's spiritual field. Are you afraid that you don't have spiritual stones to buy earthworms? You've spent all the spiritual stones you earned on buying elixirs. You only have a spiritual hoe left. Do you have the nerve to call yourself a spiritual plant master?" Yun Yongzhu didn't say anything. He watched the scene with interest. He thought of his parents and missed the days at home. Wang Yiming and his son exchanged a few words, but that was enough. After all, it wasn't their own home. "Junior brother Yun, you have the earth-turning spirit earthworms, which can open up the spiritual fields faster. This has also helped me a lot. I don't need to deep turn the spiritual fields too often. I don't understand this." It was junior brother Wang who suggested that I buy these 2 earth-turning spirit earthworms. You have to buy these spirit insects. With them, the harvest of spiritual plants will increase. The most important thing is that they drill in the spiritual fields every day. After 10 or 8 years, your spiritual fields may be upgraded. Of course, upgrading from the first level to the second level is not something that these 2 low-level earth-turning spirit earthworms can do. Yun Yongzhu was somewhat happy to hear this. Wang Yiming, such a fool, would not tell him such important information. That's great. It seems that we can't underestimate these 2 spirit insects. Senior brother Wang, are you going to perform the spirit containing technique next? Yes, please step aside, junior brother Yun. When exchanging this spell, the sect requires that it cannot be passed on to a second person. Even if others see the handprints of the spell, it is not allowed. We signed a contract at that time. Please forgive me, junior brother Yun. No problem. Then how long will your spirit containing technique take? About half an incense stick will do. Just step aside when performing it. The spirit containing technique needs half an hour to nourish the spirit field. You can watch it at will. Yun Yongzhu walked to the living room in amazement. This spell takes too long. How much spiritual power is used to perform it once? No wonder it can only be practiced in the late stage of key training. Wang Yiming also went back to his room. He also had to step aside. Yun Yongzhu came out of the living room half an incense stick later and saw senior brother Wang sitting cross-legged beside the field. The surface of the field was shrouded in a thick layer of fog. Two red figures could be vaguely seen everywhere, looking very cheerful and lively. It was almost the evening when senior brother Wang's spirit containing technique was over. Yun Yongzhu invited the father and son to have a dinner as a reward for their hard work today. During the meal, he learned that this spirit containing technique had to be performed twice a day, otherwise the time to open up the spiritual field would double. However, today was the first day, and it was difficult to reclaim the land, and it took too much time, so it was only used once. After seeing off Wang Yiming's father, Yun Yongzhu did some exercise, and began to practice the art of burning wood. He was almost at the second level, and his speed was very fast. Chapter 29 Getting back on track. The next day, Wang Yiming came over early in the morning to perform the spirit containment technique on the spiritual field. Not long after, Wang Yiming told him that his 5 acres of spiritual field had been vacated and he could start to take care of it now. Calculating the time, it was time. Yun Yongzhu used his storage bag to fill 10 baskets of spiritual fertilizer and went with Wang Yiming to see the specific situation of the spiritual field. As for Wang Yiming, he was performing the spirit containment technique. Yun Yongzhu was not worried that he would do anything in his cave. Moreover, the important things were in his storage bag. There was a ban outside the living room. The spiritual field was very close to the cave. Once the ban was triggered, he felt that he could rush back quickly. After leaving Yunju, in less than half a quarter of an hour, they saw a large empty spiritual field. Yun Yongzhu was a little happy. The seeds had been prepared, and they were just waiting for this piece of land. At the end of the field, Yun Yongzhu saw Wang Yiming walking around in the spiritual field, grabbing a handful of spiritual soil and rubbing it from time to time. He also took out his earth spirit hoe and dug out the spiritual soil from 1 to 3 feet deep to check. Junior brother Wang, what's wrong? Is the field power depleted greatly? Wang Yiming threw down the spiritual soil in his hand, patted it 3 or 4 times, and said with a smile, Senior brother Yun, don't worry too much. It's not a big problem. The upper grade spiritual field is fine. The middle grade spiritual field probably only needs to be sprinkled with 30 to 50 baskets of spiritual fertilizer to recover. Even the more than 3 acres of lower grade spiritual field may need 300 baskets of spiritual fertilizer to nourish it. However, before using the spiritual fertilizer and planting spiritual plants, this piece of spiritual field has to be deeply plowed once. The previous people did not cultivate the spiritual soil seriously, which caused the spiritual field's earth energy to condense a little. Okay, let's do it according to your experience. As long as the spiritual field develops in a good direction, it'll be fine. Give senior brother Yun more trust, but it's too strenuous to use the earth spiritual hoe to deeply plow the spiritual field. It will take several days. So I have to wait for my father to finish performing the spirit containment technique and ask him to borrow the daking and spiritual plow. In this way, the spiritual fertilizer can be spread today and the seeds can be sown in the spiritual field tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. Yun Yongzhu certainly hoped to process the spiritual field faster and sow seeds earlier, so he naturally agreed with his idea. The two returned to Yunju. Before returning, Wang Yiming cast a fire spell on the spiritual field, burning the weeds that were vaguely visible in the spiritual field into ashes. He explained that these shrubs and weeds grew in the spiritual field. Although they were not promoted to spiritual plants, they also contained a trace of spiritual energy. Their ashes were also a kind of low-level spiritual fertilizer that could nourish the spiritual field. After Yun Yongzhu returned to the cave, he stretched his body, and his blood was boiling. He went to the practice room to practice the burning wood art. As for the deep plowing and nourishing of the spiritual field, Wang Yiming and his son were responsible for it. Anyway, he would pay him spiritual stones, and he only needed to see the results. After staying in the practice room for 3 hours, he came out of the living room and was very happy to learn that Wang Yiming had already plowed the 5 acres of spiritual field outside as planned. He handed the spiritual rice seeds, purple ginseng seeds and 7-star grass seeds in the storage bag to Wang Yiming and told him to sow them as soon as possible. Not long after, Wang Yiming's father had just recovered his spiritual power and came to say goodbye to Yun Yongzhu. He casually said thank you for your hard work and politely sent him away. In the following days, Yun Yongzhu's main task was to practice the burning wood technique. This technique progressed very quickly and had entered the 2nd level this morning. Wang Yiming and his son focused their energy on opening up spiritual fields and planting spiritual plants. The two sides did not disturb each other and had a tacit understanding. Chapter 30. Half a month later, Yun Yongzhu focused on practicing the burning wood technique with peace of mind. He took time to go to the spiritual field twice to see how the spiritual rice, purple ginseng and 7-star grass were growing. He stayed at home for half a month. On this day, Yun Yongzhu, as usual, made preparations and meditated in the practice room to practice the burning wood technique. The spiritual power circulated in his body along a fixed route. With each small cycle, the spiritual power in his body would become more refined. Yun Yongzhu was now practicing the new technique. His spiritual power would not increase, but would become a little more pure. After each practice, he could feel that the purity of his spiritual power had obviously improved, which made him more interested in practice. Now, like before, when practicing the burning wood technique, he could let the spiritual power circulate in the meridians for 4 large cycles, and the efficiency of practicing the burning wood technique was also higher. This also proved that the burning wood technique was indeed more advanced than the fire cloud technique. At least it had a stronger ability to temper the body and meridians. Today, there was another breakthrough. After Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power circulated for 4 major cycles, he vaguely felt that he should be able to continue practicing. Yun Yongzhu decided to follow the thoughts that emerged in his heart and continue to guide the spiritual power to flow in the meridians. Just as he was circulating his spiritual power for the 3rd minor cycle, he felt a swelling pain and numbness in his meridians. This feeling was so familiar. The last time he felt this feeling was when he first practiced and entered the 1st level of key training. This time, the swelling pain and numbness were more intense than the last time, making it unbearable. With Yun Yongzhu's strong willpower and perseverance, he was a little shaken, thinking about whether to stop and rest, and the speed of the spiritual power slowly decreased. Finally, while wavering, he remembered his parents' expectations of him, the hardships he had suffered in his previous life, and the smooth life in this life. What does this swelling pain and numbness mean to him now? Yun Yongzhu gradually strengthened his belief. He resisted the temptation to stop practicing and dispel the pain and numbness in his meridians. He still insisted on running his spiritual power along the fixed route of the 3rd level of the burning wood art. The speed of the spiritual power running in the meridians gradually became normal and smooth. 1 circle, 2 circles. It was not until the 6th small cycle that the pain and numbness in his meridians were relieved a little. Yun Yongzhu's body was almost relaxed, but his mind was not relaxed. He continued to practice as usual. As time passed, the spiritual power continued to run, and Yun Yongzhu's pain and numbness finally dissipated by half, and gradually a sense of comfort and pleasure came to his heart. His meridians were constantly tempered and nourished by spiritual power, and their strength and toughness were greatly improved. When this big cycle was completed, the 3rd hidden vein in Yun Yongzhu's body, which had been opened long ago, suddenly shone brightly. He took advantage of the situation to run his spiritual power through this hidden vein, and naturally entered the 4th level of key training in the burning wood art. He was a little surprised. Today was really a double blessing. He didn't expect that he could successfully transform the burning wood art in just 19 days. This was 10 days earlier than the 1 month he originally expected. What good news. Yun Yongzhu felt the pure spiritual power in his body and was in a good mood. After that, he could practice normally and improve his cultivation. Cultivation is a process of gathering sand into a tower and accumulating water into an abyss. Every day cannot be wasted. Of course, the sooner the transformation is successful, the better. Yun Yongzhu got up from the futon, stretched his legs a little, straightened his wrinkled hem, and walked out of the practice room. When he left the living room, he was not surprised to see a middle-aged monk sitting cross-legged in the yard. Wang Yigan was performing the spirit-containing art. The spiritual field in the yard was now filled with clouds and mist, and the spiritual energy was dense. Yun Yongzhu had just successfully transformed the burning wood art, and was in a particularly good mood. Everything looked good to his eyes. He was also very satisfied with Wang Yigan's 2 spirit-containing arts that he practiced every day. He planned to read the introduction to alchemy in the yard. Now that his cultivation was on the right track, it was time to put alchemy on the agenda. Since he started to practice the burning wood art, in order not to be distracted by external affairs, except for the first few days, he stayed at home and practiced quietly in Yun Yongzhu. In addition to practicing, he usually read the introduction to alchemy and elementary spiritual medicine collection in the remaining time. He also read the fire escape art briefly, but he had not yet understood it. After all, his time was limited. Apart from practicing and sleeping, he could only use a maximum of 4 hours a day. Of course, he had to make the most of this time, and the fire escape art was not very important at the moment. Introduction to Alchemy mainly explains the basic principles and processes of alchemy. From the extraction of spiritual medicine to the control of the temperature, from the fusion and change of the essence of the medicine liquid to the formation of the pill, the whole process is recorded in detail. There is also a most basic alchemy method in it, including the method of quenching spiritual medicine and a condensing pill art. This is really the simplest method of alchemy, and it is also recorded in the basic alchemy he collected before. He had already learned these in his family, but he had never practiced refining. The actual process of alchemy could only be imagined by the words described in Introduction to Alchemy and Basic Alchemy. Low-level cultivators can only use external fire to assist in refining elixirs or instruments. The best external fire is the fire of the earth's lungs, referred to as earth fire. However, not everyone can afford to use this earth fire. Many low-level cultivators use spiritual wood and flame stones as fuel to generate external fire for alchemy and instrument refining. However, all external fires require the practice of a fire control technique to freely control the size of the flame, such as fire control technique and fire control technique. In addition to the above methods, you can also practice spells specifically used for alchemy and instrument refining. The Yun family of Yunwu Mountain is an instrument refining family, so of course there is no shortage of suitable spells to assist in instrument refining. Yun Yongzhu has practiced red fire technique and has practiced it to the great success level. There is no problem with this spell for refining instruments, and there is naturally no problem with using it for alchemy. The primary spiritual medicine collection records many first and second level spiritual medicines, which is richer than the spiritual medicine books in his hand. Many uncommon spiritual medicines are recorded. Moreover, its content is more comprehensive. It not only records the effects, properties, flavors, growth environment, appearance characteristics, etc. of spiritual medicines, but most importantly, it writes the medicinal properties of most spiritual medicines. Yun Yongzhu was confused by the content of the medicinal properties of these spiritual medicines. In fact, the content of these medicinal properties is just to lay the foundation for becoming a high-level alchemist. It can only be used when you reach the level of alchemy master. In addition, only monks who are obsessed with medicine and poison are familiar with the medicinal properties of spiritual medicines. The title of alchemy master is not limited to the level of alchemy masters. Only by understanding the medicinal properties of spiritual medicines can you invent and create new elixirs and new recipes. Although Yun Yongzhu can't understand the content about medicinal properties in the primary spiritual medicine collection, it does not affect his knowledge of more spiritual medicines and their value. However, you can't read books by yourself to learn alchemy. You still need someone to guide you. King Shen sect has already made Channel Bayitan. The red fire art has been mastered, and he often goes to Bai Hall to take a walk and listen to classes so that he can learn some experience from his predecessors. Yun Yongzhu made up his mind and prepared to go to Bai Hall tomorrow. He read the introduction to alchemy and thought about the next arrangements. Wang Yigang also finished practicing the soul-containing art for today and began to practice the technique to restore his spiritual power. Yun Yongzhu was in a good mood because he successfully changed his technique today. He planned to keep Wang Yigang and invite the father and son to have dinner together to celebrate. He called Wang Yiming out of the house, took out a large piece of spirit beast meat, a green spirit fish and 2 kilograms of spirit rice for him, and asked him to help cook a big meal. Wang Yiming was happy to take on the task when he learned that there was a chef for him and his father. The piece of spirit beast meat was the meat of a first level low grade pig beast. This kind of spirit beast meat is relatively cheap, and 1 spirit stone can buy 40 kilograms. This kind of spirit beast meat is also the choice of many low level cultivators. The piece that Yun Yongzhu gave weighed 5 kilograms. The green spirit fish is also a first class lower grade spirit beast. The meat of this green spirit fish is delicious and contains rich spiritual energy, but its price is slightly expensive. 1 spirit stone can only buy 2, and 1 is about £1. Few outer disciples should be willing to buy it to eat. Since he switched to practicing the burning wood art, Yun Yongzhu's requirements for food have gradually increased. This is also within his expectations. After all, running the burning wood art technique is a huge burden and consumption on the body. Therefore, in addition to absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to nourish the blood and ki of the flesh, he also needs to consume a lot of meat to replenish the body's energy. Although he has only been practicing the burning wood art for half a month, Yun Yongzhu has changed a lot. His body has become much stronger, and there are faint muscle contours on his body. Originally, his first impression was that he was a white and thin little boy who could be easily knocked down. Now it feels that this boy looks very resolute and gives people a sense of power. He can't be bullied casually. Yun Yongzhu also discovered that he noticed that his strength, speed, endurance, and explosive power have improved significantly. Chapter 31 Bai Hall. The next morning, after Wang Yigang entered Yunju and began to perform the spirit-containing technique, Yun Yongzhu took Wang Yiming to Bai Hall. Wang Yiming was very happy about this. He grew up in Qingshan sect, but he had never been to Bai Hall. Because outer disciples and menial disciples need to pay spirit stones or sect points to attend classes at Bai Hall. But their family has the skills of a spirit plant husband to learn, so there is no need to waste resources to attend classes at Bai Hall. According to the rules, inner disciples can bring an outer disciple or menial disciple to Bai Hall to attend classes for free. Yun Yongzhu was willing to take him with him mainly to win people's hearts. After observing for this period of time, he felt that Wang Yiming had a good character, and he was very careful in taking care of the spirit field. He also completed everything he was told to do seriously without any perfunctory. It was convenient to take him to Bai Hall without any loss, and also sold favors. In the future, when he comes to Bai Hall, he will bring Wang Yiming with him, so that he will be more convenient to instruct Wang Yiming to do things in the future. Bai Hall was built on the Sutra Library, on the hillside of Yuntai Peak, not far from his cave. The two use the cloud soaring technique to fly slowly, and after about an incense stick of time, they saw a large courtyard covering a large area. Before Yun Yongzhu landed from the clouds, he found that there were many cultivators here, and many inner disciples, outer disciples, and menial disciples were running to Bai Hall. Bai Hall is not built on every spiritual peak. The Bai Hall on Yuntai Peak is shared by 10 spiritual peaks near and far. Although Wang Yiming had never been to Bai Hall, he still knew common sense, and he explained it to Yun Yongzhu like this. The two landed at the gate of Bai Hall, and Yun Yongzhu stopped an inner disciple who was walking in next to him. "Brother, how do I get to the place where alchemy is taught?" Yun Yongzhu smelled the faint medicinal fragrance on him, and guessed that the other party should often deal with spiritual medicine, and it is very likely that he is an alchemy apprentice or alchemist. "Is this junior brother here for the first time? I'm also going to attend the alchemy class. Follow me." Today, Uncle Wang will explain the introductory alchemy class. Hurry up, the senior brother said, while motioning Yun Yongzhu to follow him. Yun Yongzhu turned his head and said to Wang Yiming, "Junior brother Wang, if you are interested in alchemy, let's go together. If you want to attend other classes, you can find them yourself after you and I go in." After that, he took a few quick steps, followed the pace of the senior brother, and walked in side by side. Wang Yiming quickly followed Yun Yongzhu into the Bai Hall, and then separated from Yun Yongzhu to attend the class he wanted to attend. Yun Yongzhu learned through communication along the way that the senior brother who brought him was named Zhao and was an alchemy apprentice, and Uncle Wang who was teaching today was a first-class top-grade alchemist. Alchemy apprentices are alchemists whose success rate of alchemy is extremely low and unstable, or who can only make bigu pills. Usually, the people who come to Bai Hall to teach the introductory knowledge of alchemy are usually first-level lower-grade alchemists. Occasionally, there will be a few first-level middle-grade alchemists to answer questions and solve doubts. First-level upper-grade alchemists almost never appear, and they don't teach the introductory knowledge of alchemy. This time, this Uncle Wang is still a foundation-building uncle. Junior brother Yun, you are really lucky to have a first-level upper-grade alchemist to enlighten you. Yun Yongzhu also felt that he was lucky. He really came to the right place today. He followed this senior brother Zhao through the lecture halls and saw a wooden sign hanging outside each room, on which was written the content to be taught. Soon, the two entered a large lecture hall. The wooden sign outside the lecture hall read Alchemy Enlightenment, Bigu Pills. There were already nearly 100 people in the lecture hall, and they quickly found a cushion to sit down. At this time, Uncle Wang had not come yet, and the lecture had not yet begun. The lecture hall was a little noisy. The disciples were either whispering with familiar fellow disciples, or waiting with their eyes closed. Yun Yongzhu asked the person sitting next to him, "Brother Zhao, how did you know that Uncle Wang would come to give a lecture today?" Brother Zhao said with some pride, "I have a friend whose brother is a first-class middle-grade alchemist. He works in the alchemy hall and sometimes helps Uncle Wang. He told my friend about this, and my friend told me." Alchemy hall? Yun Yongzhu asked with interest. The Qingshan sect is divided into many halls and palaces according to their functions. Currently, he knows about the alchemy hall, the weapon refining hall, the formation hall, the talisman hall, the beast taming hall, the general affairs hall, the mission hall, the law enforcement hall, the transmission hall, the foreign affairs hall, the 100 arts hall, and the Qingshan academy. Each hall and palace has a different division of labor, but they are closely connected, forming a superpower like the Qingshan sect, which governs dozens or hundreds of states, and has stood in the Dayan world for tens of millions of years. Yes, the people in the alchemy hall also have to do tasks, just like Uncle Wang came to Bai Hall to give us a lecture, and he took the task of teaching in the mission hall. Yun Yongzhu then asked, "I see, by the way, senior brother Zhao, I just advanced to the 4th level of key training not long ago. Do you think that with my current cultivation level, I can start refining pills?" He didn't know how much spiritual power it would take to refine a furnace of pills, and he was afraid that he would run out of spiritual power halfway through, which would be very embarrassing. Of course you can refine pills with the cultivation level of the 4th level of key training, but junior brother Yun, you look only in your early teens, a little young. And didn't you say that this is your first time to attend a class? It's a bit too early to consider refining pills now. You have to take it easy. The spiritual stones required for refining pills are not a small amount. Thank you senior brother Zhao for your advice. I just asked in advance. I haven't started yet. As he was talking, a foundation building cultivator came in from outside and walked into the lecture hall, and the lecture hall immediately became quiet. The man looked very young, only about 20 years old, with a handsome face, sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, and a lavender robe. His gestures were very different from the hundreds of key training disciples sitting below the stage. Yun Yongzhu hurriedly sat up straight, looking at Uncle Wang on the podium, waiting for the lecture to begin. Uncle Wang smiled and said, "Alchemy is a profound and vast art. Talent and perseverance are both indispensable. Putting aside talent, without extraordinary perseverance, there will not be much achievement in alchemy. What I'm going to talk about today is just the basics of alchemy. Next, I'll start with the simplest Bagoo pill, from the shallow to the deep, step by step. Uncle Wang's voice was gentle and not loud, but his cultivation was profound, and it was clearly audible to everyone, just like whispering in their ears, which made people feel very comfortable. Refining pills is nothing more than this step, refining the liquid medicine, extracting the essence of the liquid medicine, fusing all the essence of the liquid medicine, and then condensing it into a pill. In order to make you understand more thoroughly, I will refine a furnace of Bagoo pills on the spot and demonstrate it. Then, he glanced at the crowd below, patted his storage bag, took out a pill furnace and 5 jade boxes, and placed them on the podium in front of him. Bagoo pills are one of the pills that we cultivators often take. After taking them, they can fill our stomachs. Especially for higher level cultivators, they often go into seclusion for 10 days, half a month, or even a year and a half. They are even more inseparable from Bagoo pills. There are many kinds of Bagoo pills. The first level Bagoo pill I refined today has 5 kinds of materials, namely purple ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, ground tuckahoe, astragalus, bitter chrysanthemum and otter seed. After speaking, he began to refine. Yun Yongzhu concentrated and watched the movements of Uncle Wang's hands carefully, not blinking, not missing any details. Uncle Wang casually made a hand gesture, and a ball of flame appeared in his hand. He then hit the bottom of the furnace. After about 3 or 5 breaths, he put the purple ginseng into the furnace and closed the lid. Then, he made hand seals to control the furnace and the flames at the bottom of the furnace. The spiritual medicine in the furnace began to slowly melt into liquid medicine under the high temperature. Uncle Wang used his spiritual power to control the liquid medicine in the furnace to remove impurities. Pay attention. After the impurities of the main medicine purple ginseng are removed, the remaining auxiliary medicines can be put into the furnace one by one. While speaking, Uncle Wang had already started to put Ganoderma lucidum, Poria cocos, astragalus, chrysanthemum and cascuta into the furnace one after another. When these auxiliary medicines also turned into liquid medicine and mixed with the purple ginseng liquid medicine, a strong medicinal fragrance spread, and Yun Yongzhu also smelled it. Look carefully below. Uncle Wang's hand seals changed instantly, and he made a hand gesture into the furnace. Although Uncle Wang formed the seal very quickly, and it took only a blink of an eye to form a seal, everyone still knew that this was a Dan condensation seal. Yun Yongzhu had good eyesight, and saw that this Dan seal was not the Dan seal he learned from basic alchemy and introduction to alchemy, but might be a more advanced Dan condensation seal. Not long after the seal was entered into the Dan furnace, Uncle Wang dispersed the small flame under the Dan furnace, and then a faint Dan fragrance spread from the furnace. Obviously, this furnace of Bagoo Dan was successfully condensed. Uncle Wang opened the lid of the Dan furnace, and used his spiritual power to absorb all the pills, making them all float in the air above the palm of his hand. Everyone's eyes were fixed, and they took a breath, shocked. There were actually 12 Bagoo pills, and the success rate was close to 70%. Uncle Wang raised the corner of his mouth, took out 3 small jade bottles, and packed the Bagoo pills that had just been taken out of the furnace according to quality. Everyone was amazed. This success rate of nearly 70% was indeed a bit high for these rookies and alchemy apprentices. Moreover, there were 3 top grade pills and 5 mid grade pills in this furnace of Bagoo pills. Okay, you guys watch the whole process. It's that simple to make Bagoo pills. You can ask any questions you have. Someone asked immediately, Uncle Wang, why didn't you put the purple ginseng into the furnace at the beginning? I was preheating the furnace at the beginning, otherwise it would explode easily. I suggest you accumulate some points to go to the Sutra Pavilion to exchange for a copy of Introduction to Alchemy and read it carefully. First, understand the basic theory, and then come to Bai Hall to attend classes. Uncle Wang, when I was refining the Bagoo pill, after putting in astragalus, chrysanthemum and cascuta, the furnace immediately became mushy. Why is that? This is because the fire is too high. The fire in the furnace is of utmost importance. You need to practice your fire control skills again. Uncle Wang, to what extent can the purple ginseng remove impurities before the auxiliary medicine can be put in? This mainly depends on each person's strength. When refining the medicine liquid, the consciousness is our eyes, which can see the impurities in the medicine liquid, and the spiritual power is our hands, which can remove the impurities found. Everyone's spiritual consciousness strength and range are different. Generally speaking, the stronger the spiritual consciousness, the greater the help in alchemy. It can find more impurities in the liquid medicine, accurately purify and separate the essence of the spiritual medicine, grasp the best time to condense the pill, and greatly improve the success rate of the pill. So when we refine the liquid medicine, we must do our best to remove all the impurities found, and the same is true for purple ginseng. However, the time and temperature must be controlled when refining the liquid medicine, otherwise the impurities will be removed, but the essence of the liquid medicine will be lost too much, which will also lead to the inability to condense the pill. If this situation happens many times, then give priority to removing the impurities of the main medicine, and deal with various auxiliary medicines according to time. You have to do it yourself to grasp the time and temperature. After opening the furnace several times, you will have a standard in your mind. Uncle Wang, can the big pill be refined in a low-grade iron pot? Yun Yongzhu also asked a question boldly. Wang Wanlin paused for a moment, then said, "This is the first time I've heard of this question. You can give it a try." After that, some people gradually asked about other elixir refining questions. Although Yun Yongzhu didn't understand, he still listened carefully and kept it in mind. Okay, let's stop here for today's class. An hour passed in a flash. Uncle Wang waved his hand and put all the items on the podium into the storage bag. He simply said a closing remark and left the stage in a grand manner. After Uncle Wang left, the disciples also stood up and left like a tide. Yun Yongzhu and brothers Ao said goodbye and followed the crowd out of the lecture hall. At this time, many disciples came out of the lecture halls on both sides. Wang Yiming was waiting for Yun Yongzhu in an empty aisle. Seeing that he had also come out after class, he hurried to his side. Back at Luoyangju, Yun Yongzhu recorded all the content of today's class, and even the questions and answers between the brothers and Uncle Wang were recorded one by one. Although his memory has greatly improved since his practice, Yun Yongzhu still believes that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. If he wants to review in the future, he can look through it at any time. Moreover, this booklet can be brought back to the family in the future, so it will not violate the rules of the family. After recording, Yun Yongzhu put this Yongzhu memorandum into the storage bag. Thinking of the question he asked Uncle Wang today, he couldn't help but smile. He just asked, because he suddenly remembered that he didn't have an alchemy furnace at that time. It seems that Uncle Wang really encountered a disciple who asked such a question for the first time. Chapter 32, Fire Control Technique. In the following days, Yun Yongzhu would go to Bai Hall every other day to learn the knowledge and key points of actual pill refining. He also recorded his experience little by little in the Yongzhu memorandum. During this period, he also went to the mission hall to take a low-level mission, which was also a teaching mission, to explain the practice experience of fireball technique in Bai Hall. The treatment of inner disciples in the sect is very good. Disciples in the middle stage of key training only need to complete one primary mission and 5 low-level missions every year, and they can get a monthly allowance of 10 spirit stones every month. Moreover, if 6 tasks are completed in advance, they can directly receive monthly allowance for the whole year. The level of this task is divided according to the difficulty of the task. There are intermediate, advanced, and top levels. The more difficult the task, the richer the reward. Yun Yongzhu's annual allowance of 120 spirit stones can be used to pay Wang Yiming's annual salary. The income from his spiritual field only needs to deduct the necessary spiritual fertilizer and seed costs, which is pure profit. After attending 3 alchemy classes and completing a simple low-level task, Yun Yongzhu found that he could not use the red fire art he had learned because he lacked the alchemy furnace required for alchemy. Without an alchemy furnace, he could only go to Dangsha Peak to refine pills. Dangsha Peak has an underground fire room with underground fire and an alchemy furnace. But if he rented the underground fire room and then used the red fire art to refine pills without using the better underground fire to refine pills, it would be too uneconomical. To use underground fire, you have to practice the method of controlling fire. After considering for a day between buying an alchemy furnace and practicing a spell, Yun Yongzhu finally chose to practice a fire control technique. After all, if he has a talent for alchemy, he will have to practice the fire control technique sooner or later. If he does not have a talent for alchemy, it is just right that he did not buy an alchemy furnace. Moreover, if the fire control technique cannot be used to refine pills after practicing, it can still be used to refine tools. In short, it will not be learned in vain. Fortunately, the fire control method is not a very precious spell and can be exchanged for spirit stones. After deciding to practice the fire control method, Yun Yongzhu immediately went to the sutra library and spent 10 spirit stones to exchange for a jade slip of the fire control technique. After getting the fire control technique, he decided to put aside his schedule for the class and concentrate on practicing this spell. The fire control technique is not easy to practice. There are a total of 16 spells and seals, and the speed of forming the seals is very high. On the day Yun Yongzhu practiced the spell, after practicing for more than 2 hours, he was still far from the minimum requirement for casting the spell, so he came up with the above practice experience. Looking at the gradually darkening sky, Yun Yongzhu stopped practicing the fire control technique and began to wonder why he practiced the red fire technique instead of the fire control technique in his family. Yes, Yunwu Mountain also has a fire control technique. Although there is no fire control technique, there is the fire control technique. Thinking about this, Yun Yongzhu did not delay his actions. He circulated his spiritual power to the acupuncture points on his arms, especially the Daling acupoint on his wrist. After a while, the soreness in his arms gradually improved. After half an incense stick of time, Yun Yongzhu's fatigue subsided. He went to the kitchen and brought out a bowl of spiritual rice and spiritual beast meat cooked by Wang Yiming and ate slowly in the yard. The spiritual field opened up and the yard looked full of spiritual energy. According to senior brother Wang, in another 3 months, this spiritual field will be opened up, and then first level spiritual plants can be planted. He was very satisfied with the opening of the spiritual field. Looking at the large open space in the yard, the corners of his mouth rose. However, when he thought of the fire control art, Yun Yongzhu couldn't help but curl his lips. The seals of this art are numerous and complicated. Just to increase the speed of seal formation, it will not be successful in 3 or 5 days. And the reason why he was able to persist in practicing seal formation for more than 2 hours is thanks to the burning wood art. It was because of this practice that his body could support his practice for such a long time. It was obvious that it would take more than a short time to practice this fire control spell. Yun Yongzhu remembered the water ball technique he had learned in his family before. At that time, he practiced for 2 months before he could barely enter the entry level. Now he is still at the entry level and can only condense a fist-sized water ball. Water ball technique is a water attack spell, but he practiced it as a life-assisting spell. He originally just practiced it for the convenience of life. Fortunately, fire control technique is not a water spell or an earth spell. Otherwise, Yun Yongzhu estimated that it would take a long time to practice this spell. After eating a bowl of spiritual rice and a large bowl of pig meat, the sun had completely set, and Yun Yongzhu went back to the living room to rest. At the hour of Mao the next day, Yun Yongzhu woke up and was full of energy again. He got up, washed up, ate a piece of the remaining spiritual cloud cake, and went out of the cave to move around the yard, and then began his daily practice without fail. After 3 hours of practice, Yun Yongzhu came out of the practice room and continued to practice the speed of the seals of the fire control art in the yard. Whenever Yun Yongzhu felt his arm was sore, he would stop and rub his wrist and at the same time use his spiritual power to warm it up. After his arm recovered, he continued to practice the seals of the fire control art. In this way, Yun Yongzhu spent most of his time every day practicing the seals of the fire control method, and occasionally looked at the fire escape technique to understand 1 or 2. He also often went out to see the spiritual plants in the spiritual field. The 5 acres of spiritual plants had already grown seedlings. It can be seen that Wang Yiming took good care of it, and it was full of vitality. 10 days later, on this day, he finished practicing the seals for an hour, warmed up his wrists, and then started practicing. It didn't take long for him to make the 16 seals of the fire control art in a coherent manner. The whole process took only about a breath of time. To ordinary people, it was just like making a seal. Yun Yongzhu relaxed his arms and breathed a sigh of relief. He thought to himself, I have finally mastered the seal making speed to a qualified level. I can start to try to use the fire control method. This fire control technique is the most difficult technique I have ever learned. Except for the water-based attack technique, water bowl technique, that was not compatible with his spiritual root attributes. He usually only needed 3 to 5 days to get started with the other techniques, and no more than 7 days at most. Now that the seal making speed has been improved, Yun Yongzhu can't wait to start trying to use the fire control method. He directly took out a small piece of red sunwood from the storage bag and ignited it with the fireball technique. Red sunwood is a first level spiritual wood and is often used by alchemy apprentices and weapon refining apprentices to make pills and weapons. Yun Yongzhu pinched the fire control technique with his hand and put the seal on the ignited red sunwood flame. Suddenly, he felt that he had a slight connection with the flame. The hand seal on his hand changed and the flame suddenly rose. The hand seal changed again and the flame became smaller again. Just like that, as his handprints changed, the size of the flame changed accordingly. Yun Yongzhu had mastered the trick of the fire control art, and he controlled the flame to grow and shrink as if playing. It seems that, as long as the speed and continuity of the handprints are practiced well, it is still very easy to get started with the fire control art. Half an hour later, the flame went out because the red sunwood had burned out. He looked at the ashes of the burned red sunwood and called Wang Yiming to clean them up, which could be spread on the spiritual field to fertilize the field. Yun Yongzhu returned to the practice room and meditated on the futon to restore his spiritual power. He is only at the 4th level of key training now, and there is not much spiritual power stored in his dinshin. He estimated that he could continue to perform the fire control art for about 4 or 5 hours. When Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power recovered, he recalled that Uncle Wang said in the first alchemy enlightenment class that the temperature of the fire is the most important thing when refining the alchemy. So he decided to take time to practice the fire control art every day, and after practicing this spell to the great success level, he would consider alchemy. After thinking things over, Yun Yongzhu's state of mind rose a few points. Regarding the state of mind, this is a kind of understanding and feeling of the cultivator himself, a mysterious state that cannot be expressed in words. According to Yun Yongzhu's summary, it is to let go of some obsessions, whether in cultivation or in daily life. One must be calm and maintain a peaceful state of mind. 7 months later, Yun Yongzhu successfully practiced the fire control art to the great success realm. At this time, he can't say that he controls the flames as he pleases, but he can be said to be handy. It's a pity that this fire control art is only a low-level art. Even if it is practiced to the great success realm, it can only control the size of the flame. I heard that the middle and higher level fire control techniques can control the flames to change in 1,000 ways and transform the flames into various forms, which is very helpful for alchemy and refining. In these 7 months, Yun Yongzhu's fire escape art has also comprehended some of the fur and gained a little, but if he wants to get started, he still needs more understanding. At this time, the 1 acre and 2 mu spiritual field opened up in the cave has already been planted with spiritual plants. There are only 6 or 7 days left, and it will be 5 months. And the 5 acres of spiritual fields outside will be able to harvest a crop in 3 or 4 months. Of course, during this period of time, he would also go to Bai Hall to listen to the lessons, such as the fire escape technique practice tips, fighting skills, etc. The several months were fully arranged, the practice life was very fulfilling, and the gains were quite a lot. Not only Yun Yongzhu, Song Jiang and Wang Xina, who entered the sect with him, have also entered the first level of key training for about half a year. The two of them often came to Luoyunju to ask Yun Yongzhu for advice on practice. Yun Yongzhu also occasionally went to their residence to exchange strange stories in the world of immortal cultivation. Chapter 33, Refining the Bigu Pill. The fire control art has been completed, and alchemy can be put on the agenda. Yun Yongzhu had already prepared the materials for the first level bigupil a few days ago. It should be mentioned here that he has 2 bigupil recipes in his hand, both of which are first level recipes. One is a bigupil obtained from his family, which is made with spiritual rice as the main material. This recipe is widely circulated in the world of immortal cultivation, and more than half of the alchemy apprentices know it. The other is the bigupil recipe that Uncle Wang made with purple ginseng as the main medicine when he first went to Bai Hall. This bigupil recipe is not very precious. Yun Yongzhu only communicated with his fellow disciples in Bai Hall and knew the specific amount of each spiritual medicine. Because he had a deeper understanding of the theory of the latter recipe, he decided to refine the second bigupil, and the materials he prepared were also the materials for the second recipe. Early in the morning of this day, he set off for Dangsha Peak. There is the earth lung fire on Dangsha Peak, and there are many earth fire rooms built inside the mountain. Low-level alchemists and weapon refiners from more than a dozen nearby spiritual peaks often run to this spiritual peak. Dangsha Peak is about 60 or 70 miles away from Yuntai Peak. It takes more than an hour and a half to travel by using the cloud soaring technique. Yun Yongzhu rented a first-grade high-quality spiritual crane to travel, and it took only more than half an hour to reach Dangsha Peak. As soon as he walked outside the Earth Fire Hall, a senior brother came up and asked, "Junior brother, please stay. What are you doing here?" Gu Yifeng, the deacon disciple of the Earth Fire Hall of Dangsha Peak, was responsible for guarding the entrance to the Earth Fire Room. He had already inquired clearly. Yun Yongzhu bowed and smiled. "Senior brother Gu, junior brother wants to rent an alchemy room." Gu Yifeng looked up and down at the child in front of him, nodded and said, "Come with me." Yun Yongzhu followed Gu Yifeng and entered the Earth Fire Hall. Gu Yifeng led the way and said, "There are 3 levels of Earth Fire rooms, upper, middle and lower. The rental fee for the lower level Earth Fire room is 1 spirit stone per day. The middle level Earth Fire room has a richer earth core fire, and a rental fee of 2 spirit stones per day is required. As for the upper level Earth Fire room, not only is the earth core fire richer, but it is also equipped with a first grade top grade alchemy furnace and a refining furnace. There is no need to practice the method of controlling fire, and the strength of the flame can be controlled with only spiritual power, so the rental fee is 5 spirit stones per day. Of course, you don't have to pay spirit stones, you can use pills or points. I wonder which Earth Fire room you want to rent?" Yun Yongzhu had already inquired clearly that the upper level Earth Fire room and the middle level Earth Fire room do have a better auxiliary effect on alchemy, especially the complex pills that require a lot of raw materials. However, for a beginner like him, no matter which type of Earth Fire room he is in, it doesn't have much impact. Especially for refining entry-level pills such as the bigupil. Even the external fire fueled by spirit wood and flamestone is more than enough, and the impact of the Earth Fire room on him is minimal. He didn't know the function of the superior Earth Fire room until later. Because of its high rental fee, he decided to continue practicing the fire control art. Even if Yun Yongzhu had a lot of spirit stones, he would not waste them casually. He directly chose the inferior Earth Fire room. So after Gu Yifeng registered Yun Yongzhu's name, he took him to the depths of the Earth Fire Hall and entered the belly of Dangsha Peak. The interior of Dangsha Peak has been hollowed out and transformed into large and small Earth Fire rooms and storage rooms, including alchemy rooms, equipment refining rooms, waste alchemy rooms, herbal medicine rooms, alchemy storage rooms, waste material rooms, etc. After walking for a long time and passing through the 9-curve corridor, Gu Yifeng brought Yun Yongzhu to a row of Earth Fire rooms. He smiled at Yun Yongzhu and said, "These are all alchemy rooms, specially used for key training disciples to practice. Junior brother Yun, you can choose an empty alchemy room." Yun Yongzhu nodded, then randomly chose an empty alchemy room and walked in. As soon as he entered, his eyes were attracted by the layout inside. This alchemy room is not big, about 2 meters long and wide, and about 7 feet high. In the center of the alchemy room is a 4-foot high stone platform, on which is placed a brass furnace. There is a round hole under the furnace, and one can clearly feel a heat radiating from the hole. Gu Yifeng followed beside, and introduced to Yun Yongzhu, "Junior brother Yun, the one on the stone platform is a medium grade brass furnace. Although it is not of high grade, it can be used to refine most of the first grade pills. There is no problem. Yun Yongzhu glanced at the gate, then at the brass furnace, and asked, "The flame should come out of the round hole under the furnace, right?" Gu Yifeng replied with a smile, "Yes, this is the outlet of the flame. In order to facilitate low-level cultivators to refine pills and weapons, the elders of the sect use their powerful strength to open up the earth veins, draw up the fire of the earth lung, and seal it in this stone platform. Junior brother Yun, look, there is a golden round handle on the side of the stone platform, which can release the earth fire." Gu Yifeng walked over and pulled down the golden round handle on the side of the stone platform. In an instant, the flame that was originally sealed in the stone platform jumped up, spitting out tongues of fire and burning the bottom of the brass furnace. Looking at the dancing flames, Gu Yifeng turned to Yun Yongzhu and said, "When refining the elixir, use the fire control method to control the strength of the flame, and then you can start refining." It's just that, although refining the elixir is simple, the actual process is extremely patient. If you are not careful, a furnace of elixir will be burned. Yun Yongzhu smiled and said, "Thank you for your reminder, senior brother Gu. I'm very grateful." Gu Yifeng said kindly, "It's just a small matter. Junior brother Yun, do you have anything else to ask? I will give you a detailed introduction." Yun Yongzhu shook his head, indicating that he had no other questions. "In that case, I will go out, and you can refine the elixir here." After saying that, Gu Yifeng turned around and left. Before leaving, he reminded Yun Yongzhu, "There is a mechanism on this stone door. Just press it lightly, and the stone door will close tightly, and outsiders cannot come in to disturb you." After saying that, he turned around and left. Yun Yongzhu escorted him to the door, then turned around and gently pressed the protruding mechanism on the stone door. The stone door weighing thousands of pounds slowly closed, blocking the alchemy room tightly, and outsiders could not peek into the situation inside. After the stone door was closed, he walked to the side of the stone platform and carefully observed the structure of the stone platform in the brass furnace. The more Yun Yongzhu looked at it, the more surprised he was. This stone platform was a masterpiece of ingenuity. The round base sealed the fire of the earth lung. He held the round handle and pushed it up with a little force. The red flame that spewed out from the stone platform from time to time immediately extinguished and disappeared. He pressed the round handle down again, and the flame came out again. Yun Yongzhu used the fire control art to control the size of the flame until he could freely control the strength of the flame and felt that he was at ease with the flame, and then he stopped pinching the art. He took a deep breath to calm the excitement that surged in his heart. Next, the first time he refined the elixir in his life was about to begin. Yun Yongzhu gently opened the lid of the brass furnace. The furnace was as smooth as a wall, and there was a trace of hot air coming out. This omitted the first step of warming the furnace. He took out a set of materials for the Bigu pill, recalled the process of alchemy, put the main ingredient purple ginseng into the brass furnace, and tightly covered the lid without leaving any gaps. Then he pinched out a fire control technique, and the active flames in the stone platform became even higher, rising more than a foot high. He firmly controlled the intensity of the flames. After about a quarter of an hour, there was a sizzling sound coming from the furnace. Yun Yongzhu could see with his spiritual sense that the purple ginseng in the brass furnace gradually began to soften under the baking of the fierce fire and slowly turned into a ball of liquid medicine. He quickly used his spiritual power to control the liquid medicine to remove impurities, and at the same time distractedly controlled the temperature of the flame in the furnace to avoid the fire being too high or too low. This process was very mentally exhausting and extremely tedious. When Yun Yongzhu's spiritual sense could no longer find impurities, nearly an hour had passed. He then put the Gynoderma lucidum and Poria cocos on the stone platform into the furnace. When the two spiritual medicines showed signs of melting, he threw 2 astragalus, 2 chrysanthemum, and 2 cuscuta into the brass furnace. Yun Yongzhu carefully controlled the temperature in the furnace to avoid overheating. He had attended alchemy classes and knew that chrysanthemum and cuscuta could not withstand high temperatures. If he was not careful, they would turn into ashes, thus ruining the entire furnace of medicine. After all the spiritual medicines were successfully transformed into a mass of liquid medicine and gathered into a mass at the bottom of the furnace, He slightly increased the intensity of the flame, carefully controlled it, and slowly baked it, and began the process of removing impurities with spiritual power. Under the baking of the flame, the liquid medicine at the bottom of the brass furnace gradually became thicker, and the color also changed from a mixture of various colors at the beginning to milky white, and a faint medicinal fragrance gradually spread. The temperature rise made Yun Yongzhu's heat boil, and sweat broke out all over his body. After a while, beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. The beads of sweat dripped onto the ground, and immediately turned into a puff of white smoke. He did not relax, and firmly controlled the temperature of the flame, hoping to refine the essence of the liquid medicine as soon as possible. After nearly half an hour, Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power was still 40% to 50% left, but the liquid medicine in the brass furnace had not been refined yet. The liquid medicine had only become thicker from the original thick juice, and could not be condensed into a pill. He gritted his teeth and supported himself. Finally, after another half an hour, Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power was only about 10% left. He finally extracted the essence of the liquid medicine, and the liquid medicine in the furnace was extremely thick at this time, and it looked like it was about to materialize. Seeing this, Yun Yongzhu had a flash of inspiration in his mind, and his hand gestures changed. He used the remaining little spiritual power to instantly pinch out an Yun and hit it into the brass furnace. There was a slight sound of the essence of the spiritual medicine hitting the furnace wall, and then it was quiet, without the fragrance of the pill and the smell of burning. Yun Yongzhu turned off the ground fire, and carefully opened the furnace cover. He saw 3 gray-white pills lying quietly at the bottom of the furnace. Each pill was the size of an eyeball, but 2 of them were not round, cracked and missing corners, and there was a small piece of black residue left at the bottom of the brass furnace. The color of this bigu pill recipe is milky white, and the normal size should be about the same as a pea. Judging from the color and size, the probability of failure and success is 50 to 50. Yun Yongzhu took the only intact bigu pill in his hand with expectation and trepidation. As soon as he picked it up, he smelled the pill fragrance, and felt that the pill contained weak spiritual power. This was a low-grade bigu pill. The results surprised Yun Yongzhu. He didn't expect that he would succeed in refining a bigu pill for the first time. This was his first harvest after years of preparation, which was of great significance to him. It also affirmed his long-term efforts. He was no longer a master of theory, but a novice in practice. 18 pills of the bigu pill were completed, and only 1 was successful. Although the success rate was less than 10%, he was very satisfied, and felt a great sense of accomplishment in his heart. His books were not read in vain, and his alchemy class was not in vain. Time was not wasted. At this time, he relaxed and noticed that he was covered in sweat, so he cast a cleansing technique on himself, and his whole body became dry and only a trace of spiritual power was left in his body. While Yun Yongzhu was cleaning up the waste pills and residues in the brass furnace, he was thinking about the harvest of this alchemy and replaying all the steps in his mind one by one. Through this practical operation, he finally had a deep understanding that alchemy is really not a simple thing. It is not only a technical job, but also a test of one's endurance, energy, carefulness, and cultivation. It took him about 2 hours to make this furnace of bigu pills. Most of the time was spent on removing impurities and refining the essence of the liquid medicine. As for controlling the fire, it took up all of his energy and mind. Yun Yongzhu reflected on himself that he still did not control the temperature properly this time, which could be seen from the residue left in the furnace. Moreover, he did not grasp the timing of performing the Yongzhu well, otherwise there would not be only 3 pills, and the pills were too large, 2 of which were useless. The above problems are all minor. After all, this is his first time to open a furnace to make pills. As he refines more in the future, he will naturally improve slowly. Cultivation is his most important problem now. Yun Yongzhu found that it was very difficult for him to refine a furnace of bigu pills with his cultivation. But he remembered clearly that when he first took Uncle Wang's alchemy enlightenment class, Brother Zhao, who led him, said that he had no problem refining pills with his cultivation. And later he also knew that many fellow disciples who were at the 3rd level of key training began to try to refine bigu pills. However, when he refined a furnace of Bagu pills this time, his spiritual power was barely enough, and he almost didn't have enough spiritual power to perform the Yongzhu. If he had the cultivation level of the third level of key training, his spiritual power would definitely not be able to support the needs of refining a pill, so there must be some trick in it. He didn't think about the trick immediately, but decided to meditate to restore his spiritual power first. So after Yun Yongzhu cleaned up the brass furnace, he began to meditate on the spot. After his spiritual power recovered, he began to think about the question, what should I do if my spiritual power is not enough to support the consumption of refining a pill? But he thought about it and scratched his head, but he couldn't figure out the answer to this question. Yun Yongzhu concluded that when he refined a furnace of pills, the spiritual power consumed was mainly concentrated in performing the control fire due and removing impurities from the liquid medicine. These two aspects cannot be omitted, otherwise he couldn't open the furnace at all. After thinking for a while, he got nothing, so he decided to continue refining Bagu pills a few more times to see if he could find some tricks from it. After Yun Yongzhu warmed up the furnace, he opened the lid of the brass furnace, put in a purple ginseng, closed the lid, and began to refine. This time, like the last time, he persisted for 2 hours, but the essence of the medicine liquid he refined was still not perfect. Even if he used the Yongzhu, the probability of it becoming a waste pill was 70% to 80%. Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power was unsustainable, and he felt very tired. He persisted hard, thinking that he could not refine a furnace of waste pills. After a while, his face flushed and then began to turn white, and he could no longer hold on. Yun Yongzhu output the last spiritual power in his body and could only let it die on its own. However, the medicine liquid in the brass furnace did not die immediately because the flame at the bottom of the furnace was still burning, but no one was controlling the fire, and soon a burning smell came from the furnace. Yun Yongzhu's mind was not on the furnace of the Bagu pill that had just been scrapped. He stared thoughtfully at the endless ground fire at the bottom of the brass furnace. He quietly recalled the last time. In order to keep the flame burning, he used all his remaining spiritual power. As a result, the flame was really obedient and did what he wanted. The temperature was maintained for a moment before losing control. He knew that the flame had no thoughts, and that last time must have its reason. Since he started to refine the elixir, Yun Yongzhu has always controlled the strength of the flame. In that last time, the temperature of the flame was no longer under his control, but it still did what he wanted. He felt that this contained the answer he had been thinking about for a long time. The key to the fire control art is control. Control? Yun Yongzhu muttered to himself, thinking hard. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration came to his mind, and his eyes suddenly lit up. In the last time, I didn't control it, I could only guide it. Yes, it was guiding. Control and guidance are two completely different concepts. Control is to master everything in your heart, while guidance is much easier. You only need to change the strength of the flame at some critical moments. This earth-lung fire comes from the ground, and it is inexhaustible. He does not need to control it all the time. He only needs to guide or control it at the right time. If the temperature is fine, he can let it burn on its own. Therefore, guidance must save spiritual power more than control. This is the key to refining pills at the third level of key training. After thinking this through, Yun Yongzhu was excited. He quickly sat in meditation on the spot, and after his spiritual power recovered a little, he began to verify what he thought. After performing the fire control art, Yun Yongzhu carefully input spiritual power into the flame. This time, he did not control the flame all the time. He only input spiritual power to guide and control it slightly when some changes were needed. Sure enough, the result was as he thought. This method is completely feasible. In this way, the spiritual power in his body will definitely last until the end of the pill refining. Yun Yongzhu was very happy that he discovered the trick of alchemy so quickly. He sat in meditation on the spot and began to concentrate on recovering his spiritual power. Time passed little by little. After 2 hours, Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power was fully restored. He was full of energy and once again devoted himself to the great cause of alchemy. This time, Yun Yongzhu was still very careful, keeping his spiritual sense in the brass furnace, always paying attention to the changes in the spiritual medicine liquid inside. Although guiding saves spiritual power, it is not as good as controlling after all, and the reaction is slower than controlling. He has to notice the changes in the furnace in advance to take advantage of the situation. Yun Yongzhu feels that this is more laborious than refining pills before, but it is still within his ability. This is thanks to his strong spiritual sense. After he entered the 4th level of key training, his spiritual sense is comparable to that of a cultivator in the late stage of key training. As time passed, the changes in the brass furnace became more and more obvious. After 2 hours, the essence of the spiritual herb liquid in the furnace had become thick and almost substantial, and was about to transform into a solid state. He directly used the Yun Yongzhu to enter it. There was only a slight sound, and a burst of the unique pill fragrance of the Bigu pill floated out of the furnace, refreshing the heart. Yun Yongzhu opened the lid of the furnace, and 5 pills were spinning at the bottom of the furnace. His eyes lit up, and he anxiously took the 5 pills into the jade bottle, and poured one out in his palm. It was the only pill with a milky white color, and it was fragrant and full of spiritual power. This was a medium grade Bigu pill. Looking at the other 4 gray-white pills, they were all low-grade Bigu pills that could be taken. This was really a big surprise. He didn't expect that he could make 5 pills at once, with a success rate of nearly 30%, and one of them was a medium grade pill. What surprised him even more was that he found that he still had more than 60% of his spiritual power left, which was more than enough to refine another furnace of Bigu pills. This was very important to him. The rent of the alchemy room was 1 spirit stone per day. If he spent all his time on restoring spiritual power, it would be too much of a waste. Yun Yongzhu happily packed the Bigu pills according to their grades, placed them on the stone table, and then began to refine the next furnace of Bigu pills. However, he did not control the temperature well this time, and the essence of the liquid medicine was lost too much, and the medicinal properties were insufficient, resulting in all the condensed Bigu pills being useless. After refining 4 furnaces of pills in a row, Yun Yongzhu felt a wave of fatigue. He was well prepared. He took out a cool mat from his storage bag and spread it out. He lay on it, and soon fell into a deep sleep. 8 hours later, Yun Yongzhu woke up refreshed, and all his lost energy and spirit were restored. Yun Yongzhu learned from the experience of yesterday's failure, and refined the pills more carefully. In one day, he consumed a total of 4 materials, 2 of which were successfully refined into Bigu pills, and 2 were scrapped. However, the success rate of the 2 successful ones was very different. One time there was only 1 pill, and the other time there were 4 pills. This shows that his success rate is not stable and needs more practice. He is a beginner in alchemy, and it is already very good to have this result. He did not go to Beitang for nothing. He heard that many of his fellow disciples had to fail more than 10 times or even dozens or hundreds of times before they could successfully refine a furnace when they first started to refine Bigu pills. Most people are like this. Even if they work hard, they may still fail again and again. Because the failure rate of alchemy is high, many people are discouraged and do not choose the popular profession of alchemist. There are also many people who have learned the basics of alchemy and made a lot of preparations, but soon after they started, they saw no hope of success and quickly gave up alchemy and took other paths. Yun Yongzhu refined 1 furnace after another. He became more skilled in putting in materials, more calm when quenching the liquid medicine, and more at ease in controlling the fire. Gradually, he could successfully refine 2 to 3 furnaces of Bigu pills every day, and the success rate of the pills was stable at 20%. 14 days later, Yun Yongzhu looked at a row of jade bottles on the stone table, and calculated the gains and losses of this alchemy. In the past 10 days, he refined a total of 105 first level Bigu pills, including 94 low grade pills, 10 medium grade pills, and 1 high grade pill. The market price of a first grade low quality Bigu pill is 1 spirit stone. The market price of a first grade medium quality Bigu pill is 1.5 spirit stones. And the market price of a first grade high quality Bigu pill is 3 spirit stones. The total value of these 105 Bigu pills is 112 spirit stones. This time he prepared 50 Bigu pill materials, 5 spirit stones per material, and the total cost of the materials was 250 spirit stones. In addition to the 14 spirit stones for entering the earth fire room, the total cost was 264 spirit stones. In total, he consumed 152 spirit stones in this alchemy. In fact, this result is already very good. After all, this is his first time to refine Bigu pills. Most of his fellow disciples, if they can successfully refine 2 or 3 out of 50 materials for the first time, are already outstanding talents. His success rate can be regarded as a quasi-alchemy apprentice, and in the following days, his success rate has a clear upward trend. There were 2 times when he succeeded in refining 5 pills, approaching a 30% success rate. After finishing the mental calculation, Yun Yongzhu was very satisfied with himself. He felt that he had a very good talent for alchemy. After all, he had never heard from his senior brothers and sisters that any of his fellow disciples had such good results in alchemy for the first time. If there was such a person, his reputation would have spread in the sect long ago. Of course, it is not ruled out that others are low-key and make a fortune quietly. Therefore, Yun Yongzhu only feels good about his alchemy talent and will not be proud and complacent to think that he is great. Yun Yongzhu had no more alchemy materials in his hand. He did not delay and hurried out of the alchemy room to pay the rent for the alchemy in the Earth Fire Hall. Junior brother Yun, you look so happy. You must have made a good harvest from alchemy this time. Congratulations. Gu Yifan was obviously impressed by Yun Yongzhu, a fellow disciple who looked more than 10 years old. He recognized him as soon as he appeared. Not bad, not too much loss, and I have to thank senior brother Gu for his advice before. After Yun Yongzhu took out the 14 spirit stones and handed them to the other party, the two casually said a few words and said goodbye to each other. It was almost midnight when he returned to Yongzhu. He said hello to Wang Yiming, told him the news that he had returned, and shared with him the good news that he had successfully refined the Bigu pill. After that, Yun Yongzhu returned to his living room. He was exhausted in the past 10 days. Yun Yongzhu stripped himself naked, washed himself, and then lay down on the bed comfortably and happily. Chapter 34 Harvesting Spiritual Rice. Yun Yongzhu slept very relaxedly and did not wake up until the next morning. Yun Yongzhu stretched comfortably and looked at the sky outside the window. The sun was shining brightly. He got up, washed and dressed, and left the living room after a little tidying up. In the yard, Wang Yiming was performing the spiritual rain technique on Yanluo grass. Yanluo grass is a main ingredient for refining Bei'an pill, and Bei'an pill is a pill for improving spiritual power. Although its efficacy is not as good as Juki pill, the price of the first level lower grade Bei'an pill is only 5 spiritual stones, which is 3 spiritual stones cheaper than the same level Juki pill. Therefore, many disciples who are short of money, especially outer disciples and menial disciples, will choose cheaper pills like Bei'an pill to improve their spiritual power. Therefore, as long as Yanluo grass is cultivated, it can be used at any time without worrying about falling on your hands. Yanluo grass is a first level medium grade spiritual grass that takes more than a year and a half to mature. This spiritual grass does not require a high spiritual environment, but it has a high demand for rain. It must be cast once every 3 to 5 days. That's why Yun Yongzhu chose to plant it. Of course, Wang Yiming's spiritual rain art is also one of the reasons why he chose to plant Yanluo grass. Unlike ordinary rain-making arts, the spiritual rain art contains abundant spiritual energy, which can make up for the lack of spiritual energy in the first level lower grade spiritual field. Moreover, Wang Yiming has planted Yanluo grass before, and is an expert. Wang Yiming saw Yun Yongzhu leaving the room, and said to him, "Brother Yun, I have cooked spiritual rice and a green spiritual fish. It's hot in the pot. You can take it out and eat it." "Thank you, Brother Wang." Yun Yongzhu was not thanking Wang Yiming for helping him cook, but he did not give him spiritual rice and green spiritual fish. These were all bought by Wang Yiming himself with spiritual stones. He knew that Wang Yiming was usually reluctant to eat such a rich meal. I saw that senior brother Yun has been refining pills for half a month, and he has lost some weight. Wang Yiming performed the spirit rain technique while talking to Yun Yongzhu, and he seemed to be at ease. "By the way, senior brother Yun, have you been to Dangsha Peak recently?" "No, I need to have a good rest and consider refining pills in 3 to 5 days. "That's perfect. In about 3 months, the Chol Sedani rice can be harvested. Senior brother Yun must prepare a storage box made of absolute spirit wood, otherwise the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual rice will be lost quickly. Wang Yiming was a little excited when he talked about the upcoming harvest of Chalcedony rice, because after harvesting the spiritual rice, purple ginseng and 7-star grass, the 1-year time was up, and the wages had to be settled. Yun Yongzhu knew that the absolute spirit wood, as the name suggests, is a spiritual wood that can prevent the loss of spiritual energy of spiritual objects. It is a more precious spiritual wood among the first level spiritual woods. Low-level monks who cannot afford storage bags usually purchase storage boxes and cabinets made of this kind of spiritual wood to slow down the dissipation of spiritual energy of spiritual objects and better preserve them. Yun Yongzhu was very happy to hear the news and said, "Really? The Chalcedony rice matured so quickly. After dinner, I will go to the spiritual field with you to take a look." Yes, brother Yun has been focusing on cultivation and practicing magic formulas for some time, and then went to Dangsha Peak to make pills. I haven't been to the spiritual field for nearly 3 months. So after eating the spiritual rice, the two of them left Yunju together. They did not perform the cloud soaring technique and walked slowly over as an exercise after dinner, following the path trampled by Wang Yiming. In less than a quarter of an hour before reaching the edge of the spiritual field, Yun Yongzhu saw a large golden area in the distance and immediately quickened his pace. When they reached the edge of the spiritual field, Yun Yongzhu brushed over several ears of Chalcedony rice on the side and said to Wang Yiming, "Look at the full grains and the color. Can't we harvest them yet?" Wang Yiming smiled and answered him, "Brother Yun, you don't know. This spiritual rice is different from ordinary rice. Now the Chalcedony rice looks full, but it is still in the growth stage and is still absorbing spiritual energy. It will take about 3 months for it to enter the mature stage. At that time, the spiritual rice will no longer absorb spiritual energy and can be harvested." Yun Yongzhu nodded to show that he understood and said, "Is there anything to prepare for harvesting the spiritual rice?" Wang Yiming said with a little pride, "If it were an ordinary cultivator, at least a first-grade lower-grade spiritual sickle would be prepared. However, I'm a first-grade spiritual plant husband. I have learned special spells for harvesting spiritual rice and do not need to harvest like ordinary cultivators. Brother Yun, leave the matter of harvesting spiritual rice to me. Don't worry." Yun Yongzhu said, "Okay, it's up to you." After inspecting the spiritual field, the two returned to Yunju. After Wang Yiming came back, he continued to perform the spiritual rain technique on Yanluo grass. Yun Yongzhu was also busy with his own things in the yard. He took out the Yongzhu memorandum, turned to the alchemy chapter, wrote down the 3 words Bigu pill, and then recorded his refining process and experience in detail below. In this memorandum, Yun Yongzhu not only recorded the content about alchemy, but also included the magic chapter and the spiritual plant chapter. The magic chapter mainly includes the experience of practicing magic formulas and the tricks of casting magic. The spiritual plant chapter currently has very little content, which is the 4 types that Wang Yiming took care of. Yun Yongzhu summarized and recorded them bit by bit, based on Wang Yiming's measures, to take care of the spiritual plants. In the future, there will be more content recorded in the book, such as what I have seen and heard, and then I will hand it over to the family and put it in the family's library, which will become the family's heritage. For example, the alchemy chapter will become more and more rich as time goes by, and this content is from shallow to deep, and then the family can use it as an alchemy inheritance, and the Yun family will have its own alchemist. Becoming an alchemist may be difficult, but becoming a first-level spiritual plant husband is easy. As long as you take care of the spiritual plants according to the content he recorded, you can cultivate useful spiritual plants and increase the family's income source. Of course, it is too early to say this now. Yun Yongzhu must be alive, so that he can continue to enrich and improve the content of this memo. After recording the memo, Yun Yongzhu thought about how to deal with the Bigu pills in his hand. Yun Yongzhu himself does not need so many Bigu pills, and he does not like to eat Bigu pills very much. Although the taste of Bigu pills is okay, Yun Yongzhu still prefers the feeling of eating spiritual rice. He is a person who pays attention to the desire for food. The monks who buy Bigu pills are generally monks who are keen on cultivation and do not pay attention to the desire for food. They generally spend their time on practicing exercises, spells, cultivation skills and other things related to cultivation. The first level low grade Bigu pill can fill the stomach for 7 or 8 days. The first level middle grade Bigu pill can fill the stomach for about half a month. And the first level high grade Bigu pill can fill the stomach for about 1 month. Even a first grade inferior Kigan pill is more cost effective and convenient than eating spiritual rice. The only drawback is that Kigan pills can only fill the stomach, unlike spiritual rice, which can still absorb some spiritual energy after eating. However, many low-level cultivators will buy Kigan pills to fill their stomachs. After all, one spiritual stone can only buy 5 kattas of first-grade inferior spiritual rice. And 5 kattas of inferior spiritual rice can only fill the stomach for 5 days at most, which is much inferior to an inferior Kigan pill of the same value. The most important feature of Kigan pills is that during the period of taking them, other types of pills can be taken at the same time, which will not delay cultivation. Yun Yongzhu was thinking, and when he saw Wang Yiming coming out of the spiritual field, he called him over to ask for his opinion. Junior brother Wang, do you know where to sell pills? Senior brother Yun, you want to ask how to deal with Kigan pills? Wang Yiming looked like he understood. Yun Yongzhu nodded. Wang Yiming said, Brother Yun, have you forgotten the King Market? You can just set up a small store there and start selling, and many shops accept pills, even the Wanbao Pavilion. Another way is to go to the mission hall of the sect to exchange for points. Points are much more precious than spirit stones. Brother Yun has been in the sect for a while, and he must have inquired about it. The foundation building pill can only be exchanged for sect points. Although we are only in the middle stage of key training now, we can already start preparing. The amount of points required for the foundation building pill is huge. It takes several generations of effort for ordinary cultivators to build their foundation. Yun Yongzhu thought for a while and thought that what Wang Yiming said made sense. However, this is the Bigu pill, a basic pill that all alchemy apprentices can refine. It is obvious that there should not be many points if converted. He thinks it is better to exchange it for spirit stones first. It can be foreseen that he will need a lot of spirit stones to support him on the road of alchemy. After his Bigu pill can make a profit, he will learn other more valuable pills and then go to the mission hall to exchange them for sect points. After thinking it over, Yun Yongzhu had a plan in mind. The next day, he went to Wanbao Pavilion in King Market and exchanged almost all of his Bigu pills for spiritual stones. However, it was not the same as he expected. The purchase price of Bigu pills was lower than the usual selling price. They were purchased at 80% of the selling price, and the remainder was paid with spiritual rice. 104 medium and low grade Bigu pills were sold for a total of 87 spiritual stones, and 1 pound of first grade low grade spiritual rice. As for the high grade Bigu pill, he kept it for himself. He said that he was able to refine medium and high grade pills for the first time, thanks to his outstanding spiritual consciousness. The stronger the spiritual consciousness, the greater the help in alchemy. It can remove the impurities of spiritual medicines to a higher degree, extract the essence of spiritual medicines more accurately, and greatly improve the quality of the finished pills. He heard these words when he first went to Bai Hall, and heard them many times later. He had a practical experience this time, and felt that his achievements had a lot to do with his own spiritual consciousness. Yun Yongzhu did not take the 87 spirit stones, but took out 213 spirit stones, and bought 60 sets of materials for the Bigu pill. In the days that followed, he went to Dangsha Peak every 3 to 5 days, to refine 4 furnaces of Bigu pills. After going there 4 times, his success rate in refining pills increased a little, and 3 out of 4 furnaces of pills would be successfully refined. Of course, this is not certain. Occasionally, he would fail, and only 2 furnaces would be successful, and even 1 furnace would be successfully refined. However, his success rate of refining pills has increased significantly, and is much more stable. When he went to Dangsha Peak for the second time, the success rate of refining pills increased to 30%. As long as the refining was successful, the success rate would be either 4 or 5 pills. Nearly 3 months later, Yun Yongzhu had used up all the 60 sets of materials in his hand, and it was time for the chalcedony rice to be harvested. Sure enough, 3 days later in the morning, Yun Yongzhu had just finished practicing for 2 hours, and when he was having lunch, he received news from Wang Yiming that the Chalcedony rice was ripe. Brother Yun, after lunch, I will go to harvest the Chalcedony rice. Do you want to go and see? Is it ready to harvest? Even though Yun Yongzhu knew that the harvest of Chalcedony rice would be in the next few days, he was still a little surprised. Yes, I went to see it yesterday afternoon. All the spiritual rice no longer absorbs spiritual energy. Okay, I'll go too. I can help you transport the spiritual rice later. After lunch, the two of them set off for the spiritual field together. Before leaving, Yun Yongzhu went into the house and emptied out all the things in a storage bag, emptying it to store the Chalcedony rice. Don't think that storage bags are easy to get, just because Yun Yongzhu has 2 storage bags. A first grade low grade storage bag with a radius of 10 feet is worth at least 300 spiritual stones, which is comparable to 3 first grade high grade attack or 2 first grade high grade defense magic tools. In a large sect like Kingshan sect, only inner disciples and above can receive such a storage bag. Most menial disciples and outer disciples use storage bags to store valuables. Soon the two of them arrived at the spiritual field. Yun Yongzhu stood aside and watched Wang Yiming collect the spiritual rice. Wang Yiming took out 2 folded large cloth bags from his bag, threw one of them into the air, used his spiritual power to prop open the bag, aimed it at the spiritual field, and performed the harvesting technique unique to spiritual farmers. A green light shot out from the bag, and all the spiritual grains that were illuminated by the green light automatically fell off and flew into the bag. Wang Yiming didn't stop until the bag was bulging. With a flick of his wrist, the bag sealed itself, and a large bag of spiritual grains was collected. Wang Yiming pointed at the bag and said, "Brother Yun, look, I've collected a bag now." Yun Yongzhu put the bag into the storage bag and said, "I see, but this bag doesn't look like much. There's still a large area in the field, and there's more to be harvested. I'll transport it back first, and come back later." Yun Yongzhu returned to Yunju and poured the bag of spiritual grains into the large wooden box that he had prepared in advance. This wooden box was made by him during this period of time with the advice of Wang Yiming. He made 10 of them and spent 120 spiritual stones. After emptying the cloth bag, Yun Yongzhu returned to the spiritual field. When he arrived at the edge of the field, Wang Yiming had already filled another cloth bag and was sitting cross-legged beside the spiritual field to recover his spiritual power. Without further ado, Yun Yongzhu began to transport the second bag of spiritual grain. In this way, Yun Yongzhu went back and forth 8 or 9 times. The last time, they each took a bag back to Yunju. It took less than an hour to harvest all the spiritual rice from the 3 mu and 2 mu of spiritual field. Yun Yongzhu sighed at the efficiency of the harvest. A spiritual wooden box can hold about 200 kilograms of spiritual grain. 5 boxes were filled, and another box was almost full. Yun Yongzhu looked at these large boxes and was overjoyed. After nearly a year, he finally had a harvest. He was happy that he finally started to make money. Since he entered the sect, in the past year, the spiritual stones in his hands have been going out without any income. He used to naively think that more than 1,000 spirit stones was a large sum, and that he was a wealthy man. In fact, he lacked the social hardship. These spirit stones were too fragile, mainly because the investment in alchemy was greater than he had imagined. After selling this batch of spirit grains, he would receive a sum of spirit stones, which would greatly relieve his pressure. Standing in the warehouse, where the spirit grains were placed, the two talked. Yun Yongzhu asked, "Time flies so fast. Although it is still about 20 days away from the new year, it won't be long. The Chalcedony rice has been harvested, and the purple ginseng and 7-star grass are almost mature. I will settle your employment fee for you first." It was agreed that the reward would be spirit stones. "Let me ask you again, do you want spirit rice or spirit stones? It's up to you. Happiness is better shared with others than happiness alone." He couldn't enjoy the joy of his first harvest alone, and it was almost time to settle his wages anyway. When Wang Yiming heard this, his face blossomed with joy. "Of course I want the spirit stones. Okay, let's pack a bag of Chalcedony rice and go to King Market to sell it, and I'll pay you when we come back." "Okay." Encouragement is needed, no matter if it's a recommendation vote or a comment. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 35 Nine Dragon Cauldron. Yun Yongzhu and the others took action. After they finished talking, they filled a cloth bag with chalcedony rice and put it into Yun Yongzhu's storage bag. Then they went to the spirit beast court at the foot of the mountain to rent a spiritual crane. Before the hour of sea, they arrived outside the king market. The two entered the market and went straight to the Wanbao pavilion. After entering the Wanbao pavilion, Yun Yongzhu went directly to the small reception room with Sister Liu, who was a little familiar with him. This Sister Liu was an outer sect disciple. Her cultivation had reached the 8th level of key training, but she was only about 40 years old. She was considered outstanding among the outer sect disciples. Because she was good at dealing with people, she accepted the task of the sect and became a shopkeeper on the first floor of Wanbao Pavilion. As a shopkeeper in Wanbao Pavilion, although the points and spirit stones of the sect were very few, the commission of Wanbao Pavilion could be obtained. If she did a good job, the income would be considerable. It was also because of this that Liu entered the late stage of key training at the age of about 40. Liu asked Yun Yongzhu and the other man to sit down and offered 2 cups of low-level spiritual tea and then said, "Junior brother Yun, how many Bigu pills do you have this time?" Yun Yongzhu smiled and said, "Senior Sister Liu, this time I have thousands of spiritual rice to sell in addition to Bigu pills. Senior Sister Liu should know that I'm an inner disciple. It's like this, I have planted a few acres of chalcedony rice in my spiritual field, and now I have just harvested it. So, I want to ask Senior Sister Liu, will Wanbao Pavilion accept it?" "Of course, Junior brother Yun, did you bring the harvested spiritual rice?" Liu was a little happy. At the beginning, she knew that Yun Yongzhu was an inner disciple, and he was also an inner disciple who sold more than 10 bottles of Bigu pills, so she took the initiative to contact him. In her opinion, this is at least an alchemy apprentice, and there is a great chance that he will sell high-value pills such as Bayan pills, Juki pills, and Huki pills in the future. Unexpectedly, in less than 2 months, there was a small return, because goods like spiritual rice can definitely be long-term cooperation. The rebate for spiritual rice is low, but even a small mosquito leg is still meat. Wanbao Pavilion is such a big business, with hundreds of thousands of disciples in the sect. It is impossible for there to be only one shopkeeper on the first floor, and there is also fierce competition among shopkeepers. "Bring it, Senior Sister Liu. Look, these are all just collected." Yun Yongzhu waved his hand, and a large bag appeared in front of him. He tore open the bag and grabbed a handful of chalcedony rice. This spiritual rice has not been shelled yet. In fact, the shell of spiritual rice is also useful. It can be used to make spiritual beast feed. It is also needed when making blank talisman paper. Burning it into ash becomes low-level spiritual fertilizer. It's just that shelling spiritual rice is too cumbersome. Yun Yongzhu asked Wang Yiming before leaving. Wang Yiming said that the shell would not affect the price of spiritual rice, so Yun Yongzhu didn't spend this time. Liu took the handful of spiritual grains and looked at the golden grains in her palms. She closed her palms and used her spiritual power to rub them twice. The spiritual grains were all husked, revealing pea-sized grains of chalcedony. She picked up a grain and chewed it for a few times. Feeling the spiritual energy she absorbed, she nodded with satisfaction. Then she said to Yun Yongzhu, "This chalcedony rice is of excellent quality. I wonder how much junior brother Yun has. I will collect all of them, and I will charge the highest price. There are about 1,000 kilograms. Yun Yongzhu did not plan to sell all the spiritual grains. He had estimated before that the chalcedony rice he collected was about 1,200 kilograms. He kept about 200 kilograms for himself, which was enough for him to chew for the next year, and he didn't have to spend spirit stones to buy it. "Okay, I'll take them all. I'll charge you 18 spirit stones for 100 jin of spirit rice. This price is not low. If you don't believe me, go ask somewhere else. I guarantee that my price is the highest. Do you think it's okay? Yun Yongzhu calculated in his mind that he could get 180 spirit stones, which was 20 spirit stones lower than the retail price. He thought that he didn't have the time and energy to sell so much spirit rice, so he nodded and agreed to the price. Okay, junior brother Yun, wait a moment. I'll go get a first grade high quality storage bag. Yun Yongzhu only then knew that when purchasing large quantities of goods, one Bayo Pavilion would provide a larger storage tool to help customers transport them. Of course, this benefit is only limited to the shops within the sect. In the outside world, even Kingshan sect would not dare to be so foolish and bold. I heard that the space of a first grade high quality storage bag is 3 meters in radius, so it is a piece of cake to use it to hold 1,000 jin of spirit rice. In fact, a medium quality storage bag is enough. However, the price of this top grade storage bag is also amazing. It costs at least 500 spirit stones to get it, which is comparable to the value of the spirit tools used by foundation building cultivators and the value of low level formations. Soon Liu Mei took out a grey storage bag, handed it to Yun Yongzhu, and said to him, "Junior brother Yun, take this top grade storage bag to pack the spirit rice. I will wait for you here. It must be delivered within today." Yun Yongzhu looked at Wang Yiming and said, "Senior sister Liu, do you think you can ask junior brother Wang to bring the spirit grain? I will wait in the Wanbao Pavilion. I also want to see the alchemy furnace." "Who is he?" "Oh, this junior brother is the spirit plant husband I hired. These Chalcedony rice are all planted by him." "Okay then. Although this top grade storage bag is precious, it only has the function of storage. In this Kingshan sect, she is not afraid that a disciple will take the storage bag away and not return it, let alone an outer disciple." So Liu Mei handed the storage bag to Wang Yiming again, and Yun Yongzhu told him to put more spiritual rice in it to save him from making another trip. There was no weighing tool in his cave, so after weighing it, he only needed to take the extra part back. Wang Yiming understood what he meant, took the crane whistle of the rented spiritual crane, and walked out of the Wanbao Pavilion quickly. After Wang Yiming left, Yun Yongzhu took out all the Bigu pills that he had accumulated during this period. "Senior sister Liu, these are 12 bottles and 4 Bigu pills, 8 medium grade pills, and 116 low grade pills. Please check them." Liu Mei's eyes lit up. This time, there were a full 20 more Bigu pills than last time. She didn't know if it was due to the increase in the success rate of pills. She thought in her heart and began to check the dozen bottles of pills on the table, counting the number, checking the quality, etc. In fact, Yun Yongzhu knew that his results this time were not much different from the first time, and even slightly lower. Because no high grade pills were produced this time, and the number of medium grade pills was reduced, this time there were 10 more ingredients than the first time. Regardless of what Yun Yongzhu thought, Liu Mei was convinced that he was a person who could be invested in for a long time. After all, at such a young age, he could refine the Bigu pill. After checking the number and quality of the Bigu pills, Liu Mei suddenly had an idea. "Junior brother Yun, let's calculate it. Based on the first price, a total of 102 spirit stones and 2 kilograms of first level low grade spirit rice. What do you think?" Yun Yongzhu nodded in agreement. So Liu Mei took out the spirit stones and handed them to Yun Yongzhu, and then put away all the jade bottles of pills. After putting away the pills, she asked casually, "Junior brother Yun, I guess you are an apprentice in alchemy, right? The quality of this Bigu pill is really good." Yun Yongzhu glanced at the other party, not knowing why he asked this, but there was nothing to hide. "That's right." Liu Mei was delighted. She was right. Who would have thought that an inner disciple who was about 10 years old could already refine Bigu pills, and was an apprentice in alchemy? "Junior brother Yun, do you have a suitable alchemy furnace? I have an excellent alchemy furnace here. Do you want to see it?" Yun Yongzhu looked relaxed. It turned out that he was selling an alchemy furnace. He thought he was up to something. He smiled prettily and said, "Senior sister Liu, to be honest, I'm very short of money now. You should also know the difficulty of alchemy. If you are not careful, a furnace of pills will be scrapped. Until now, I don't know how many spirit stones I have lost. I really can't afford an alchemy furnace. Liu Mei became more excited. Junior brother Yun, of course I have heard of the difficulty of alchemy, but the alchemy furnace I recommend to you this time is of excellent quality and very suitable for you. I wonder if you have heard of medicine cauldrons and medicine furnaces? Medicine cauldron. Yun Yongzhu was shocked. Of course he had heard of it, and even fantasized about owning a medicine cauldron. The so-called medicine cauldron is an alchemy furnace that has been used by alchemists for hundreds or thousands of years and has refined pills tens of thousands of times. Some benign changes have occurred, which can increase the number of pills that alchemists can make. Because this kind of medicine cauldron is difficult to form, Yun Yongzhu was so surprised. Yes, medicine cauldron. Junior brother Yun, do you want to see it? Yes. Yun Yongzhu answered instantly without hesitation. The alchemy furnace is different from ordinary offensive and defensive magic tools. It is an essential auxiliary item for alchemists to make elixirs. Moreover, the alchemy furnace is not just a magic tool made into a cauldron shape, which can be called an alchemy furnace. To refine an alchemy furnace, the weapon refiner needs to have a certain understanding of the formation, and even needs to cooperate with the formation master to refine it. It is not to say that other magic tools do not need to be inlaid with formations, but there are indeed very few formations that are helpful for alchemy or elixir. The main thing is that this alchemy furnace is a must for alchemists. Therefore, compared with magic tools of the same level, the alchemy furnace is more expensive. But Yun Yongzhu did not know the grade and price range of this medicine cauldron. Well, junior brother Yun, you drink tea here first. I'll go get the alchemy furnace. After Liu Mei finished speaking, she smiled and twisted her waist to get the alchemy furnace. Yun Yongzhu sat in the reception room and drank 2 cups of tea before senior sister Liu hurried over. Junior brother Yun, you've been waiting for a long time. I found 4 alchemy furnaces for you. Let me introduce them to you first. Liu Mei took out a small golden tripod from her storage bag slowly, placed it on the tea table between the two of them, and said, this alchemy furnace is called the Purple Gold Return to Origin Cauldron. It is made of the 2nd grade top grade spiritual material. Purple gold is the main ingredient. It is engraved with the Gathering Spirit Return to Origin array, which has a slight chance of improving the quality of the elixir, especially when refining 1st grade elixirs. The effect is even better. After the brief introduction, Liu Mei did not put away the Purple Gold Return to Origin Cauldron, but took out another alchemy furnace from her storage bag. This tripod was dark red all over. Liu Mei continued, this is the 6-yang blazing fire furnace. The main material is 6-yang black iron, and the embedded array is the fiery sun array. This array can speed up the quenching of spiritual materials, and save the spiritual power consumption of the alchemist. Liu Mei pushed both alchemy furnaces in front of Yun Yongzhu, asking him to observe them carefully, and then took out the 3rd alchemy furnace and placed it on the tea table. Liu Mei picked up the teacup on the corner of the table and took a sip, cleared her throat, and began to introduce. This is the Rangyuanding, which is made of 2nd grade top grade refined iron, so the whole body is black. The Huan formation is engraved inside the cauldron, which can promote the fusion of the essence of spiritual medicine, and has a chance to assist in the formation of the elixir. At this time, there were 2 cups of clear tea on the small tea table, and 3 alchemy furnaces, which were already full. Liu Mei took out the last alchemy furnace, and held it in her hand, and introduced it to Yun Yongzhu with a serious face. This is the 9 Dragonding. The main material is black mysterious stone, and a little mysterious iron is added. It is engraved with the 9 nether flame formation. This formation can also increase the quenching speed of spiritual materials, and save spiritual power consumption. This 9 Dragonding is the medicine cauldron I mentioned before, so it also has a slight effect of increasing the success rate of elixir. Junior brother Yun, you don't know that the 9 Dragon Cauldron was just put into storage last night. This is also junior brother Yun's good luck. Otherwise, other shopkeepers will receive the news in a few days, and I will never have the opportunity to recommend this alchemy furnace to you. The meaning couldn't be more obvious, and it was obviously intended to make friends. Yun Yongzhu was not a wooden man, and he immediately said, thank you, senior sister Liu, for your appreciation. In the future, the output of my spiritual field will be sold to you, and I will give you priority when it comes to elixirs. Liu was a little dissatisfied when she heard this. Her main goal was elixirs, but the other party did not say it firmly. Priority does not mean certain. However, relying on her status as an outer disciple, she has cultivated to her current realm, and has become one of the shopkeepers of the Wanbao Pavilion in the sect. Naturally, she will not reveal any dissatisfaction. Liu smiled and said, "Junior brother Yun, you must keep your word. By the way, junior brother Yun, take a closer look at these 4 alchemy furnaces. If you don't like the 9 dragon cauldron, the other 3 alchemy furnaces are also good. These are all high quality alchemy furnaces that I have carefully selected." Liu handed the 9 dragon cauldron in her hand to Yun Yongzhu and leisurely poured herself a refill of spiritual tea. Yun Yongzhu held the 9 dragon cauldron in his hand, observing it carefully. His love for it was beyond words. "Senior sister Liu, I naturally like this 9 dragon cauldron more, but I don't know the price." Yun Yongzhu was mainly worried that she could not afford this medicine cauldron, but if she missed the opportunity, she would miss it. Liu smiled and said, "Junior brother Yun, if you can't afford it, why should I take it out? This 9 dragon cauldron is priced at 300 spiritual stones, which should be within your means, right? So expensive?" The price of a high quality offensive and defensive magic weapon of average quality is between 70 and 100 spirit stones. An ordinary alchemy furnace of the same level usually fluctuates around 120 spirit stones, and an alchemy furnace of better quality is only about 150 spirit stones. The price of this 9 dragon cauldron is more than twice that of an ordinary alchemy furnace, which is indeed a bit expensive. Junior brother Yun, you get what you pay for. This 9 dragon cauldron is a treasure that can increase the success rate of alchemy. Even if there is only a slight chance, it is a very precious effect. Many spiritual alchemy furnaces do not have this effect. There is no room for negotiation on this price. You know, medicine cauldrons cannot be sold normally according to the rules. I have made an exception here. I can't sell it at a lower price, otherwise I will lose my position as the shopkeeper. Let me think about it. Yun Yongzhu sat in a chair and thought about the pros and cons of buying this 9 dragon cauldron. After thinking it over again and again, Yun Yongzhu quickly decided to buy this 9 dragon cauldron. In the long run, the benefits are still greater. The reason for considering it is mainly because he is really short of money at this time. In addition to the payment for the Bigu pills he just received, he only has a total of 310 spirit stones in his storage bag. However, the payment for the spirit rice has not been received yet, and the 7-star grass and purple ginseng in the spirit field are about to mature, so his pressure is not too great. In fact, it is mainly because the 9 dragon cauldron is indeed precious and rare. As Liu said, she broke the rules by selling the alchemy furnace in this way. If he missed this time, he felt that he would not be lucky enough to encounter a medicine cauldron again. "Senior sister Liu, I want this 9 dragon cauldron. You can put away the other alchemy furnaces." Liu smiled happily and said, "Okay." Then she took away the 3 high-grade alchemy furnaces on the tea table, and Yun Yongzhu was also taking out the spirit stones. Chapter 36 Refining Key Gathering Pill. Yun Yongzhu took the 9 dragon cauldron in his hand and couldn't let it go. With this alchemy furnace, he could make alchemy in Yunju without having to travel back and forth between Dangsha Peak and Yuntai Peak, and he also saved the spiritual stones for entering the alchemy room. However, to make alchemy in the cave, he still needed to prepare some spiritual wood or flame stone. The only small piece of red sunwood he had was used up when he practiced the fire control art. As for using the red fire art to make alchemy, he didn't know whether the spiritual power could support it. At this time, more than half an hour had passed. Calculating the time, Wang Yiming should be on his way to the market now. Yun Yongzhu calculated the spiritual stones, added the payment for the spiritual rice, and deducted Wang Yiming's wages of 120 spiritual stones. By then, he should have 70 spiritual stones left. He remembered that he had not received the monthly allowance since he entered the sect. There were 6 tasks a year, and he still had one primary task to do. He had to finish it as soon as possible after returning and receive the annual allowance for this year. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Senior Sister Liu, how much is the red sunwood? What about the flamestone?" Red sunwood is very cheap. It is priced by weight. A low-grade red sunwood costs 10 katas of spirit stones, a medium-grade red sunwood costs 5 katas of spirit stones, and a high-grade red sunwood costs 1 kati of spirit stones. Flame stones are more expensive. A low-grade flame stone costs 10 spirit stones, a medium-grade flame stone costs 15 spirit stones, and a high-grade flame stone costs 30 spirit stones. Yun Yongzhu is more familiar with red sunwood. 10 katas of low-grade red sunwood is enough for him to refine the bigu pill more than 15 times. How long can a low-grade flame stone last? It can last for more than a month. The flame of the flame stone is higher and more stable than the flame of the same grade red sunwood. You can also buy spiritual carbon. In fact, this spiritual carbon is more suitable for alchemy. It has both high temperature and stability, and is more durable than red sunwood. Yun Yongzhu knows something about spiritual carbon. Spiritual carbon is indeed better than red sunwood, but its price is not very attractive. It is really not cost effective. Consider it when you have more money in the future. Senior Sister Liu, please give me 50 kilograms of low-grade red sunwood and prepare 13 sets of materials for refining the bigu pill. I'll still follow the previous recipe and the previous price, except for a few spiritual medicines. Generally speaking, the prices of the spiritual medicines involved in the first level pills are almost unchanged. Another situation that leads to obvious differences in the prices of spiritual medicines is that the distance between regions is far. One place is rich in a certain spiritual medicine, and its price is generally not high, but another place does not produce much, so the price is higher. Okay, you sit down, I'll go prepare what you want. Liu went to prepare the materials, and Yun Yongzhu took out a book called Wang Yuan's Alchemy Experience from the storage bag to read. The footer of this alchemy experience is slightly curled up. Obviously it is often read. This is what Yun Yongzhu exchanged for the control fire art with spiritual stones. And there is another book, Wu Feng's Alchemy Theory, which played a great role in his later refining of bigu pills. In recent months, he often read 2 books of alchemy experience besides refining pills. In addition to the bigu pill, there are also many other low-level pills. 2 months ago, his success rate in refining bigu pills increased to 30% to 40%, so he wanted to refine a new pill, that is, a pill for the cultivators in the key training period, to improve their spiritual power. After all, bigu pills are not very useful for cultivation, and the first level middle and low grade bigu pills are completely sufficient. Originally, he planned to purchase a few materials for refining key gathering pills after the harvest of Chalcedony rice to try his hand. Now that he has decided to buy the 9-dragon cauldron, he can only refine bigu pills for a while longer to increase the success rate of bigu pills, and earn money to refine key gathering pills. Half an hour later, Wang Yiming returned to the Wanbei Pavilion and handed the storage bag to Yun Yongzhu. Liu weighed out and took away 1,000 kilograms of Chalcedony rice on the spot and handed over 120 spirit stones, 13 portions of materials for refining the bigu pill, and 50 kilograms of low-grade red sunwood to Yun Yongzhu. The transaction was quickly concluded, and Liu said again, "Brother Yun, you must keep your word. In the future, you must come to me for the output of the spiritual field and the pills refined. The price I give you is the highest. Also, you must come to me for the materials for refining the pills." Yun Yongzhu nodded repeatedly, saying, "Of course." With an empty purse, Yun Yongzhu had no interest in visiting the market, so the two of them went straight back to Yuntai Peak. Back at Luoyangju, Yun Yongzhu stopped Wang Yiming, and after the two sat down on the stone table, he said, "We agreed before that I would settle your wages after I come back. Okay, 120 spirit stones, count them." As Yun Yongzhu spoke, he took out the spirit stones and placed them on the table in front of Wang Yiming. Wang Yiming directly put a small pile of spirit stones into the storage bag and said, "No need to count. I have lived with senior brother Yun for nearly a year. How can I not trust him?" He was very happy. It was not easy to find a salary of 120 spirit stones a year in Qingshan sect. The key point was that this inner disciple was very straightforward and did not owe him money, which made him even happier. He had to work hard and strive to continue doing this job in 5 years. It's up to you. The spiritual rice was harvested smoothly this year. You have worked hard. The 7-star grass and purple ginseng should be mature in a few days. Just tell me when the harvest is ready. According to what you said, the spiritual fields outside should be planted with another round of first level low grade spiritual rice. You can see what variety to plant. When the time comes, buy the spiritual rice seeds and come to me to settle the account. After paying the wages and arranging the spiritual fields, Yun Yongzhu was busy with his own affairs. He had just got the 9-dragon cauldron and couldn't wait to try it out to see if this medicine cauldron was really that easy to use. A few days ago, when he was resting, he cleaned up an empty room on the right side of his living room. He originally planned to use it as an alchemy room in the future, but because it was just a plan, he hadn't cleaned it up yet. Now that the alchemy furnace has been bought, he can't take care of too much. Today is the right time to use it. Yun Yongzhu entered the alchemy room, took out the red sunwood, the 9-dragon cauldron and the materials for the Bigu pill, and began to make the pill. The 9-dragon cauldron is really worthy of being a medicine cauldron. Yun Yongzhu used it to refine the Bigu pill, and the success rate of the pill increased by about 10%. Every time, 5 or 6 pills were made. It also shortened the 2-hour alchemy time to 1.5 hours. Yun Yongzhu called it a divine artifact in his heart. This was only using the flame generated by the first level spiritual wood to refine. This 9-dragon cauldron was worth buying. The 300 spirit stones were not wasted. In addition to increasing his success rate, it can also save time and spirit stones for traveling between the two places. How many things can he arrange in this time? You must know that the knowledge of cultivation is very extensive. He often lamented that he didn't have enough time. Since Yun Yongzhu got the 9-dragon cauldron, he has lived in seclusion in Yunju and arranged to refine a furnace of Bigu pills every day. 13 days later, Yun Yongzhu had refined all the Bigu pill materials in his hand, and a total of 73 Bigu pills were refined. Maybe it was because of the slow work and fine work, or maybe it was because of the blessing of the 9-dragon cauldron. This time, 13 medium grade pills were produced. Although there was still no top grade pill, it was also a very good result. During these 13 days, the purple ginseng and 7-star grass in the spiritual field had been harvested. He kept the purple ginseng for his own use, and the 7-star grass was sold. According to what was agreed before, he found Liu Mei of Wanbei Pavilion, and sold all the 300 first-grade top-grade 7-star grasses on 1 acre of land for a total price of 540 spirit stones. In fact, Yun Yongzhu originally wanted to make all the 7-star grass into blank talisman paper by himself. He had watched his parents make blank talisman paper since he was a child, and he thought it was not a difficult thing. He knew the production method and formula so that the profit could be maximized. Later, he realized that this would not work. The formula he knew was based on 9-leaf grass, which was not applicable to 7-star grass. Moreover, when he inquired about the formula for making blank talisman paper with 7-star grass, he also knew that making blank talisman paper was not as simple as he thought. A novice making blank talisman paper, even if it was the first grade top grade spiritual grass 7-star grass, could only make medium and low grade blank talisman paper. The rate of producing top grade talisman paper was extremely low, and the total number produced was more than half less than that of an experienced person. This was contrary to his idea of maximizing his income, so he finally chose to sell the spiritual herbs directly. The income from selling the Bigu pill was 64 spiritual stones, plus the income from the 7-star grass. In addition, he took the time to complete the last primary task and successfully received the monthly allowance of 120 spiritual stones a year. Yun Yongzhu's storage bag was bulging again. After his purse was bulging, Yun Yongzhu's thoughts changed. He inquired about the cost of materials for refining the key gathering pill. One piece of material required 20 spiritual stones. The savings in his hand were only enough to buy 36 pieces. If he was not careful, he would lose everything. This is also a matter of experience. Just one Bigu pill cost him nearly 400 spirit stones. The key gathering pill is more complicated, so the success rate will be even lower, and the loss will be even greater. After thinking about it, Yun Yongzhu decided to be conservative and refine more Bigu pills. After seeing the benefits of Bigu pills, he would think about the key gathering pill. At least by then, he would have enough confidence to support himself and slowly increase the success rate of key gathering pills. In this way, after 8 months of precipitation, the success rate of his Bigu pills finally increased to about 40%, and the number of successful pills hovered around 7. In addition, 1 or 2 high quality pills would occasionally appear, and 1 medium quality pill would be produced in about 2 or 3 furnaces. At this time, Yun Yongzhu could take off the hat of quasi-alchemy apprentice, and was promoted to a qualified alchemy apprentice. Now, he has accumulated 1,218 spirit stones. He left 278 spirit stones for himself just in case, and used 940 spirit stones to buy 50 sets of materials for refining key gathering pills. Then he devoted himself to the great cause of refining the key gathering pill. The key gathering pill is different from the Bigu pill. There are 16 main and auxiliary medicines. Purple ginseng is also an important auxiliary medicine. 50 portions of materials just saved him 60 spirit stones. The difficulty of refining the key gathering pill is far from comparable to the Bigu pill. In the alchemy world, alchemists usually do not include Bigu pill in the normal range of spiritual pills. If you can only refine Bigu pill, even if the pill yield rate is as high as 70% to 80%, other alchemists will only call you an excellent alchemy apprentice. Strictly speaking, the first level Bayan pill, Huangaya pill, and key gathering pill are the first step to becoming an alchemist. Yun Yongzhu silently recited the Jinxinju before starting to refine the key gathering pill. He first preheated the 9-dragon cauldron with a low fire, and then put in the main medicine, Bixukeo, the auxiliary medicine, purple ginseng, and other various auxiliary medicines in an orderly manner according to the pill recipe. Then he used the fire control art to control the size and temperature of the flame to ensure that the 9-dragon cauldron was evenly heated. He used the flame to bake the spiritual medicine to soften it and turn it into liquid medicine. He then used his spiritual sense to find the impurities in the liquid medicine and removed them with spiritual power. He followed the procedure and waited until the impurity removal step was completed and the liquid medicine became viscous before he used the Dan condensation art. However, when the pill was being condensed, the liquid medicine in the furnace gave off a foul smell, and it was obvious that the pill condensation had failed. He did not grasp the timing of the pill condensation well. Having learned from the first lesson, Yun Yongzhu was more cautious when refining the pill for the second time, but he still succeeded in the end. It was still a problem when condensing the pill. It was really not easy to refine the key gathering pill. It took 2.5 hours, and that was with the 9-dragon cauldron. Although Yun Yongzhu was a little disappointed, he did not feel frustrated. He did not get carried away by the success of the Bigu pill. No pills were made on the second and third days, but a few useless pills were refined. On the fourth day, Yun Yongzhu did not open the furnace. He calmed down and reviewed all the parts about key gathering pills in the 2 books of alchemy experience. Then he took out his memo and read it, recalling the important contents and matters that the predecessor said in the alchemy class and the matters that should be paid attention to when refining key gathering pills. Then he carefully recalled and summarized the process of alchemy in the past few days. On the 5th day, Yun Yongzhu finally succeeded in refining a furnace of key gathering pills. Although only 1 pill was successful and the quality was only low grade, he was still very happy. Speaking of which, there are 16 full pills of key gathering pills, so as long as the success rate is stable at 20%, it can make a small profit, at least to break even. Since successfully refining a low-grade key gathering pill, Yun Yongzhu's refining of key gathering pills has been much smoother. He seemed to have grasped the trick of alchemy. He made 2 furnaces of key gathering pills every day, and occasionally succeeded in 1 furnace. Although often only 1 low-grade pill came out of the furnace, he occasionally came out of the furnace with 2 low-grade pills. After 20 days, Yun Yongzhu felt that his alchemy skills had improved greatly, and the success rate of key gathering pills had been able to stabilize at 10%. However, due to lack of experience, the chance of successfully producing a pill was still not high. It would take about 3 or 4 furnaces to successfully refine one. Unfortunately, with 50 furnaces of materials and 25 days passing and eventually, without a single surprise, he still had not refined a single medium or high quality key gathering pill. Yun Yongzhu used up all the materials for refining the pills, and as usual, he recorded the refining process, the problems encountered, and summarized his refining experience in the Yongzhu memorandum. After making a detailed record, he took out all the pills he had refined and counted them. There were only 14 low-quality key gathering pills in total. The selling price of low-quality key gathering pills is generally 8 or 9 spiritual stones. According to his experience in selling spiritual rice and bigu pills, these 14 pills can only be sold for 100 spiritual stones. Yun Yongzhu was filled with emotion. After working hard for more than half a year, he was back to the days before liberation in less than a month. He casually poured out a low-quality key gathering pill that he had refined, then put it in his mouth, closed his eyes, and absorbed and refined the spiritual power inside. An hour later, Yun Yongzhu finally opened his eyes showing joy. The low-grade key gathering pill he refined was a little stronger than the low-grade key gathering pill in his hand. Yun Yongzhu planned to keep 3 for himself, enough for him to use for a year. It had been nearly 2 years since he left Yunzhou. The bottle of medium-grade key gathering pill given by his 25th great uncle had been consumed 2.5 months ago, leaving 12 low-grade key gathering pills. Since the pills he refined were more effective now, of course it would be better to take his own. The 12 low-grade key gathering pills could be sold together with the 10 low-grade key gathering pills he refined. However, the loss was really huge when he refined the key gathering pill for the first time. It was simply a capital miserable. No wonder people often say it's difficult to refine pills. It's difficult to refine pills. It's more difficult than building a foundation. The cost was 940 spirit stones, but only a pill worth about 100 spirit stones was refined, and more than 800 spirit stones were lost, and this was not counting the consumption of red sunwood. Fortunately, he did not choose to refine the key gathering pill at Dangsha Peak. He paid for the purple ginseng himself, otherwise the loss would have increased by another 85%. Nearly 90% of the spirit stones were refined by him. No wonder ordinary people can't learn the art of alchemy. It's really a waste of money. However, although the results in the past month were ugly, his alchemy skills have improved greatly, and he can now be regarded as a quasi first level lower grade alchemist, which is gratifying. Chapter 37. 5th level of key training. 22 inferior key gathering pills were sold for 159 spiritual stones, which was better than he expected. One Bayo Pavilion bought them at a 90% discount of 8 spiritual stones per pill, and the remainder was directly supplemented with 1 spiritual stone. In addition to the income from key gathering pills, the income from the Yanluo grass that had just been harvested was not low. Because it was a newly opened inferior spiritual field, the Yanluo grass was planted sparsely. Only 250 plants were planted in the 1 acre and 2 fen spiritual field, and 240 plants grew. Yanluo grass is a main ingredient of Bayan pill. The market price is more than 3 spiritual stones. Liu Mei of Wanbao Pavilion took all of it away at the price of 3 spiritual stones per plant. In this way, Yun Yongzhu's spiritual stone reserve broke the 1,000-piece mark again, totaling 1,157 spiritual stones. He had originally thought about Bayan pills, and wanted to keep these 240 Yanluo grass for his own use. Unfortunately, Yanluo grass is a water-based spiritual medicine of the Yin nature. Bayan pills are best refined by water refining. If they are refined by fire, the success rate and quality of the pills are not high. Having regained thousands of spirit stones, Yun Yongzhu did not plan to act recklessly as before. He bought 20 sets of materials for key gathering pills, intending to refine a furnace when he was free, slowly polishing and improving his alchemy skills, and then buy more when the materials ran out. He did not buy materials for the bigu pills for the time being. With his current success rate of bigu pills, he was already qualified to take on some low-level and elementary alchemy tasks. Yun Yongzhu would go to the task hall on the top of Yuntai Peak every day. When he saw the task of refining bigu pills, He felt that the requirements were not too demanding, so he took it. He also specifically picked tasks that rewarded points. This way, he could exercise his alchemy ability and improve the success rate of Bigu pills, and he could also earn spirit stones or points and complete the 6-month mission every year, killing 3 bads with 1 stone. Time passed slowly as he made progress in alchemy. One morning a year later, after practicing for half an hour, Yun Yongzhu looked at a meridian that suddenly appeared in his body, and then he felt that the spiritual power in his danshan was full and no longer growing. He slowed down his training speed and did 2 things at once. He slowly drew in his spiritual power while recalling the 5th level of the burning wood art mental method and the root of practice. After a while, Yun Yongzhu manipulated the spiritual power to rotate at high speed in the meridians, impacting the barrier on the 5th hidden meridian that emerged in his body. After about a quarter of an hour, he successfully broke through the thin membrane on the new hidden meridian, and the spiritual power rushed in like a cage. After a big cycle, the spiritual power torrent turned from a big river into a small stream. His consciousness sank into his danshan, and he saw that there was less than half of the spiritual power in his danshan. Yun Yongzhu did not dare to neglect it, and immediately practiced the 5th level of the mental method, until he felt a slight swelling pain in his meridians, and then he ended his practice. It has been less than 3 years since he entered the 4th level of key training, and he has made a breakthrough so quickly, which is somewhat beyond his expectations. Yun Yongzhu is very happy. It took him only 2 years to advance from the 3rd level of key training to the 4th level of key training, which is a big threshold for entering the middle stage of key training from the early stage of key training. The reason why he progressed so fast was that, firstly, he had the uninterrupted assistance of the lower grade key gathering pills, and secondly, the school was built on the upper grade spiritual veins, with abundant spiritual energy. He also practiced diligently, doubling his practice time, and spent 1/3 of his time in meditation every day. He is only 13 years old now. According to his expectation, with the normal progress of practice, he would not be able to enter the 5th level of key training until he was 14 years old at the earliest, and it is very likely that he would not be able to make a breakthrough until he was 15 years old. However, thinking about the biggest change after entering the sect, Yun Yongzhu could not help but sigh at the power of the 3rd level exercises. After thinking and summarizing, the reason why his cultivation progressed so fast was not only because of the external assistance of the upper grade spiritual caves in the cave and the middle and lower grade key gathering pills, but also because of the burning wood art. The practice speed of the 3rd level exercises is not comparable to that of the 2nd level exercises. When he switched to the burning wood art, he had already discovered that the spiritual power cultivated by this exercise was more refined. But he never thought that a little bit of spiritual power would actually improve his practice speed so much. It is no wonder that the higher the grade of the exercises, the more precious they are, and they are also strictly controlled by major forces. As long as the technique is well guarded, even if there are talented children in small families and small forces, it will be difficult for them to succeed. In this year, Yun Yongzhu not only gained an improvement in his cultivation, but also made good progress in his alchemy. After a year of small but continuous training, his success rate in refining key gathering pills has stabilized at 10%, and one furnace of materials can produce 1 or 2 pills. However, his success rate in opening the furnace is not very high, and the probability of success and failure is about the same. In general, he can successfully refine about 6 out of 10 sets of materials. But what makes him even more happy is that he had a great luck 6 months ago and refined a medium grade key gathering pill. After that, occasionally a medium grade key gathering pill will be produced. Although the frequency of pills is not high, only one will appear in 10 furnaces, but it is of extraordinary significance to Yun Yongzhu. In addition, the progress of the Bigu pill is greater than that of the key gathering pill. Now his Bigu pill success rate has reached 50%. Moreover, the number of medium and high grade pills is more, and there is one medium grade pill in almost every successful furnace, and the high grade pill will appear in 3 or 5 furnaces. After the joy, Yun Yongzhu remembered that the King Fair would be held in 2 months. He restrained his outgoing emotions, went to the alchemy room next to him, and began to refine the key gathering pill. Now nothing can release his joy better than refining a furnace of pills. The King Fair is a trading event held every few years in King Market, which lasts for 5 days. At that time, all the key training disciples inside and outside the sect will go there, and even the uncles in the foundation building stage will go to have a look. There will be countless magic weapons and elixirs. One Bayo Pavilion will also hold a trade fair on the last day, to trade some precious items. Yun Yongzhu is now preparing for the King Fair. He plans to use all the spirit stones in his hand, to buy the spirit medicines for refining the Bigu pill and the key gathering pill. There will be a large number of people at that time, and he will definitely make a lot of money. Chapter 38 King Meeting. 2 months later, Yun Yongzhu loaded all the refined pills in the packaged chalcedony rice, and went to King Market with Wang Yiming. The chalcedony rice had just been collected 3 days ago, and it happened to be the King's small meeting. Yun Yongzhu decided to use this spiritual rice as a bonus, and give out 1 kilogram of it, when the consumption reached a certain amount. Along the way, Yun Yongzhu saw many fellow disciples heading towards King Market. Some of them were slowly flying clouds, some were flying swords, and some were entering spiritual beasts like him. The Spiritual Beast Academy made a lot of money these days. Because he prepared pills to sell, he landed from another entrance of the market. There is a long corridor at the entrance here, where you can set up a stall, and it doesn't charge any fees. On weekdays, there are almost no people here, and disciples rarely come here. Yun Yongzhu came once, and saw that there were not many people, so he didn't come here much. Setting up a stall here is very simple. Basically, you just clear a flat open space, spread a piece of coarse cloth, and put the items to be sold on it. At this time, the aisle was already crowded with people, and many stalls had been set up on both sides of the road. Yun Yongzhu asked Wang Yiming to spread the grey thick linen cloth prepared in advance along the previous stall, put a row of 10 medicinal jade bottles, 2 small bags of chalcedony rice weighing 1 pound, and put the written wooden sign in a corner of the stall. After that, he let Wang Yiming go shopping by himself, and he sat cross-legged behind the small stall, waiting for business to come. Most of the stall owners in the aisle were like this. Some shouted to attract business like ordinary mortals, and their words were extremely exaggerated. Some sat cross-legged, and were as quiet as chickens. There were all kinds of people, and the whole aisle was bustling with people. Yun Yongzhu's wooden sign simply read, Bigu pill, low-grade key gathering pill, sold at market price. The so-called market price sale means selling at market price. Bigu pill is a daily necessity for cultivators, and key gathering pill is the first choice of pills for low-level disciples to practice. Without major changes, the selling prices of these 2 pills will not change too much. Soon, an outer disciple came to buy a bottle of low-grade Kigan pills. Yun Yongzhu also gave him a bag of chalcedony rice, saying that he was the first customer, so he gave him a bag of spiritual rice. Then he explained that the spiritual rice was a bonus for the pills. The rules were set neither too high nor too low. If you spend more than 20 spiritual stones, you can get a small bag of spiritual rice. Yun Yongzhu collected 10 spiritual stones, which was considered the official opening. Just after he added a small bag of chalcedony rice, 6 or 7 more people came to ask for the price. It turned out that several people nearby had heard what he had just said. Soon, after knowing that, if you spend more than 20 spiritual stones, you will get a bag of spiritual rice as a gift, several people rushed to buy up the remaining Kigan pills on the cloth stall. Don't worry, I still have pills here, come one by one. Yun Yongzhu quickly took out 10 more bottles of Kigan pills, and placed them on the stall, then collected spiritual stones, gave pills, and gave everyone a bag of spiritual rice. Yun Yongzhu relaxed after these people dispersed. He was afraid that someone would take away 1 or 2 bottles of pills while he was not paying attention. After all, this was just a simple little stall with no protection. People with strength and ideas will not care whether you are a disciple or not. As long as you slip away quickly, you can't find them. After thinking about it, Yun Yongzhu put away the jade bottles on the stall, leaving only a bottle of Bigu pill, a bottle of key gathering pill, and a bag of chalcedony rice. In 2 months, Yun Yongzhu refined 126 bottles and 8 Bigu pills and 5 bottles, and 1 key gathering pill. What surprised Yun Yongzhu was that he harvested the first top grade key gathering pill in 1 year and 3 months, since he started to refine key gathering pills yesterday. This top grade key gathering pill was made from his last furnace, and he was still surprised when he thought about it now. An hour later, Yun Yongzhu saw that there were more and more people in the market, and the scene was getting more and more lively, and he couldn't sit still. After coming to Qingshan sect, he had never seen such a lively scene. On weekdays, he was either practicing or refining pills. Counting, he had sold more than 50 bottles of Bagu pills, and even sold more than 1 bottle of Juki pills. Juki pills were expensive, so they could not be sold one by one like Bagu pills, but only one by one. He thought that the King Fair would last for 5 days, and the remaining pills should be sold out before the meeting ended, so Yun Yongzhu packed up his stall and went shopping. He left his stall and walked slowly inside along the crowd, looking slowly. Qingshan sect is indeed one of the 6 major forces. The small trade fair in a small market inside the sect is more lively than the trade fairs and exchanges he has heard of before. Yun Yongzhu didn't have any items that were in short supply. He was just joining in the fun, but even if he didn't buy anything, he could gain knowledge and experience. He had only seen many spiritual herbs and medicines in books, and this time he could finally see them in person. There were also many magical instruments, with all kinds of styles. There were also spiritual beasts. Look, Yun Yongzhu was attracted by a group of female cultivators at this time. To be precise, he was curious about what they were looking at, and then he realized that they were attracted by the cute spirit beasts. After finding that all the spirit beasts were cute colorful foxes, Yun Yongzhu looked away and continued to look for things that interested him. Soon he finished browsing the street stalls and entered the shop area, which was also bustling. When passing by a spirit beast shop, Yun Yongzhu walked in. He wanted to see if there were any suitable spirit beasts that he could keep as pets. At this time, the shop was full of iron cages, and there were spirit beast cubs in them, mostly beasts, and the most common birds were spirit cranes. Yun Yongzhu was quite surprised, because spirit beast shops never put spirit beasts out directly. Looking at the busy guys, he looked at them one by one, but didn't see any that were particularly useful to him. Although these spirit beast cubs are very cute, raising spirit beasts is not just for fun. It also requires spirit stones and time and energy, so it is best to choose a spirit beast that is useful to you. This senior brother, do you have any spirit beasts you want? At this time, a clerk came over and asked him. Yun Yongzhu thought for a moment and asked, is there any spirit beast here that can be used as a means of transportation? It must be fast. The clerk replied, I wonder if you want a finished spirit beast or a cub? I only want a cub, or a spirit bird egg will do. Yun Yongzhu had learned about beast control in detail, and knew that it was best to train a spirit pet from a young age, so that it would be in tune with one's mind and there would be no danger of backlash. Brother, we have wine-chasing leopards and flying tigers in our store, as well as spirit crane eggs and swift bird eggs. Yun Yongzhu was not very satisfied after hearing this. He knew all of these spirit beasts. The wine-chasing leopard was fast enough, but it couldn't fly. The flying tiger was not fast enough, and the spirit crane and swift bird had little room for growth. At least in the past 3 years, he had only seen 4 second-level spirit cranes in the Yuntai Peak Spirit Beast courtyard, and even fewer swift birds. Shaking his head, Yun Yongzhu asked, are there any others? No more. Yun Yongzhu was not too disappointed. There were few precious spirit beasts to begin with, and it was unlikely that they would be sold normally. It's not that he's picky, it's mainly because there's no urgent need right now, so of course he wants to keep improving. Once you raise a spirit pet, it will accompany you for the rest of your life, and raising a spirit beast also requires a lot of money. After leaving this spirit beast shop, Yun Yongzhu went into another one, but didn't get anything. Yun Yongzhu went into the spirit plant shop, the elixir shop, and the magic weapon shop one by one to have a look. Whether he bought anything or not, it was good to see and learn a lot, and there were many people at the moment. After visiting more than 10 shops, Yun Yongzhu went to the street stall area. The goods on the street stalls were more abundant and diverse, and it was quite interesting to watch people bargaining and arguing. He also found many stalls that cheated people of spirit stones, such as making some items look old and fake. saying that they were fragments of spirit tools or treasure tools, or that they were brought out from a certain secret realm or ancient cave. Yun Yongzhu watched the excitement along the way and gained some knowledge. He bought several travel notes, records of experiences and other classics. However, the biggest gain was 2 pill recipes, one for the second level soul nourishing pill and the other for the first level body tempering pill. Although the soul nourishing pill is only of the second grade, it is a kind of medicine that nourishes the soul, so it is very valuable. Generally speaking, taking the soul nourishing pill can increase the cultivator's spiritual awareness and make the soul stronger. This is rare. Such an expensive recipe is actually sold on the street stall. However, the spiritual medicine for refining the soul nourishing pill is very precious. It is estimated that it will take many years before he can open the furnace. Now he can only collect the recipe. He has heard of the body tempering pill. This is a pill taken by physical cultivators. It can strengthen the physique and polish the body. Its status is similar to the key gathering pill taken by magic cultivators. Yun Yongzhu's practice of burning wood art has some effects of tempering the body and increasing strength. He thought that taking the body tempering pill should be helpful. After all, the burning wood art technique is similar to the physical cultivation technique, and the consumption of ki and blood is also intense. Moreover, with the improvement of the physique, the meridians must also be more resilient, so the time and efficiency of cultivation can be increased. Only after the cultivator is promoted to the foundation building stage can he practice in seclusion day and night for a long time. Although a young cultivator in the key training stage can practice for 12 hours, if he practices like this for several days in a row, it will cause great damage to the meridians, and such damage is not easy to repair. Over time, it will be even more difficult to heal, and even the road to cultivation may be cut off. Therefore, cultivators in the key training stage will control their practice time to avoid irreparable damage. Yun Yongzhu was born in a family, and of course he knew the taboos in cultivation, so he has been controlling his practice time. Since he embarked on the road of cultivation, he insisted on practicing for 2 hours every day. Only in the 2 years, when he knew he would enter the sect, he practiced for 4 hours every day. Also, when he changed his cultivation method, the practice time increased. However, he maintained adequate sleep every day, took a nap, and mostly ate spiritual rice, so the 4-hour practice had no effect on his body. Physical cultivation mainly cultivates the physical body, and magic cultivation mainly cultivates spiritual power. Because the environment of Daeunzyuxin is not bad, there are few cultivators who choose to cultivate the physical body, and there are not many body tempering pills. Of course, for physical cultivation, the pills suitable for them are more precious. Not long after buying the 2 pill recipes, Yun Yongzhu realized that it was already dusk, so he hurried back to his cave home Yunju while there was still sunlight. Since I started writing books, I don't even have time to read books. Chapter 39 Trade Fair. The next day, Yun Yongzhu and Wang Yiming went to King Market together again. Wang Yiming did not go for a stroll this time, but helped Yun Yongzhu to look after the stall. This way, Yun Yongzhu was more relaxed, and he only needed to be responsible for collecting spirit stones. Few people bought key gathering pills yesterday, and they were all inner disciples. In fact, the main reason was because of the price set by Yun Yongzhu. A low-grade key gathering pill was priced at 9 spirit stones, and a medium-grade key gathering pill was priced at 11 spirit stones. You know, although this price is not uncommon in the sect, it is only the price of key gathering pills made by well-known or second-level alchemists. Although there are more disciples in the sect who know Yun Yongzhu now, he is still just an unknown quasi-alchemist. Under such circumstances, there are even fewer disciples who buy key gathering pills from him. However, it seems that more people came to buy key gathering pills today, and there are also several outer disciples and menial disciples. This is strange. Outer disciples and menial disciples are people who spend 1 spirit stone in half. Why would they spend an extra spirit stone to buy a key gathering pill from him? Yun Yongzhu thought of the familiar faces who had rushed to buy key gathering pills at his stall first, and he had some guesses in his mind. He thought that maybe they had already taken his key gathering pills, and knew that the pills were more effective, so they came to buy them again. Some people even told their friends in the sect about this. Yun Yongzhu was naturally happy to see this happen. In this way, his key gathering pills should be able to sell out within 5 days. The reason why he set the price high was mainly because the key gathering pills he refined were indeed more effective. And since he was aiming to earn spirit stones, there was no reason not to set the price higher, so that he could lose less. Even if he couldn't sell them all in the end, he could go to Wanbao Pavilion to find senior sister Liu to sell them wholesale. In such a lively atmosphere, the 126 bottles and 8 pills of Bigu pills prepared by Yun Yongzhu were sold out, and 50 key gathering pills were sold on the morning of the 4th day. As for the top grade key gathering pill, he must keep it for himself. After calculation, there were 53 top grade pills of the Bigu pill, 198 mid grade pills, and the rest were all low grade pills, with a total sales price of 1,473 spirit stones. 2 mid-grade key gathering pills were sold, and 48 low-grade key gathering pills were sold, earning 454 spirit stones. The cost of materials for the Bigu pills was 1,150 spirit stones, with a profit of 323 spirit stones. The cost of materials for the key gathering pills was 800 spirit stones, with a negative profit of 346 spirit stones. Overall, the total income was 1,927 spirit stones, and after deducting the cost of materials and spirit wood, the negative profit was 63 spirit stones. After mental calculation, Yun Yongzhu was a little disappointed. He thought he could make a lot of money by taking advantage of the trade fair, but ended up losing some money. But because he had expected it, he was more comforted. His alchemy skills had indeed improved a lot in the past year or so, and the losses of the key gathering pills had been decreasing. This time, he even refined a top grade key gathering pill. Yun Yongzhu believed that he could recover the cost of refining the key gathering pills in the near future, and even make a small profit. Fortunately, he was smart enough to improve the success rate of the Bigu pill first, so as to support himself to continue to study the key gathering pill. Otherwise he might not even be able to afford the low grade spiritual rice now. Moreover, he did not act arrogantly this time, and focused on the Bigu pill. Putting aside the little emotion about the unsatisfactory revenue, Yun Yongzhu and Wang Yiming walked around in the market happily. Not long after, the two met Song Jiang and Wang Xina, so the 4 of them went together to broaden their horizons, and then drank tea in the tea house, exchanged some cultivation experiences, talked about the recent major and minor events in the sect, and the interesting things that happened when doing the sect tasks, etc. The 5th day was the last day of the king meeting, and it was also the most important day. On this day, Wanbao Pavilion was going to hold a trading event. The two got up early this morning and went straight to Wanbao Pavilion, wanting to participate in this event. When they arrived at the door of the Wanbao Pavilion's shop, they saw many disciples walking in one after another. The two quickly joined the team and walked into the store together. How did this place become so big? Yun Yongzhu was surprised to find that the space inside the Wanbao Pavilion was many times larger when he entered. There were many monks in the hall at this time. It was roughly estimated that there were thousands of people, and many people were coming in from outside the store. Yun Yongzhu looked around and didn't find any familiar people, so he sat down with Wang Yiming in the empty seat at the back. This place has become so wide. Is it because of the use of the space expansion technique? Or is it because of the arrangement of the space formation? Apart from these two reasons, Yun Yongzhu couldn't think of any other possibilities. Brother Yun, you guessed it right. I heard that every time the small market in the sect holds such a trade fair, they will go to the formation hall to invite the formation master, or ask the uncle who knows the space expansion technique to arrange it, so this trade fair will start on the last day. It was really as he thought, but this space related spell was at least a mid-level spell, and it must be difficult to practice, and he had never seen it in the Sutra library. In the past 3 years, he has practiced the fire escape technique, and he has only gained a little understanding so far, and he is still a little short of formal entry. This experience also made Yun Yongzhu truly understand the difficulty of practicing intermediate magic spells. Have you ever participated in a trade fair before? What items were traded at the trade fair? Brother Yun, I did participate once. That was 5 years ago, but it was not in King Market. The two talked for about half a cup of tea, and all the seats in the hall were full. Many disciples who came in later could only stand. It was bustling, and conservatively speaking, there were about 3,000 to 5,000 people in the whole hall. Soon the trade officially began. A middle-aged monk came out and stood on the newly built platform in the hall. Welcome all fellow disciples to King Market to participate in this trade fair. I'm Kanduodo, the head of Wanbao Pavilion. Everyone is here to trade, and they are all familiar with the rules of the trade fair. I won't say much nonsense, let our Wanbao Pavilion take the lead. As he said, Kanduodo took out the prepared things. This is Huanling Yan, a first-class magic weapon. This magic weapon can attack and defend. Cayenne grass was added during the refining process, so it can change, and has very strong ductility. It is not a problem to extend it 100 or 1,000 times. This Huanling Yan is exchanged for goods, and spiritual herbs of equal value are given priority, followed by refining materials. Fellow disciples, if you want this magic weapon, please tell us your price. As soon as Kanduodo finished speaking, a disciple made an offer. A flower in the stone. A purple-leafed orchid. A pound of tungsten essence. This Huanling Yan magic weapon is obviously very popular, and there is an endless stream of people who offer prices. Most of them are people from the inner sect, and most of them are women. Yun Yongzhu looked at the light blue, thin, and soft silk ribbon hanging on Kanduodo's arm, and felt sorry. It would be better if the design was more masculine. However, no matter how much he thought in his heart, it was none of his business. Even if this magic weapon met his aesthetic taste, he had nothing to exchange for it. After a long time, the Huanling Yan was successfully traded for a spiritual medicine and a refining material. Kanduodo was very satisfied with the items traded this time. He smiled and said, "Next is my private trading item, which is also a magic weapon. Please have a look." Kanduodo took out his magic weapon, introduced the grade and function of the magic weapon in detail, and traded it with spiritual stones. Finally, he made a deal with the person with the highest bid. "I have thrown out 2 pieces of beautiful jade to attract others. Now I'm retired. If you want to trade, please come to the stage." Kanduodo happily put away a large amount of spiritual stones, walked down the trading table happily, and sat down not far away. The scene did not become deserted with Kanduodo's departure. Soon, several people stood up at the same time and went to the trading table. One person went up first, and the others waited for the next one not far from the stage. This scene also made many disciples who had just entered the sect understand that this kind of trading meeting should be held frequently in the sect, and its rules are already well known. Most of the items traded next were magical instruments, as well as spiritual herbs and medicines. The transaction was done by barter, or bidding with spiritual stones. Although not every item traded was precious, the atmosphere was always very lively. My fellow disciples, I'm here on behalf of Uncle Kinming to trade for magical instruments. Please look, the magical instrument in my hand is called Flowing Light Wings, which is a mid-grade flying magical instrument. Uncle Kinming used the feathers of 3 kinds of demon birds, floating stones and wind-controlling stones to refine it. The speed of Flowing Light Wings is faster than that of a flying sword of the same level. If all the spiritual power is input, the speed of the burst is comparable to that of a top-grade flying sword. This magical instrument is traded with spiritual stones, and the highest bidder wins. You can bid now. As soon as the man finished speaking, someone immediately offered 50 spiritual stones, 52 spiritual stones. Yun Yongzhu looked at the palm-sized wing magical instrument in the hands of the person on the stage, and thought in his heart whether he should take action to get this magical instrument. You know, he just happened to lack a flying magical instrument. He had heard of the name of Uncle Kinming, who was famous in the sect for his obsession with refining instruments, and it was heard that the quality of the instruments he refined was quite good. After thinking for a while, Yun Yongzhu felt that it was time for him to configure a flying instrument, so he decided to make a move. However, he did not bid immediately, but waited until the bid reached 100, and when no one spoke for a long time, he successfully won the instrument with 110 spirit stones. Yun Yongzhu paid the spirit stone payment on the spot, and the flowing light wing was successfully obtained. However, the trading atmosphere has reached a small climax now, and it is not the time to play with the instruments, so he put away the instruments and returned to his original position. It didn't take long for the transaction of elixirs to appear, and even the precious elixir of the marrow cleansing pill appeared, and what surprised all the disciples was that the transaction method was to bid with spirit stones. Yun Yongzhu was of course one of the people who was surprised. He passed 5 levels and killed 6 generals. After a competition, he successfully won the low-grade marrow cleansing pill at the price of 600 spirit stones. The main function of the marrow cleansing pill is to open up the meridians, change the meridians and marrow, cleanse the body's dirt, remove impurities in the body, and also have a slight effect of expanding the meridians. This pill has the greatest effect on mortals and monks in the key training stage. After taking it, mortals can enhance their physical fitness and prolong their lifespan. After taking it, monks in the key training stage can also increase their cultivation speed. As for monks above the foundation building level, because the monks have no dirt after the foundation building, the marrow cleansing pill has little effect on them. However, if a monk takes the pill for a long time to practice, more or less, there will be a trace of elixir impurities in the body that he cannot detect. If these elixir impurities accumulate too much, although it will not endanger his life, it will hinder his practice, slow down the monk's practice speed, and even encounter a bottleneck in practice. The marrow cleansing pill can also solve this situation, but the monks who can encounter this situation, of course, have the ability to obtain the marrow cleansing pill. Because the marrow cleansing pill is suitable for cultivators of almost all realms, there are many debates about the grade of the pill. Some say it is a first grade pill, some say it is a second grade pill, and some even say it is a third grade elixir. Even in the alchemy world, alchemists are difficult to determine the grade of the marrow cleansing pill, because 2 second-grade spiritual herbs are needed to refine the marrow cleansing pill, but many first-grade alchemists with rich experience in alchemy can also refine the marrow cleansing pill. However, it is not just the marrow cleansing pill that is difficult to determine the grade of. There are many kinds of pills, and it is also very difficult to define their grades. After returning to the trading venue, Yun Yongzhu could no longer keep a low profile. After taking back the low-grade marrow cleansing pill, people's eyes glanced at him from time to time. Fortunately, more and more pills were traded later, which shifted people's eyes away from him. Among so many pills, the most common ones are of course the pills for improving spiritual power cultivation. Most of them are pills produced by famous alchemists in the sect. Yun Yongzhu envied them. Next came the pills for restoring spiritual power, healing pills, and detoxification pills, and even a few poison pills with amazing effects. Not only did they contain pills suitable for disciples in the key training stage, but pills suitable for cultivators in the foundation building stage also appeared from time to time. What surprised Yun Yongzhu was that there were also several special pills for beauty and skincare that appeared on the trading table, and the final transaction prices were quite high. About 2 hours later, as if it was agreed, the pill transactions became less and less, and other trading items gradually appeared. Various materials from demon pills and demon beasts, various exotic flowers and herbs, some of which were suitable for refining tools, some for refining pills, and some could be eaten directly. There were also many demon beasts, demon beast cubs, and demon beast eggs, which opened the eyes of the young disciples present. Yun Yongzhu also recognized many demon beasts, spiritual plants, and spiritual herbs that he did not know. There was also a spiritual beast that made him shine, but he had already bought the flowing light wing before, so there was no need to raise another spiritual pet. I want to trade 18 eggs of the soul-devouring golden cicada. Everyone, this soul-devouring golden cicada is a rare insect ranked within the top 100 on the list of rare insects. It can nourish the soul of the cultivator by devouring the essence of other creatures. I won't say any more nonsense. I will trade these 18 eggs one by one, bidding with spirit stones. Now I will start trading the first one. Whoever wants it can bid. Yun Yongzhu has not seen the list of rare insects, but he has heard of the monster insects and spirit insects that rank high on the list, including the precious soul-devouring golden cicada. Nourishing the soul is a very precious function. A strong soul means a strong consciousness, which means a wider range of consciousness and a higher power of spells and tactical formulas. After years of practice and understanding of the world of immortal cultivation, Yun Yongzhu notes that the reason why his cultivation speed is so fast and the reason why he can enter the alchemy faster and make rapid progress than other fellow disciples is that it has a lot to do with his naturally strong soul. Of course, he hopes that his soul will be stronger, which can help him walk more steadily, faster and longer on the road of cultivation. In the past few years, he had read many classics in the sect and inquired about elixirs or methods that could nourish the soul and increase consciousness. Unfortunately, he only found a few elixirs that were effective for the soul and the strange insect soul-devouring golden cicada. However, the elixirs that were beneficial to the soul were often of the 3rd or 4th grade. With his ability, he was just willing, but unable to do anything. Now that he had encountered the soul-devouring golden cicada's eggs, there were still 18 of them, and he had to take one. But Yun Yongzhu was not the only one who knew the benefits of nourishing the soul, and he was not the only one who was determined to take a soul-devouring golden cicada's eggs. As soon as the man on the trading table finished speaking, people immediately rushed to speak, and the voices of quotations were endless. Soon the price reached 340 spirit stones. At this time, everyone gradually calmed down. After all, no matter how precious it was just a bug egg that was traded. Whether it could be hatched or raised later was still unknown. 340 spirit stones were already very precious for a bug egg. Everyone, is there anyone else who wants to make an offer? I have specially prepared a manual for the cultivation of the soul-devouring golden cicada. The tone was full of temptation. Someone couldn't help but add another spirit stone. After that, no one made an offer. After all, there were still many spirit insect eggs. Yun Yongzhu didn't plan to make an offer so early. He planned to wait until the 4th or 5th insect egg was traded before making a move. At this time, Wang Yiming, who was sitting next to Yun Yongzhu, sent him a message. Brother Yun, do you want to buy an egg? Yun Yongzhu looked at him puzzledly. Why? Is there a problem? Not that there is a problem, but it is rumored that the soul-devouring golden cicada is not easy to cultivate. Through Wang Yiming's narration, Yun Yongzhu knew that, although the soul-devouring golden cicada was a rare insect, it often appeared in the sect. So although there are not many people in the sect who have cultivated the soul-devouring golden cicada, there are some, but not many have succeeded. Senior brother Yun, take a closer look. Are most of the people making offers in the field young disciples? Yun Yongzhu could only use his eyes to see, because no matter where he was, cultivators were very averse to others using their spiritual sense to look at them recklessly, which would be regarded as hostility by others. With his super memory, he found out all the people who had spoken before, and found that it was just as he said. Most of them were young disciples around 20 years old, and judging from their clothes, most of them were people from the inner sect. Many brothers and sisters who have bought soul-devouring golden cicada eggs have told others that it is very difficult to cultivate this spiritual insect, and they all end up in failure. Therefore, most of the seniors in the sect who have heard about this no longer spend time, energy, and resources to buy and cultivate this strange insect. It is also rumored that the soul-devouring golden cicada is a gold-eating beast, which consumes a lot of resources. Junior brother, I have said all. Senior brother Yun, you must think carefully. Thank you, junior brother Wang, for reminding me. Yun Yongzhu did not show it on his face, but he was thinking seriously about the pros and cons in his heart. After a while, he still made up his mind to buy an egg. Even if the soul-devouring golden cicada is difficult to cultivate, he must experience it himself before he will be willing. In any case, the role of this spiritual insect is an opportunity that he cannot miss. Moreover, he still has more than 1,400 spirit stones left in his pocket at this time, and buying an egg is within his ability. So, when Yun Yongzhu traded the 4th egg, he successfully got an egg and a cultivation manual at the price of 320 spirit stones. After the soul-devouring golden cicada eggs, more than a dozen good spirit beasts came on the stage. Especially the 3 spirit beasts and insects, the human-faced charm spider, the gold-devouring bug, and the soul-seeking rat, are of great help to the cultivators, and are of great value. The human-faced charm spider is born with the ability to seduce and can seduce other creatures without them noticing. The gold-devouring bug, which eats various metal ores for a long time, will condense the essence of metal ores in its body. The soul-seeking rat is a good helper in finding spirit plants and spirit medicines. Yun Yongzhu only knew about these 3 spirit beasts from the classics, and he was very envious of them, but there were so many people who were envious, which could be known from the fierce competition on the field. It is no exaggeration to say that it was many times more intense than his previous competition for the marrow cleansing pill, because the main competitors of these 3 spirit beasts were the uncles in the foundation building period. After nearly an hour, the demon beasts and spirit beasts were eliminated, and various talismans appeared. Yun Yongzhu had no shortage of talismans, but he still exchanged 160 spirit stones for a second level low grade defensive talisman, the tortoise shell talisman. Although he didn't seem to need a second level defensive talisman at the moment, this was a world of cultivation, and who knew which would come first, tomorrow or an accident, so it was best to be prepared. The defensive talismans in his hand were all low-level talismans, most of which were drawn by his mother herself. Among them, there were only 10 high-grade defensive talismans, and they were all water shield talismans, which were specially used for his self-defense. Yang Liu was best at drawing 5-element talismans. Perhaps because of her practice of water-based exercises, she had the highest success rate in drawing water attribute talismans. In the Qingshan sect, among the 4 major cultivation techniques of elixir, talisman, weapon, and formation, the most people made talismans, and in addition, the sect had a rich collection of classics, so there were also many types of talismans. The different talismans with different effects opened Yun Yongzhu's eyes again, and he felt that his knowledge was still insufficient. After the various talismans, it was the turn of the formation. The formation is not something that ordinary people can afford. Only a few inner disciples in the sect would set up a low-level formation outside the cave. Yun Yongzhu's spiritual sense probed into his storage bag. He still had 1000 spirit stones left, which should be enough to buy a small top-grade formation. It depends on whether there is one suitable for him. He was lucky. He successfully traded 980 spirit stones for a set of maze formation. This maze formation is a first level top grade formation, which belongs to an illusion formation, and is also a passive defense formation. In the maze formation, there are both true and false, and all kinds of illusions are permeated in it, making it difficult to defend. Even ordinary foundation building cultivators will be aroused by their inner demons, fall into illusions, and think of the most painful memories in their hearts. The person who set up the formation can hide in the formation and kill the opponent at this time. This is also the main reason why the maze array cost Yun Yongzhu nearly 1000 spirit stones. Otherwise, so many spirit stones would have been enough for him to buy 2 or 3 ordinary low-grade spirit tools. That's why the array masters have the saying, if you don't open for 3 years, you can make a living for 3 years after opening, and the income from one transaction is more than 100 times that of other immortal professions. After buying the maze array, Yun Yongzhu has nothing to do with any treasure that appears next. At this time, he is purely gaining knowledge, because there are only 21 spirit stones left in his storage bag, which can be regarded as empty. After that, a set of phantom array came on the stage. This is also a phantom array, but the phantom array is the best of the phantom arrays. Although it is also a first level upper grade array, its power is several times that of the maze array. However, even if the phantom array came on the stage first, the spirit stones in Yun Yongzhu's hand could not take down this array. Sure enough, the phantom array was finally exchanged for more than 1300 spirit stones. After that, a magic weapon called Linglang House appeared, and Yun Yongzhu wanted it very much. This is another top-grade magic weapon refined by Uncle Kinming. It is a space magic weapon that can change size and can be carried around. The exquisite house is usually only the size of a walnut. When it is needed, it can be enlarged by injecting spiritual power. It can also defend by placing spiritual stones at the formation. Yun Yongzhu thought that if he had such an exquisite house magic weapon, it would be much more convenient, safer and more comfortable to go out in the future. Unfortunately, he had no money and could not afford it. In the end, he could only watch this magic weapon being bought by someone for 2,200 spiritual stones. After the exquisite house, there were no outstanding trading items. In less than half an hour, this King Hefang market trading event ended successfully. Yun Yongzhu and Wang Yiming quickly slipped away and returned to Luoyangzhu as quickly as possible. Chapter 40 Handling Trade Items. After returning to the cave, it was already the 20th hour. Yun Yongzhu put down the jade box in his hand and took out all the other items he had exchanged for at the trade fair. One mid-grade flying magic weapon, the flowing light wing, one low-grade marrow cleansing pill, one soul-devouring golden cicada egg, one level 2 low-grade turtle shell talisman, one level 1 high-grade mystery formation, altogether. He spent a full 2,170 spirit stones, but it was worth it. It was rare to encounter these magic weapons and spiritual objects in King Market on weekdays, especially the marrow cleansing pill and the soul-devouring golden cicada egg. If they were urgently needed, they could only be exchanged with points in the sect treasury. Yun Yongzhu's eyes fell on the jade bottle containing the marrow cleansing pill. After a moment's hesitation, he left the jade box containing the soul-devouring golden cicada egg and put away the other items. He took out the accompanying spiritual insect cultivation manual and read it at a glance. Soon, Yun Yongzhu had read through the thin booklet of more than 10 pages and had a general idea of how to cultivate the soul-devouring golden cicada. He opened the jade box, and inside, a bean-sized spirit insect egg was quietly nestling in the white cotton wool. It looked crystal clear and full of vitality. Yun Yongzhu forced out a small drop of blood essence, used his spiritual power to suspend it above the insect egg, and then dripped his blood essence on the surface of the insect egg. Watching the insect egg slowly absorb his blood essence, Yun Yongzhu pinched a contract spell and injected it into the insect egg. This is the spell of contracting spirit beasts that Yun Yongzhu learned in the family. In fact, only this contract spell can make the soul-devouring golden cicada insect egg recognize the master. After all, it is still just an egg at this time. Feeling the vague connection between himself and the spirit insect egg, Yun Yongzhu was relieved. Next, he had to arrange the insect breeding room and prepare the golden cicada powder. The insect breeding room is easy to deal with. It is not much different from the hatching room of ordinary spirit beast cubs. It is nothing more than ensuring the supply of spiritual energy. The soul-devouring golden cicada insect eggs must also ensure a suitable temperature. At that time, arranging a temperature control array will be enough. The difficult part is the golden cicada powder. He could make the golden cicada powder by himself. The formula was recorded in the cultivation manual, but he was a little undecided about which spiritual medicine to use. To make the golden cicada powder, 2 kinds of spiritual medicine were needed. One was positive, such as Zuanyang grass, Huang leaf, and Jiayang grass, and the other was spiritual medicine that had an effect on the soul, such as Cheyenne grass, Mohan flower, and Huanan grass. According to the description in the manual, the formula of the golden cicada powder was very strange. There were at least 800, if not 1,000. The cultivation manual also specifically noted that even without the assistance of the golden cicada powder, the soul-eating golden cicada eggs could be hatched, but the hatching probability was lower. Yun Yongzhu guessed that the rumor that the soul-eating golden cicada was not easy to cultivate should have a lot to do with the golden cicada powder. After all, spiritual medicines that had an effect on the soul were rare, and their value was relatively precious. Of course, because of the variety of formulas, the hatching effects on the soul-eating golden cicada were also different. However, no matter how varied the golden cicada powder was, Yun Yongzhu was determined to make it to increase the hatching rate of the eggs. After thinking for a while, Yun Yongzhu suddenly had an idea and took out the recipe he got at the king meeting. This is the recipe for the soul-nourishing pill, which contains more than 200 kinds of materials. He carefully looked at the various spiritual medicines recorded in the recipe, ignoring the precious main medicine, the soul-nourishing grass, and finally set his sights on 3 words: forget-me-not. This spiritual herb is a first-grade high-quality spiritual medicine, and is quite valuable. Yun Yongzhu remembered that it was recorded in the primary spiritual medicine encyclopedia. He took the primary spiritual medicine encyclopedia from the bookshelf in the study and flipped through it and soon found the picture and content of forget-me-not. After reading it in detail, Yun Yongzhu flipped through the positive spiritual herbs and medicines again. After a long time, he decided to use forget-me-not and flame mushroom to prepare the golden cicada powder. Based on his current shallow understanding of the medicinal properties of spiritual medicines, flame mushroom is hot and forget-me-not is cold. The two can just blend and complement each other, and the golden cicada powder produced should have a relatively mild medicinal property. After making up his mind, he took the jade box containing the eggs and came to the training room. He placed the jade box in the corner, thought for a while, took out a spirit stone, ground it into fine powder, and then sprinkled it on the surface and around the eggs. In the spirit cave, there was the spiritual energy of the spirit stone powder nourishing, so he didn't need to set up a spirit gathering array to assist in hatching. He carefully covered the jade box so that he could take care of it at any time after training, and the spirit stone powder could be replenished at any time. After the preliminary treatment of the soul-eating golden cicada eggs, Yun Yongzhu felt much more at ease. Next, he only needed to buy a temperature control array diagram, set up a temperature control array, and then purchase flame mushrooms and forget-me-not grass to make golden cicada powder and scatter it in the jade box. There was no rush for this matter at this time. He had to wait until tomorrow to harvest the spiritual herbs and medicines in the spiritual field before making preparations. Yun Yongzhu took out the middle grade flying magic weapon, the flowing light wings, and saw a pair of palm-sized, pure white and flawless mini wings emitting a bright spiritual light in his hand. This is a single person flying magic weapon. It is not like a boat-shaped, sword-shaped or other flying magic weapons that can carry people. Yun Yongzhu thought about it, forced out another drop of blood essence, and ripped it on the flowing light wing, and poured his spiritual power into the magic weapon to sacrifice the flowing light wing. Perhaps because of the help of blood essence, about an hour later, he felt that the flowing light wing had established a preliminary connection with himself, so he stopped the sacrifice and wanted to go out to test its power. Yun Yongzhu came to the gate of Luoyangju with the mini wings in his hand, input spiritual power into the flowing light wing, and then threw it into the air. The flowing light wing became huge in an instant, then flew behind him, stopped under the shoulder blade, and connected to his flesh and blood. Yun Yongzhu felt that he could use his spiritual power and consciousness to control the flapping of the wings behind him, so he tried to flap it gently. His body moved upwards, and his feet slowly left the ground. The wings stopped flapping, and he immediately fell to the ground. But Yun Yongzhu was not panicking. Not to mention that he was very close to the ground. Even if he was at a high altitude, he was a 5th level key training cultivator, so he naturally had a way to save his life. When he was about to touch the ground, Yun Yongzhu flapped the wings behind him again, and again, and his whole body flew up to the sky, left or right. This feeling was very wonderful, as if this pair of wings was a part of him born, just like his hands and legs. Yun Yongzhu was completely excited. He controlled the flowing light wings and circled near Luoyangju. Soon Yun Yongzhu had an idea and tried to do various difficult moves in midair, such as front flips, side flips, back flips, and sharp turns. After playing for half an hour, he folded his wings and returned to his room with a sense of unsatisfaction. The feeling of flying with the flowing light wings was very different from the feeling of using the cloud soaring technique or riding a spirit beast. Yun Yongzhu prefers the feeling of flying with the flowing light wings. This is what he has always pursued, the feeling of flying freely. He can fly however he wants, whether he wants to fly sideways or backwards. After this short period of exploration, Yun Yongzhu has roughly known how to control the flowing light wings. Perhaps because it has not been fully refined, its speed is not as fast as that of a flying sword of the same level. However, after the successful sacrifice, the speed will naturally increase. Yun Yongzhu is more satisfied with the flexibility of the flowing light wings. When using it, it has a great advantage in fighting in the air, and it can also react more quickly to sudden sneak attacks. After the initial sacrifice of the flowing light wings, the remaining thing to deal with is the maze array. The maze array that Yun Yongzhu traded is a complete set, divided into 3 parts: array plate, array flag, and array diagram. These 3 parts are indispensable for a novice in array formation. Although Yun Yongzhu is not a novice in array formation, he has only taken less than 10 array formation classes in his family and only knows some common knowledge of array formation. There are 36 formation flags in the maze formation, and each formation flag is equivalent to a low-grade magic weapon. Although the formation flags are not as valuable as ordinary magic weapons, they are indispensable for setting up the formation. Of course, for laymen of formations, the most precious thing is the formation diagram. The formation diagram contains the overall picture of the formation, the magic formulas and seals for operating the formation, and the experience and skills, and also includes the formation methods for various terrain environments. Without the formation diagram, with Yun Yongzhu's superficial understanding of the formation, even if he scratched his head, he would never be able to set up this first level upper grade maze formation. Finally, there is the formation plate, which can enable cultivators who are not formation masters to control the formation better and faster. Yun Yongzhu took out the formation diagram jade slip of the maze formation and read it carefully first. After he understood and digested the formation diagram and had a clear idea in his mind, he began to set up the formation. Yun Yongzhu left Yunju and carefully observed the surrounding environment in the afterglow of the evening. After weighing for a moment, he began to measure with his own footsteps and began to set up the formation flags about 30 feet away. 30 feet away from Yunju, he followed the instructions on the formation diagram and inserted the formation flags one by one. After inserting all 36 formation flags, he carefully checked them again and stopped to confirm that they were exactly the same as described on the formation diagram. Because Yuntai Mountain was rich in spiritual energy and Yunju was located on a spiritual cave, Yun Yongzhu did not place any additional spiritual stones. If you set up a formation in a place with insufficient spiritual energy, you need to use additional spiritual stones to fully exert its power. Then Yun Yongzhu took out the formation disc of the maze formation, input spiritual energy into it, and communicated with all the formation flags. When all 36 nodes on the formation disc were lit and linked, all the formation flags raised weak beams of light. Then the 36 beams of light slowly spread outward, connected into one, and turned into a huge ball-shaped transparent barrier that enveloped the entire Yunju. Then, several formation flags not far from Yun Yongzhu disappeared under his gaze. He used his spiritual sense to scan the area and found that all the formation flags had disappeared. Even the thin, vaguely visible transparent barrier had disappeared. If he hadn't personally planted the formation flags and arranged the formation, he would have suspected that he was dazzled. Yun Yongzhu looked at the environment around him, which had not changed much, and was not sure whether he had successfully arranged the maze formation. He closed his eyes and entered a state of meditation, using his spiritual power and spiritual sense to carefully sense the flow of spiritual energy around him, and noticed a trace of disharmony. This showed that the arrangement of the maze formation was not perfect. Even he, a layman in the formation, could vaguely detect the weaknesses of the formation. Although it took some effort to break the formation, it was only a matter of time. This could only be improved slowly in the future, and he would slowly adjust it after studying and understanding the maze formation diagram more. Yun Yongzhu looked at the environment around him, which had not changed much, and put the formation plate in his hand into the storage bag. At this moment, a large amount of fog suddenly appeared in front of his eyes, and soon he could not see his hand in front of his face. Yun Yongzhu walked slowly towards Yunju according to his memory. A quarter of an hour later, he still saw nothing but white in front of him, thinking that he should have reached the gate of the courtyard long ago. Suddenly, two dim lights lit up in the white fog, and a shrill horn sounded in his ears. Yun Yongzhu squinted at the place where the lights were on. The horn sounded strange and familiar. It was the car horn he often heard in his previous life. Not long after, a medium-sized van that he could not forget gradually approached, and the speed was getting faster and faster. He panicked for a moment, and then calmed down, standing calmly in place, motionless. Sure enough, the car passed directly through his body and disappeared, and then the fog quickly became thick again. Yun Yongzhu ignored the changes around him, and recalled the things in his previous life, and his state of mind seemed to have improved. He calmed down, and took out the array plate from the storage bag without delay. The fog dissipated, and the world became clear in an instant. There are two ways to control and operate the formation. One is to use special magic formulas and seals, and the other is to use the formation medium. The formation plate is a specially refined formation medium, which is used to set up the formation, control, etc. Yun Yongzhu's formation plate has been linked to the formation flag of the maze formation, so he will not be affected by the formation when he holds the formation plate. He looked around and found that he was almost standing still. After personal experience, Yun Yongzhu was very satisfied with this maze formation. Nearly 1,000 spirit stones were not wasted. It would be safer for him to go out with this formation in the future. However, he still needs to be more familiar with the maze formation and understand the power of this formation. The most important thing is to improve the speed of setting up the formation and the proficiency of the formation operation. The formation plate is also a magic weapon that can be sacrificed. In order to get a better grasp of the maze formation, Yun Yongzhu dripped a drop of ordinary blood on the formation plate and used spiritual power to sacrifice it. After about 3 hours, the initial sacrifice was completed. He put the formation plate into the storage bag, but it was still not affected by the maze formation. The world in front of him was still clear. Yun Yongzhu had already consumed 2 drops of blood essence today by refining the flowing light wings and contracting the soul-devouring golden cicada eggs. His face was 3 points pale. If too much blood essence was lost, the recovery period would be very long and it would affect his normal practice. That was why Yun Yongzhu did not use blood essence to assist in refining the mysterious array disc. He planned to spend time slowly refining the flowing light wings in the disc until he could manipulate them at will. Yun Yongzhu returned to the living room and made a simple array jade pendant that could pass through the mysterious array for 3 months with a piece of white jade according to the array diagram. He prepared it for Wang Yiming to use so that he could enter and exit Luoyunju more easily. After making the array key, Yun Yongzhu took out the marrow cleansing pill and took it. This pill was so precious that he would not keep it. He would only feel at ease when he actually ate it. However, taking the marrow cleansing pill was not as comfortable as taking the key gathering pill or the bigu pill. Before Yun Yongzhu could feel the taste of the marrow cleansing pill, the pill turned into a stream of clear water and went straight into his heart, and then a numbness and itching spread from all parts of his body. Then it turned into severe pain, as if countless knives were scraping every bone and every meridian in his body, and as if there were millions of ants gnawing at every piece of flesh and blood on his body. For a while, Yun Yongzhu breathed heavily, clenched his teeth, sweated profusely, and looked ferocious. It was unknown how long it took for the pain in his body to gradually dissipate. At this time, Yun Yongzhu was like a puddle of mud, and his whole body was covered with black mud. These were toxins and impurities discharged from his body. Yun Yongzhu took a long time to relax, smelling the extremely stinky smell emanating from his body, and looking at the dirt on his body. He couldn't believe it. After practicing for many years, and insisting on eating spiritual rice, spiritual fruit, bigu pills and other spiritual objects, he still had so many filthy things in his body. Yun Yongzhu was deeply moved. This was many times more than the impurities he discharged when he entered the 1st and 4th levels of key training. It took him a long time to clean the dirty things sticking to his body, and he immediately felt much more relaxed. He clenched his fists and looked at the slightly bulging muscles on his arms, realizing that his physique and physical strength had also improved a lot. It was already the hour of Mao, and Yun Yongzhu had not slept all night. He told Wang Yiming to collect the spiritual dew first, and then harvest the 7-star grass and purple ginseng, and then he went to rest. Chapter 41 Soul Devouring Golden Cicadas Iojin. Since the king meeting, Yun Yongzhu has not left Luoyunju except for a trip out of the cave on the 3rd day. He always asks Wang Yiming to run errands for him. He knows that he has been a little bit prominent at the king meeting. As the saying goes, the first bird to stick its head out gets shot, especially since this world is not as safe as the world in his previous life. Although he has not encountered any danger since he was a child, a gentleman does not stand under a dangerous wall, so he decided to keep a low profile for a few years. In fact, Yun Yongzhu only participated in the transaction so unscrupulously because he was in Kingshan sect. If he was outside the sect, with his current 5th level key training level, he would restrain himself, even if there were precious treasures. However, in the public eye, he spent more than 2,000 spirit stones on the transaction, which was quite ostentatious. There are many inner disciples as rich as him in the sect, and there are even inner disciples who are richer than him. But many of these inner disciples have backers. They are disciples of the internal forces of the sect, such as the Alchemy Hall, the Weapon Refining Hall, the Formation Hall, and the Talisman Hall. Or they have elders in the Foundation Establishment stage or even the Golden Core stage as their backers. At the very least, their cultivation is much higher than Yun Yongzhu. You must be on guard against others. Fortunately, he has not been in Qingshan sect for long, and not many people know him. In addition, he is only 13 years old now, and he will be a different person in a few years. Because he did not expect that he would participate in the transaction, nor did he expect that he would suddenly lose his blood, so he did not prepare blood replenishing medicine. On the third day, Yun Yongzhu went to King Market again, and found his old acquaintance, senior sister Ayumi, and sold all 307 star grasses and 600 kilograms of spiritual rice. Then he spent 60 spirit stones to buy a bottle of top grade blood replenishing pills. After taking about 4 pills, he can restore the lost blood in less than a month. Of course, he also spent 2 spirit stones to buy a temperature control array diagram, and spent 76 spirit stones to buy 2 flame mushrooms and 2 forget-me-not grasses. Fortunately, the two of them had traded many times and had a good relationship, otherwise the forget-me-not grass would have to be exchanged for points in the mission hall. As for the blood replenishing pill, it was a low-level high-quality pill specially used to restore the blood and ki of the monks. The top-grade blood replenishing pill could be taken every 5 days. According to Yun Yongzhu's estimation, his blood and ki would be fully restored after taking about 4 or 5 blood replenishing pills. One morning, Yun Yongzhu sprinkled a spirit stone powder on the soul-devouring golden cicada eggs as usual, and suddenly felt the familiar thought fluctuations again. Hungry, hungry. In the past 2 months, he has successively arranged the temperature control array, mixed the flame mushroom powder and forget-me-not grass powder that he refined, and sprinkled them into the jade box containing the eggs. Before practicing every day, he crushed a spirit stone and sprinkled the spirit stone powder around the eggs to supply the eggs' demand for spiritual energy. A month ago, Yun Yongzhu could feel that the little guy in the eggs had taken shape and was sending him the message of hunger. He was very happy at that time, which showed that the insect breeding room he had arranged before was very good, and the golden cicada powder worth 76 spirit stones was also very powerful, and the hatching success was almost certain. But obviously he was too happy too early, and Xiaojin did not hatch for the next month. Xiaojin was the name Yun Yongzhu gave to the soul-devouring golden cicada. Today, there was another new situation. After he spread all the spirit stone powder, Xiaojin was still yelling to him hungry. Yun Yongzhu was speechless. This little thing was worthy of being a spirit insect with the title of gold swallowing beast. It had not hatched yet, but it had eaten 60 of his spirit stones, not to mention the cost of the temperature control array and the golden cicada powder. Although a spirit stone is not small, it contains a lot of spiritual power, which is enough for a cultivator in the key training period to practice for 5 or 6 days. However, this soul-devouring golden cicada has already been bred and formed, and its consciousness can still communicate with him. It has taken 99 steps, so this last step is not a big deal. So under the urging of the soul-devouring golden cicada, Yun Yongzhu crushed 5 spirit stones at once, and sprinkled the spirit stone powder all over the jade box. Not only that, he also transferred his spiritual power to the soul-devouring golden cicada's eggs. Xiaojin accepted all who came, and the thoughts he transmitted were full of excitement. Yun Yongzhu's heart moved, and he felt that this was an opportunity or a sign for the eggs to break out of the shell. He used his thoughts to soothe the soul-devouring golden cicada, and encouraged it to break out of the shell. The soul-devouring golden cicada was excited and excited. After absorbing 70% to 80% of Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power, it hit hard. Yun Yongzhu vaguely heard a click sound, and indeed saw a thin crack appear on the surface of the eggs. Then, under the continuous impact of the soul-devouring golden cicada, a soft, white, and tender little cicada crawled out of the eggs, and then lay beside the eggs motionless. It was really too tired and needed to rest and recharge its energy. Yun Yongzhu looked at Zyojin's exquisite appearance and felt that it was very fragile and also revealed a bit of cuteness. After a quarter of an hour, Zyojin recovered and slowly stretched out its 2 pairs of transparent and slightly moist membrane wings. After a while, the 2 pairs of membranous wings of the little golden cicada became dry and straight, and it flapped and flew up. The frequency of its wings flapping was so high that Yun Yongzhu could only see the residual shadow of its wings. When the little golden cicada flew up, it was a little wobbly, just like a child who had just learned to walk, but it stabilized its little body after a while. It flew to Yun Yongzhu's shoulder and chirped softly to ask for food. Hungry, hungry. The chirping sound was a little harsh, and he suddenly remembered the talent of the soul-devouring golden cicada. He couldn't help but feel a little excited, wondering if its innate magical power would be manifested through sound. The soul-devouring golden cicada can devour the essence of living beings to nourish the master's soul, so it is also the nemesis of the soul body and has a natural magical power that can restrain the soul body. While thinking, Yun Yongzhu turned his head to look at the little one on his shoulder and did not dare to neglect it. He quickly took out the spiritual dew that he had prepared for 2 months from the storage bag. According to the cultivation manual, the soul-devouring golden cicada can only be fed with spiritual dew for 1 month after hatching, and can only be fed with some spiritual medicine or spiritual fruit juice after 1 month. This spiritual dew is the dew on the spiritual plant, which contains some spiritual energy and medicinal properties of the spiritual plant. The higher the grade of the spiritual plant, the higher the quality of the spiritual dew. Spiritual dew is also a medicine. He had heard in Baitang that some pill recipes contain spiritual dew, but it is the spiritual dew of a specific spiritual plant. The soul-devouring golden cicada is relatively easy to serve. It does not have high requirements for spiritual dew, and does not require any particular spiritual dew from a certain spiritual plant. The spiritual dew that Yun Yongzhu prepared was collected by Wang Yiming from the leaves of the 7-star grass and purple ginseng in his spiritual field 2 months ago. There are only 2.5 bottles in total. Spiritual dew is also a special liquid. If collected in an ordinary jade bottle, it can be stored for half a year. After half a year, the spiritual dew will gradually become ordinary dew. It is not that he has foresight and predicted the hatching time of the soul-devouring golden cicada. It is just that the 7-star grass and purple ginseng happened to mature 2 months ago. He was afraid that after harvesting, he would plant again, and the spiritual plants would not grow by then, and he would not be able to collect spiritual dew. Yun Yongzhu took out a small round jade plate the size of a thumb and dripped 2 drops of spiritual dew into it. The soul-devouring golden cicada immediately flew down from his shoulder and sucked it with its thin and short mouthparts. He didn't know if the spiritual dew in his hand could last for a month. If it wasn't enough, he would have to buy more. After a while, the soul-devouring golden cicada finally flew back to the jade box with satisfaction, quietly lying on the cotton covered with spiritual stone powder, burying itself completely in it. It seemed that Zyojin had already regarded this jade box as his own nest. Yun Yongzhu didn't cover the jade box, but directly picked it up and went to the second room on the corridor on the right side of the living room. The first room was the alchemy room, and the third room was arranged for Wang Yiming to live in. This room would be used as the spirit beast room, which would be much more convenient for Zyojin to go in and out in the future. Looking at the small figure in the jade box, Yun Yongzhu was very happy. After 2 months of hard work, it was finally successfully hatched. In the past 2 months, Yun Yongzhu's main energy has been focused on hatching the soul-eating golden cicada. In addition to practicing the burning wood art every day, he also takes out the fire escape art jade slips to comprehend them every day. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 42 Family Visitors. Since the little gold hatched, Yun Yongzhu no longer continued to live an old age life and arranged his time reasonably every day. In Yongzhu, a handsome young man walked out of the house. This person was Yun Yongzhu. It has been 4 years since the king meeting, and Yun Yongzhu is also 17 years old. Yun Yongzhu now has a completely different appearance from 4 years ago. 4 years ago, he was only a little over 1.5 meters tall, and now he is close to 1.8 meters. The change in height is still a small matter. The main change is the temperament. He used to look more delicate, although he has improved a lot after practicing the burning wood art. Due to his appearance, he will not be noticed by others when he puts on women's clothes. But now his face has grown, and with the changes in height and body, the whole person looks heroic. Yun Yongzhu came out of the room to eat, and Wang Yiming was waiting for him in the yard. The spiritual rice he eats now is the first grade middle grade green bamboo rice. This kind of spiritual rice is also harvested once a year, but the output is much less, but the price is higher, and one spiritual stone can only buy 3 catties. As early as before the king meeting, after harvesting the Chalcedony rice, Yun Yongzhu instructed Wang Yiming to change to the first grade medium quality spiritual rice. 4 years have passed, and Yun Yongzhu has gained a lot. First of all, his cultivation. After his persistent practice, his spiritual power has been steadily increasing and improving, and he has almost completed the 5th level key training. Yun Yongzhu predicts that he will be able to reach the 6th level of key training in a few months. This is also thanks to the help of the valuable marrow cleansing pill 4 years ago, otherwise his cultivation would not progress so fast. In addition to cultivation, his magic practice results are also very significant. Not to mention other low-level spells, the middle-level fire escape technique has been practiced to the small success level. He can already use fire escape to a radius of 10 miles in a few breaths. This is very beneficial to his future experience. Then there is the alchemy. After his diligent alchemy, he has now become a qualified first-level alchemist. In the past 4 years, his success rate in refining the Bigu pill has not improved much, and it is still maintained at about 50%. However, his success rate in refining key gathering pills has increased a lot. A year ago, it was stable at 20%, and one furnace could produce either 2 or 3 pills. Moreover, the yield rate of mid-grade key gathering pills has also increased significantly. Although top-grade key gathering pills are rarely produced, 1 or 2 can be produced every 2 or 3 months in the past 4 years. In short, he can now basically break even in refining key gathering pills, and will not lose money. In addition, Yun Yongzhu also specially exchanged nearly 10 low-level pill recipes with his fellow disciples. Without mentioning the success rate, he can now refine several low-level pills such as tempering pill, grass rejuvenating pill, key and blood pill, poison avoidance pill, key recovery pill, and disguise pill. It can be said that basically, as long as he has the pill recipe, he can successfully refine a first level pill after a little exploration for a period of time and a few or more than 10 failures. However, the quality of these pills is mostly low grade, with few mid-grade ones, and no top-grade ones. What makes him even happier is that no matter what kind of pill it is, the efficacy is better than most pills on the market. Therefore, the purchase price of the several kinds of elixirs he refined, whether at Senior Sister Liu Mei of Wanbei Pavilion, or at the other 2 places, has increased a little. In addition to cultivation and alchemy, the more practical harvest is his resource reserves. Because of the improvement of cultivation and alchemy, his ability to make money has greatly improved. In 4 years, apart from the usual cultivation and living expenses, such as the elixirs for cultivation, daily spiritual rice, spiritual beast meat, occasional spiritual meals, the cost of feeding Xiaojin, Wang Yiming's wages, spiritual fertilizers and seeds for spiritual fields, etc., Yun Yongzhu has accumulated a huge sum of nearly 20,000 spiritual stones. Most of this is the income from his alchemy, and a small part is the income from his more than 6 acres of spiritual fields. In the past 4 years, he has not accepted any other tasks, except the 6 annual tasks. So he has to find a way to sell the elixirs he refined. Since the number of elixirs sold has increased day by day, considering the convenience of future transactions, Yun Yongzhu has tried every means to obtain the recipe of Yurong pill. The number of pills he traded was too large. In order to keep a low profile, to keep his own trump card, and to develop connections, and not be constrained by others. Yun Yongzhu only sold part of the pills to Liu Mei of Wanbao Pavilion. For the other part of the pills, he and Wang Yiming took the Yiren pill and each found another person to sell them, developing 2 stable channels for import and export. His alchemy materials were also purchased in 3 places. Yun Yongzhu finished eating the green bamboo rice and thought about going home in the yard. The reason why he wanted to go back to Yunzhou was mainly because he could rely on the power of the sect to escort him back and forth. After all, he was only a young cultivator at the 5th level of key training at this time. Even if he had a 2nd level attack and defense talisman for self-defense, and no shortage of magic tools, he did not dare to embark on the road home alone. This is really not a problem of his cowardice. This world is really dangerous. Not to mention the monsters and birds all over the world. What is even more difficult to guard against is the robbers everywhere. These robbers rob money and lives. Qingshan sect is estimated to be nearly 100,000 miles away from Yunzhou. With his cultivation level, if a few casual cultivators in the late stage of key training appeared from nowhere, he would be in trouble. If he was unlucky, he would die directly and say goodbye to this world. To be honest, if he couldn't rely on the power of the sect, he would never think of returning to Yunwu Mountain. It has been 7 years since he came to Qingshan sect. If you count the 2 months of traveling, it is more than 7 years. I don't know how his parents are doing now, and his younger brother is now 10 years old. I don't know if he has spiritual roots. In addition, the 6th sister, the 7th brother, the 8th brother, the 7th brother, the 14th uncle, the 18th aunt, the 4th uncle, the 7th uncle, the 9th uncle, the clan leader. I don't know what their current situation is. He has accumulated so many spiritual stone resources, but he can't support his parents and relatives. They are still too far away. The more he thinks about it, the more he misses it. Yun Yongzhu gritted his teeth and decided to go back before he can continue to practice with peace of mind. After making up his mind, Yun Yongzhu had to make some preparations. So he immediately took out the disguise pill and swallowed it and went out to buy some gifts. A month later, Yun Yongzhu was counting the supplies in the house one by one. This colorful defensive robe is for mother. This top grade talisman pen is also for mother. Yun Yongzhu put each item into the storage bag as he recited it. These 10 bottles of low grade key gathering pills are for my parents, my brother, and the clan members. I hope they can help my parents improve their elm. This is for my younger brother. I don't know if he will like it. This is for my brother. This is for Zaoki. This is for the clan leader. There were many gifts. Basically, if you knew him and had a close relationship with him, you would prepare a gift for him. Although not all of them were precious, they were also a little thought from him. After putting away all the messy gifts, there was only one egg left on the table. This was a spiritual crane egg, which Yun Yongzhu prepared specifically for Yun Yongbei. He still remembered that his brother liked flying in the sky the most. I don't know if my younger brother likes the other gift, but this spiritual crane egg, his brother will definitely like it. He had not considered flying magic tools because he was not sure whether his younger brother had spiritual roots. After thinking for a while, he thought of spiritual beasts and birds. Even if Bayer was immortal, his parents could help him hatch the crane eggs. In this way, most of the spiritual beasts and birds that were hatched and raised by themselves would not turn against their owners, even if the owner was immortal. Moreover, he specially chose the black-necked crane, a relatively gentle species of crane. In order to make it easier to carry, Yun Yongzhu bought a spiritual beast bag to store the crane egg. He already had a spiritual beast bag in his hand, which was prepared for Xiaojin. Although he didn't use it on weekdays, it was convenient to carry when traveling, so he used it now. The reason why Yun Yongzhu prepared for a month was mainly to save enough for 10 bottles of key gathering pills. It would be too uneconomical to buy them. The gifts were ready, and Yun Yongzhu spent nearly 1,000 spiritual stones in his storage bag. This was because the pills were made by himself, and the gifts were all bought from acquaintances. Otherwise the spiritual stones spent would at least double. However, he also obtained 4 middle grade key gathering pills when he refined key gathering pills this time, and the extra 2 low grade key gathering pills were directly given to Wang Yiming at a fair price. Occasionally giving the other party a little sweetness can help him better manage the spiritual field. Yun Yongzhu was in the house thinking about going to inquire about the news and set a departure date early tomorrow morning when he suddenly sensed that the maze formation was triggered. After a while, a paper crane flapped its wings and landed at the door of his living room. The formation generally does not hinder the entry and exit of auxiliary equipment symbols such as communication talismans, communication notes, and communication flying swords. Yun Yongzhu grabbed the paper crane with his spiritual power. This communication talisman only transmits text information. He unfolded the paper crane and a line of text came into view. Junior brother Yun Yongzhu of Yuntai Peak, 2 of your clansmen from Yink Peak are here to visit you. Please go to Yink Peak within 2 days. There is also a brief map of the location of Yink Peak below the text. After all, Qingshan sect covers a vast area, and many disciples are only familiar with the geographical locations of more than a dozen surrounding peaks. Yun Yongzhu had heard of Yink Peak, which was outside the outer gate and far from Yuntai Peak. He was a little surprised and didn't know who the visitor was. Yun Yongzhu directly summoned the flowing light wings and quickly rushed to Yink Peak. More than an hour later, he landed on the big square on the top of Yink Peak. He walked into the hall and randomly found a steward disciple of Yink Peak, took out the inner disciple identity card to show his identity, and asked where the visitor was. The steward disciple was just an outer disciple, about 20 years old, with only the 3rd level of key training. Seeing that he had a high level of cultivation and was an inner disciple, he asked his name and hurriedly flattered him. Brother Yun, you have 2 relatives and friends visiting, and they arrived last night. Don't worry, we at Yink Peak did not neglect them. We arranged for them to stay in the guest house last night. Come with me, and I will take you to see them. Yun Yongzhu followed him out of the hall, flew down the mountain, and landed at the gate of a courtyard halfway up the mountain. Touching the restriction at the door opened, and a middle-aged man who looked similar to Yun Yongzhu appeared in front of Yun Yongzhu. Yun Yongzhu shouted in surprise, "Dad!" The middle-aged man opposite also came out excitedly and grabbed his shoulders and shouted "Zua!" and looked him up and down. Then another young man appeared behind Yun Dachan and said, "Zhao Jiu, you have grown so big. You have changed a lot. But now you look so much like Leo Wu." Yun Yongzhu replied, "25th great uncle, you are here too." At this time, the deacon disciple said, "Senior brother Yun, if you are fine here, then I will withdraw first." Yun Yongzhu reacted and said to the deacon disciple of Yink Peak, "Okay, you can go." Then he stuffed 2 more spirit stones into him. The deacon disciple happily took the spirit stone and said, "Brother Yun, you should know the rules. Outsiders can stay in the sect for a maximum of 7 days. Thank you for reminding me." Seeing this, the man flew back to the welcoming hall on the top of the mountain. Yun Yongzhu waited until he left before saying to the 2 of them, "Dad, 25th great uncle, this is not the place to talk. Let's go back to my cave first." So the 3 of them got on Yun Zuxun's black-sailed spirit boat and headed towards Loyunju under Yun Yongzhu's instructions. In about a quarter of an hour, they arrived at Yun Yongzhu's cave on Yuntai Peak. It was already the evening hour, and the sky was a large expanse of orange. Led by Yun Yongzhu, the 2 entered Loyunju, and were about to enter the hall, when they were stopped by Yun Yongzhu. "Dad, 25th great uncle, I have set up a formation here. I will close the formation first. Please wait." Yun Yongzhu had already moved the maze formation into the cave and protected his living room, hall, study and other places. In general, except for Wang Yiming's room, the kitchen, and part of the warehouse, all other locations were covered by the maze array. In this way, Yun Yongzhu no longer needed to make a passkey for Wang Yiming, and the safety and privacy were greatly guaranteed. Moreover, the smaller the range of the maze array, the greater its power. Conservatively speaking, a dozen people would not be able to hurt him at all. After saying that, he sacrificed the maze array disk, a spell was cast, and 6 nodes on the array disk jumped, and the maze array was temporarily closed. Okay, the array has been temporarily closed. Dad, 25th great uncle, follow me in. Yun Dachan and Zuzuan were walking around in the yard, observing left and right, especially the seedlings of the spiritual fruit trees in the yard. Hearing Yun Yongzhu's voice, they came back to their senses and followed him into the hall. Chapter 43 Shocking the Clan. Yun Yongzhu quickly asked the two to sit down, took out his treasured high-quality spiritual tea, and said while making tea skillfully, "Dad, 25th great uncle, why are you here? Did something happen in the family?" Yun Dachan said, "Nothing happened, I just came to see you." Yun Zuxuan also said, "Yes, I should have come earlier, but the family is too far away from Kingshan sect. Only your 9th great uncle and I have the strength to travel between the two places. My 9th brother retreated to break through the middle stage of foundation building a few years ago, and has not come out yet. I only took the time a few months ago. Look, the clan has collected 2000 spiritual stones to bring to you." Then he took out a small bag of spiritual stones from the storage bag. This is the advantage of being a child of a family. Even if you are in the sect, you have the help of the family. Like the Yun family, Yunzha Yunwu Mountain is nearly 100,000 miles away from Kingshan sect, and they specially sent him spiritual stone resources. Speaking of which, the status of the inner disciples of Kingshan sect is obtained by relying on the family's connections, owing favors, and spending resources. Yun Yongzhu was very moved. Before he could refuse, Yun Dachan said, "Our Yun family is a family of weapon refiners, but you insist on learning the art of alchemy. The Yun family has not produced an alchemist for more than 200 years and more than 10 generations. Even the ancestor Yun Yi did not have the talent for alchemy. How could it be so easy to be an alchemist? 2000 spirit stones is not a small number. It is the support of the clan for your cultivation. You must spend it on the right things. If alchemy is really useless, change to weapon cultivation as soon as possible. You must have the talent for weapon refining." Yun Yongzhu smiled and said, "25th great uncle, put away the spirit stones first. I'll show you something." Yun Zuxuan put away the spirit stones and asked, "What is it?" Yun's father also looked at him puzzledly and said, "Son, what is it? Don't keep me in suspense. Take out what you have, and tell me about your situation in the sect. Seeing that you are already at the 5th level of key training, your spiritual energy is stable, and your cultivation has not been delayed. This is good. Besides, you have been in the sect for more than 7 years. How is your alchemy progress? Can you make the Bagu pill now? What is your success rate?" Faced with this series of words and questions, Yun Yongzhu pretended to be mysterious. He took a bottle of Bagu pill from the storage bag and put it on the table. Father Yun took the jade bottle and put it to his nose to smell it. He quickly poured out a few pills to check, and then was pleasantly surprised and asked, "Did you make all this Bagu pill? These are all top grade Bagu pills. What is your success rate?" Yun Yongzhu nodded, but did not speak. In fact, he only had this bottle of top grade Bagu pill in his hand. He had sold the others and only left one bottle just in case. Yun Zuxuan took the pill bottle handed over by Father Yun and poured out a few pills to check the quality. At the same time, he paid attention to Yun Yongzhu, hoping to hear him give a pleasant answer. Yun Yongzhu silently took out another bottle of key gathering pill. This time, it was the 25th great uncle who got it first. He poured it out and saw that it was a low-grade key gathering pill. He stood up in surprise and said, "Zhao Jiu, you can already refine key gathering pills." Yun's father also had an expression of surprise and disbelief on his face. Yun Yongzhu remained silent until the end and took out another jade bottle of pills. Yun's father and the others looked at each other and both showed an expression of expectation and disbelief on their faces. Yun Zuxuan took the jade bottle first, poured out a pill, and after careful identification, he was overjoyed. This was a mid-grade key gathering pill. The two asked repeatedly whether this mid-grade key gathering pill was refined by him. Although they were all key gathering pills, the grades of the pills were very different. Yun Yongzhu stopped playing dumb, chuckled and nodded, and said, "I'm now a first-grade alchemist, and these pills are all made by me." There was still a bit of arrogance in his tone, and he thought to himself that it was a pity that he didn't have a top-grade key gathering pill in his hand now, otherwise he could improve his status. He is now refining key gathering pills, and most of the finished pills are of low quality. After 5 or 6 furnaces, he can produce a medium quality pill, and the rate of producing high quality pills is very low. Father Yun hugged Yun Yongzhu in ecstasy and patted his back shoulder vigorously. Yun Yongzhu didn't expect that when he came to Qingshan to visit his eldest son, he would receive the good news that his son became a first-class alchemist. He was so excited that he couldn't speak, and his eyes were red. Yun Yongzhu was also very happy and walked back and forth in the room. This was the first alchemist to appear in the Yun family in more than 200 years since the establishment of the family. This matter is of extraordinary significance to the family. You must know that among the 5 major families in Yunzhou, only the Liu family of Wuiyao Valley has 2 first-class alchemists, and the other 3 families have only 1 alchemy apprentice. Now that Yun Yongzhu has become a first-class alchemist, he has surpassed the other 3 families. This change made him very happy. It marked the prosperity of the family, and was a sign of the rise of the Yun family. Yun Yongzhu opened his mouth and asked, Xiaojiu, what is your success rate in alchemy now? Tell me in detail. Yun Yongzhu thought about it, and replied carefully, the success rate of the Bigu pill is about 50%. 8 or 9 pills can be produced from one furnace. Half of them are low-grade pills, and half are medium and high-grade pills. However, the furnace is opened 10 times, and 7 or 8 times are successful. As for the key gathering pill, the furnace is opened 10 times, and only about 6 times are successful. The success rate is also a bit low, only 20% to 30%. For a successful furnace, either 2 or 3 pills will be produced, and most of them are low-grade pills. Medium-grade pills are relatively rare, and high-grade pills are even rarer. Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhu were delighted after hearing this, thinking about the reasons for Yun Yongzhu's rapid and smooth progress in alchemy, as well as the benefits and influence it has brought to the family. The reason why Xiaojiu's alchemy skills are so fast may really be because his soul is naturally strong. 25th uncle is right. This should be the reason. And because of this, he has been practicing very fast since he was a child. Well, Xiaojiu, you can't tell anyone about this matter casually, understand? More than 7 years ago, Yun Yongzhu actually told Nangongli about this matter, but at that time he just found a random excuse to fool around, and thought that Yun Yongzhu had taken elixirs to enter the 4th level of key training at the age of 10. Nangongli naturally didn't take Yun Yongzhu's words at that time to heart, and also thought that the Yun family gave Yun Yongzhu a lot of elixirs to practice. Yun Yongzhu nodded, indicating that he knew the seriousness of the matter. Then he touched the storage bag, waved his hand, and a pile of spirit stones was spread on the floor of the hall. This is what I have accumulated in the past few years. 25th great uncle, you should quickly accept these 10,000 spirit stones, and take them back to the clan to use. Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhu were stunned for a while. After a while, Yun Yongzhu finally said, Xiaojiu, you took out so many spirit stones, is it enough for you? Yun Yongzhu also came back to his senses, and looked at his eldest son with concern. 25th great uncle, don't worry, I still have a lot of spirit stones, enough for me, and I have the skills of alchemy, so it's not a problem, even if I don't have spirit stones. Hearing this, the 2 of them were relieved, so Yun Yongzhu happily collected the 10,000 spirit stones on the ground. Yun Yongzhu continued, I was originally planning to go home and bring this batch of spiritual stones back to the clan. I just packed it up today. Fortunately, you arrived in time, otherwise we would have missed each other. He took out the elixirs he had prepared and said, Uncle 25th, please also keep these 10 bottles of low-grade key gathering pills. These were the elixirs I was going to take back. Yun Yongzhu looked at the sky outside and said, Uncle 25th, Dad, it's getting late. I'll go arrange dinner and rooms. You guys sit here for a while, drink tea, or look around the yard. I'll be back soon. He went straight to Wang Yiming's room, called him out, and told him to go to Bei Weilao immediately to order a table of high-grade spiritual meals and a pot of second-level spiritual wine to bring back. After explaining the dishes and arranging dinner, Yun Yongzhu went to divide the soul-eating golden cicada spiritual beast room into 2 guest rooms. Fortunately, this room is very large, and it is not cramped to divide it into 2 rooms. For a cultivator at the 5th level of key training, setting up 2 temporary guest rooms is really a piece of cake. As long as there is space, even if it is an empty space, he has a way to clean up a guest room that can be lived in. He first used the quicksand talisman to sandify the hard ground, then use the water bowl talisman to moisten the sanded soil, and then used spiritual power to fix the moist soil into the shape of a soil bed. Finally, he quickly performed the red fire technique to control the moisture of the soil bed to shape it. In fact, the effect of using the solidification technique here is immediate, but unfortunately he does not have the earth-related spiritual root, has not learned this magic formula, and has not collected such talismans. However, using the red fire technique is not slow. In the past few years, he has practiced this magic to the state of great perfection. He can perform it at will. In less than half an incense stick of time, he has made a soil bed. Yun Yongzhu then sent a communication talisman to Wang Yiming, asking him to go to the market and buy 2 sets of bedding, 2 sets of tables and chairs, 2 cushions, 2 sets of tea sets, etc. Looking around, although it was a bit shabby, it was enough to stay for one night. I would decorate it well tomorrow. After cleaning up, Yun Yongzhu hurried back to the main hall. Yun Zuxuan and Yun Daichen were talking happily. Seeing him coming back, they hurriedly called him over. Yun Daichen began to ask about his experiences over the years, so Yun Yongzhu picked out a few things that happened after he entered Qingshan sect and told them about them. Then he asked about the family members, asking about his mother Yang Lia, his younger brother Bear, and the clan members and teachers in the school. Father Yun and Yun Zuxuan told him about the changes in the family in detail. Yun Yongzhu knew that the family was very good, and several new clan members with spiritual roots were added. Only the 25th great uncle and the 9th great uncle were left in the ancestral generation. Most importantly, he knew that his younger brother Yun Yongbei had 4 spiritual roots, and had now entered the 2nd level of key training. In addition, the 6th sister and the 7th brother had all cultivated to the 3rd level of key training, and the 8th brother was about to enter the 5th level of key training. The 7th uncle, the clan leader and others were also still strong, etc. The 3 of them talked for a long time, and Yun Yongzhu asked all the clan members he was familiar with. At this time, Yun's father smiled and said, "Zua, you still haven't asked 2 people. Yun Yongzhu thought about it carefully, but he couldn't think of anyone he hadn't asked, unless he rarely met them in the family. After thinking for a moment, he asked, "Did I forget anyone?" "You forgot your brother. Bear? I just asked him, didn't he enter the clan school and practice to the 2nd level of key training?" Yun Yongzhu paused and suddenly had a flash of inspiration. "Could it be that my mother gave me another brother, too?" Yun's father nodded and said, "Yes, they are twins. They are already 6 years old, and their spiritual roots have been tested before they came, and they all have 5 spiritual roots." Yun Yongzhu was suddenly happy to be a brother again, and he was very surprised. He admired his parents very much. This is a child born every 6 years, and this time it is twins. But what made him even more happy was that these 2 twin brothers who suddenly appeared had spiritual root qualifications and could practice. Yun Yongzhu knew deeply that if both parents were cultivators, the children born would not necessarily have spiritual roots. As far as he knew, there were several such cases. For example, his 8th brother Yun Yongzhu's eldest and 2nd brothers did not have spiritual roots and were sent down Yunwu mountain. He asked, "What are the names of my 2 younger brothers?" "One is Zhanggan and the other is Yankang. They are both very naughty, running around on Yunwu mountain, and are very curious." Yun Yongzhu wanted to hear more about the twins, but Wang Yiming came back at this time, so Yun Yongzhu told him to put the spiritual food on the stone table in the yard. He brought the 2 elders to the yard and gave a brief introduction to the 3 of them. Then Wang Yiming withdrew and hurried to put the newly bought furniture and other items in the 2 guest rooms that Yun Yongzhu had cleaned up. When he returned, the Yun family members started eating together. Bei Willow is at the foot of Yun Tae Peak. It mainly deals in spiritual food and spiritual food. Yun Yongzhu occasionally goes down the mountain to improve the food. This store also accepts orders for spiritual food. Eating spiritual food and spiritual diet is very beneficial to cultivators, and it is better than eating spiritual rice. Strictly speaking, this spiritual rice is just the simplest and lowest spiritual food. But even this simple spiritual rice is very different when made by ordinary people, spiritual diet masters, and spiritual chefs. Therefore, the dishes made by cultivators like Yun Yongzhu using ingredients containing spiritual power cannot be called spiritual diet. because although the dishes they make also contain spiritual power, the spiritual power of the ingredients has been consumed in the process of making them, and only a trace is left. There are 10 dishes on this table of high quality spiritual diet, all of which are carefully prepared with first and second level ingredients. Yun Yongzhu poured spiritual wine for Yun Yongzhu and said, 25th great uncle, try this snake gall wine. This is a second level spiritual wine. I prepared it specially for you. Among the 4, only Yun Yongzhu is a foundation building cultivator, and only he can withstand the spiritual power of the snake gall wine. Yun Yongzhu used the serving chopsticks to diligently pick up dishes for Yun's father, asking him to taste them, and also introduced some of the ingredients of the dishes. Although Wang Yiming was not familiar with Yun Dachan and Yun Yongzhu, he would occasionally talk to them and talk about Yun Yongzhu. The 4 of them had a mouthful of oil after eating a high quality spiritual meal, and their bodies were full of spiritual energy. After dinner, the 3 did not continue to reminisce about the past, and each went back to their room to absorb the spiritual energy into their stomachs. Chapter 44 Farewell. Yun Dachan and his partner had finally come here, so Yun Yongzhu had to treat them well. The next day, he took them to see his spiritual field. The 3 mu and 2 mu of low-grade spiritual field were planted with medium-grade green bamboo rice, and the other 2 mu were planted with 7-star grass and purple gold bamboo. There is no need to elaborate on the 7-star grass, which is a first-grade high-grade spiritual grass that has been planted. The purple gold bamboo is also a first-grade high-grade spiritual plant. This kind of spiritual bamboo is the material for refining the purple bamboo flute magic instrument, and it sells for a high price. Of course, the purple gold bamboo is also the material for refining many other magic weapons, and the higher the age, the higher the price will be, so even if it cannot be sold out for a while, there is no need to worry about it being a waste. The only disadvantage of this spiritual plant is that it takes a long time to grow, and it takes 3 or 4 years to mature. Because the purple gold bamboo is planted in a first-grade medium-grade spiritual field, the spiritual field must be supplemented with fertilizer and spiritual power every once in a while. Yun Yongzhu didn't just care about the income from the spiritual field. It was mainly because Wang Yiming had experience in planting purple gold bamboo and had earthworms to increase the fertility of the spiritual field and make the soil soft. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to waste his spiritual field like this. Yun Yongzhu pointed to a large area of spiritual plants and said, Zhaojiu, you have taken good care of this spiritual field. Yun Dachan also said, yes, this is spiritual rice, 7-star grass, and spiritual bamboo, right? They are all growing well. Yun Yongzhu said, yes, that spiritual bamboo is purple gold bamboo, which is a material for refining tools. The selling price is okay. This spiritual field is taken care of by junior brother Wang. I don't have time. Putting aside the spiritual rice and 7-star grass, the purple gold bamboo has been planted for 3 years. It is estimated that it will be cut down and sold soon. Another advantage of planting purple gold bamboo is that it does not need to be planted every year. After cutting off the bamboo body, it will continue to grow in the future and can be harvested again in 3 or 4 years. Therefore, most inner disciples will not lack the elixir needed for cultivation, as long as they have 1 or 2 acres of attached spiritual fields. However, if you want to purchase a complete set of offensive and defensive magic tools, talismans, flying magic tools, various magic formulas and spells, etc., you have to find another source of money. Besides, the status of inner disciples is not static. Every few years, the sect will organize a competition between inner and outer sects. The last dozen or even dozens of inner disciples will be demoted to the outer sect and lose the corresponding welfare benefits. This is also a channel for outer disciples and menial disciples to be promoted. The competition is very cruel and fierce. Therefore, to keep the status of inner disciples, you need to constantly improve your cultivation and combat power. After the groups or the spiritual field, Yun Yongzhu wanted to take the 2 to King Market to have a look, but was rejected. Yun Yongzhu said, after all, we are not disciples of Qingshan sect. It is not easy to go out and walk around casually. Let's go back to Yongzhu. So the 3 returned to Yun Yongzhu's cave. Yun Yongzhu wanted to refine some key gathering pills for his parents to take back, so he told the two about his plan to refine pills. Yun Yongzhu and Yun Yongzhu were very interested in refining pills, and they all asked if they could watch. Yun Yongzhu certainly had no objection. These two were his elders and relatives. He trusted them and believed that they would never disturb or hurt him. After Yun Yongzhu arranged for Wang Yiming to go to the market to buy materials for refining 10 sets of key gathering pills and 5 or 6 sets of materials for Bidu pills, he took the two into the alchemy room. Yun Yongzhu had used this alchemy room for many years, and as soon as he entered, he could smell a strong smell of spiritual medicine. Yun Yongzhu added a storage cabinet made of absolute spiritual wood. The storage cabinet was built in the shape of medicine cabinet, divided into 84 small grids and 4 large drawers. The names of spiritual medicines were posted on the outside of all the small grids. This medicine cabinet was mainly used to store the configured alchemy materials. Although the storage bag was barely enough, it was inconvenient to use when refining the pills, and there were not so many jade boxes to store spiritual medicines. At this time, the medicine cabinet was almost empty, with only 2 sets of materials for key gathering pills left. In the middle of the alchemy room, a rectangular stone platform about 4 feet high was built, which was specially used to place spiritual medicine materials for alchemy. Next to the stone platform, in the middle, there is a 4-foot high cylinder. There is a small concave pit in the center of the cylinder and a small groove on the edge. Yun Yongzhu built this small concave pit with fire spirit bricks to prevent the high temperature from burning the cylinder. Yun Yongzhu took out a small piece of xiang wood from his storage bag and threw it into the small concave pit, and then took out the 9-dragon tripod that he carried with him and placed it on the small pit. Although xiang wood and xiang wood are only 1 letter different, xiang wood is a 2nd level spiritual wood. Its burning flame temperature and burning resistance are much stronger than the 1st level xiang wood. Of course, the price is also 6 or 7 times more expensive. After putting away the fuel and the alchemy furnace, Yun Yongzhu took out a set of materials for the key gathering pill from the storage medicine cabinet and slowly placed them one by one on the rectangular stone platform in the order they were put into the alchemy furnace during alchemy. Then he took out an MTJ bottle of pills and placed it in the small groove on the edge of the cylinder. After preheating the 9-dragon cauldron, Yun Yongzhu began to put in the medicinal materials. The whole refining process was easy and handy. Yun Yongzhu and I stood 10 feet away and watched carefully, for fear of disturbing Yun Yongzhu. After more than 2 hours, Yun Yongzhu cast the Ningdanju. After a while, the 9-dragon cauldron calmed down. Yun Yongzhu extinguished the furnace fire and smiled. Seeing this, Yun Yongzhu walked closer and asked, "Son, is the refining done?" Xiaojiu, open the furnace and see if it succeeded. Yun Yongzhu was also a little anxious. Yun Yongzhu was not in a hurry, calm and relaxed, and used the controlling objects technique to open the lid of the 9-dragon cauldron. Immediately, a stream of elixirs floated out, which was intoxicating. 3. Yun Yongzhu used his spiritual power to absorb the 3 key gathering pills in the furnace to check the quality. 2 low-grade pills and 1 medium-grade pill. Xiaojiu, your alchemy skills are really good. It's only been 7 years. Yun Yongzhu was full of emotion. Even though he didn't know how difficult alchemy was, he had heard about it. He didn't expect that this junior would have such a great harvest in just 7 years. The resources of the family were really worth it. In fact, after seeing Yun Yongzhu's cave and spiritual field, he felt that it was worth it. The cave was built on the spiritual cave, and the practice room was the center of the spiritual cave. There were a number of spiritual caves on a spiritual vein, and there would not be more than 10 at most. The spiritual energy produced in the spiritual cave was very pure, which was very beneficial to practice. The spiritual fields added up to more than 6 acres and 4 points, which was not a small amount. The average annual income was easily over 1,000 spiritual stones. In addition, Yun Yongzhu switched to the 3rd level practice method, and he thought that it was a very correct decision for his 9th brother and himself to send this junior into the sect, and it was worth their efforts. Yun Yongzhu was also very happy to hear this. When he was refining the pill, he felt that the pills in this furnace were stable. He didn't expect that he was so lucky that he could produce a medium-grade key gathering pill. Yun Yongzhu put the pill into the small J bottle in the cylindrical groove and handed it to Yun Dachin, who was also very happy. Yun Yongzhu said, "This is the refining process of the key gathering pill. It's very simple, isn't it?" This time the refining went smoothly, and 3 pills were made, including a medium grade pill. In fact, most of the time I refine key gathering pills, the medium grade pills are less. However, because of the improvement of my cultivation, the time for refining pills has been shortened. A few years ago, it took me 2.5 hours to refine the key gathering pill. Now I can successfully refine a furnace in just over 2 hours. Yun Yongzhu and Yun Dachin were very happy to see that Yun Yongzhu really refined the key gathering pill. Yun Yongzhu said, "This alchemy looks similar to refining tools. How come there is no alchemist in the family? It's a strange thing." Fortunately, Xiao Jiu appeared. Yun Dachin said, "Seeing you refine the pills so smoothly, it seems that refining pills is not a difficult thing, haha." Yun Yongzhu smiled and said, "It's just a little difficult at the beginning. It mainly depends on refining. It will become easier as you refine more." He felt that, as long as there are enough resources, any cultivator can become a talisman maker, tool refiner or alchemist. Yun Yongzhu meditated for a while to recover his spiritual power and then started to refine the next batch. When the second batch of pills was refined, Wang Yiming had already returned and put all the materials he asked to buy into the medicine cabinet. After Wang Yiming put the materials out, Yun Yongzhu said, "Dad, I will refine the bigu pill later. Please watch carefully." Yun Yongzhu wanted his father to learn the alchemy technique. Even if he could only refine the bigu pill, you have to know that more than 80% of his spiritual stone deposits were profits from the bigu pill. This time, when he was refining the elixir, he explained every step and explained in detail the precautions for each material he put in. After collecting 9 bigu pills, Yun Yongzhu asked his father, "Dad, did you remember it?" Yun Dachin nodded and said, "These are just a few materials. I remember them all." Yun Yongzhu nodded, took out his memo from the storage bag, and handed it to him. Then he said to the 2 elders, "This records some of my experience in alchemy. Dad and 25th great uncle, take it and copy it. With this, the family can try to train 1 or 2 alchemy apprentices, or even first level alchemists. Dad, you should take a good look at it. I think you can try alchemy. Oh, by the way, there are some other contents in it, such as methods of taking care of some spiritual plants and spiritual medicines, experience in practicing magic formulas, etc." Yun Yongzhu then handed the book Basics of Alchemy to Yun Yongzhu. This was found by his father for him 7 or 8 years ago. There are many insights he noted in it, which should be of great help to the family in cultivating alchemy talents. He didn't want to take the risk of giving out the introduction to alchemy, because it would violate the sect's rules. Once discovered, it would be a big deal. Of course, even if Yun Yongzhu dared to give it, Yun Yongzhu would not dare to accept it. He carefully asked about the origin of the book Basics of Alchemy, before accepting it with confidence. After thinking about it, Yun Yongzhu took out the Basics of Primary Spiritual Medicine, and gave Yun Yongzhu a copy. He carefully studied the sect rules and regulations. All the skills, spells, and magical secrets are strictly prohibited from being passed on, and there are clear regulations. For a book like Basics of Primary Spiritual Medicine, the sect certainly does not allow it to be passed on privately, but the outflow of such books is really difficult to verify. He can say with certainty that many disciples in the sect copied and sold such books. Otherwise, how did the book Basics of Alchemy come from? The core content of Basics of Alchemy is the secret of condensing pills and the techniques and methods of quenching spiritual medicines, which is actually not much different from Introduction to Alchemy. The book The Complete Collection of Primary Spiritual Medicines contains thousands of first-level spiritual medicines and more than 100 second-level spiritual medicine materials. It is really not comparable to the Yun's herbal classic compiled by the Yun family. Yun Yongzhu certainly understands the truth that Yun Yongzhu knows, and naturally he will separate and copy the contents of the complete collection of primary spiritual medicines and bring them back to the family. After watching the process of alchemy 3 times, Yun Dachin and Yun Yongzhu had another task, so they hurried back to the guest room to copy the Yongzhu memorandum and the complete collection of primary spiritual medicines. Yun Yongzhu stayed in the alchemy room to continue refining the key gathering pill. In the days that followed, the three of them did not go out. Yun's father was obsessed with Yun Yongzhu's experience in alchemy every day. Yun Yongzhu was refining the key gathering pill every day, and Yun Zuxuan was busy recording the books separately. 7 days later, Yun Zuxuan and Yun Dachan said goodbye. Yun Yongzhu gave his father the key gathering pills he had refined during this period, as well as the various gifts he had prepared for the family members some time ago, and asked him to pass them on. He also took the time to buy crane eggs for his two twin brothers, and also gave them a beast bag. In addition, he privately gave Yun's father 3,000 spirit stones. After more than 7 years, his father had just entered the late stage of key training, and his mother was still at the 6th level of key training. He asked his father to pay more attention to various trade fairs and auctions when he returned, and use the spirit stones to buy a barrier breaking pill for his mother to take. If there were any remaining spirit stones, he would buy some pills to improve spiritual power. His cultivation was going well, and of course he hoped that his parents could also make a breakthrough, and he had sufficient spirit stone resources to help his parents. Yun Yongzhu sent the two out of the sect formation, and did not send them again. The 25th great uncle had already agreed with him that he would come to Qingshan sect every 5 years, so Yun Yongzhu's parting feelings were not too strong. Seeing that his father and the 25th great uncle were drifting away, he returned to Yongzhu. Chapter 45. First hearing of the Dan Alliance. Yun Yongzhu returned to Yongzhu and thought about what he should do next. At present, his cultivation was going smoothly, and he had all the elixirs he needed for cultivation, but his alchemy skills had encountered a bottleneck. Needless to say, the Bigu pill had not made any progress in the past 3 years, and although the Key Judan had made great progress in the past 3 years, it had been stagnant in recent months. Moreover, among all the elixirs he had refined, only the Bigu pill had a good success rate, and the Key Judan had a decent success rate, but the success rates of other elixirs were high or low, and very unstable. Of course, there were two special elixirs whose success rates were quite good, namely the Zupo pill and the Mupei powder, which were the first level elixirs that were unique to the cultivation methods practiced by Wang Xiner and Song Jiayang, and were used to assist in cultivation. Yun Yongzhu thought for a long time, and analyzed several reasons. Regarding the Bigu pill, he thought it was mainly because of the problems with his cultivation and alchemy skills, so there was no progress. He could only learn the most basic techniques in alchemy, and only knew the low-level fire control art, Dan condensation art and the simplest method of refining spiritual medicine. As for the more advanced alchemy techniques and methods, unless he becomes a disciple of middle or high-level alchemist, or finds a way to obtain them from the sect's treasury, or has some adventure, it is difficult to improve his alchemy skills. Therefore, if he wants to improve the success rate of the Bigu pill, what he can do now is to slowly practice and improve his cultivation. As for the key gathering pill, he feels that he still has a lot of room for improvement. It's just that he can no longer open the furnace once every 3 to 5 days, or even 10 days and a half months like in the past few years. If he wants to improve the success rate of the key gathering pill, he must find a way to increase the frequency of refining. Moreover, Yun Yongzhu guessed that the reason why he encountered a small bottleneck in refining the key gathering pill was also related to the fire source he used when refining the pill. Although he later changed to the second level Xiang wood to refine the key gathering pill, the flame generated by the Xiang wood was indeed higher and more durable than the red yang wood, but it was still much worse than the earth fire. If the earth fire was used to refine the pill, the situation might be different. You know, although the underground fire is not so precious, even the menial disciples and outer disciples in the key training period can use spirit stones to rent the underground fire room, but this is only a benefit in some forces or sects. The underground fire is indeed not as good as some of the heaven and earth fire, but the underground fire can refine most of the elixirs, regardless of the grade. This is also the advantage of the underground fire. In short, now he wants to make a breakthrough in the success rate of the key gathering pill. He can only increase the number of refining and work hard on the underground fire. Yun Yongzhu thought that he could go to the mission hall to accept the task of refining the key gathering pill. No, he had to go to the alchemy hall to accept the task. The alchemy tasks in the Yunte Peak Mission Hall are mostly low-level elixirs such as the Bigu Pill, and there are fewer tasks such as Bayan Pill, Key Gathering Pill, and Key Hui Pill. However, there happened to be a branch of the Alchemy Hall on Dangsha Peak. After he received the task there, he could go directly to the underground fire room to refine, which was also quite convenient. The reason why Yun Yongzhu chose to take the alchemy task to hone his alchemy skills was mainly because the cost of the key gathering pill was a bit high, and it was very troublesome and tedious to buy the materials and refine it yourself, and then sell the pills. Of course, the most fundamental reason was that the success rate of the key gathering pill he refined was not high. At present, he could only barely maintain a balance between income and expenditure. At most, he could only earn 1 or 2 spirit stones from one furnace of pills. In the past 3 years, in addition to earning a large number of spirit stones, he also earned a lot of sect points from the pills he refined. However, the profit ratio of points to spirit stones reached an astonishing 1:3 and 1:4, which was quite uneconomical. Yun Yongzhu only earned a little over 1,000 sect points in 3 years, most of which were exchanged for key gathering pills. As for the Bigu pill, few people were willing to use points to buy it. Yun Yongzhu thought about it and did not rush to take action. He spent a leisurely day. The next day, after he finished practicing, he visited Song Jiang and Wang Xina respectively. The two fellows who entered the sect with him have now reached the 4th level of key training, and they will probably catch up with him soon. Yun Yongzhu sighed in his heart, and he really deserved the cultivation qualifications of dual spiritual roots and different spiritual roots. In Qingshan sect, he only visited these two fellows frequently. There were also several fellows who were also alchemists. They would visit from time to time to exchange alchemy experiences, trade spiritual objects and spiritual medicines, etc. In addition, Yun Yongzhu would take time out every year to visit Nangongli at Wangyu Peak once or twice to keep in touch. As for his neighbor Yi Muang, he went out of the sect with his friends to practice several years ago, and now it is unknown whether he is alive or dead. He went to the two people's cave, mainly to explain to them that he was going to Dangsha Peak. If they wanted him to refine pills in the future, they could directly give the materials to Wang Yiming. After Yun Yongzhu was able to refine the key gathering pill, Song Jiang and Wang Xina both had ideas. 3 years ago, when Yun Yongzhu's success rate of making key gathering pills showed signs of reaching 20%, the two of them could not help themselves and prepared the materials for alchemy and asked him to make them. It turned out that both of their cultivation methods were equipped with special pills to assist in cultivation. Although key gathering pills could also assist in cultivation, they could not compare to the help of the matching pills in their cultivation. At that time, Yun Yongzhu could not refuse, so he had to take over the pill formula and materials. The result was of course not ideal. Song Jiang produced 2 pills with 6 materials, and Wang Xina produced only 2 pills with 10 materials. After knowing the result, Song Jiang and Wang Xina gave up decisively at that time. They really could not bear the success rate of 1 or 2%. But less than half a year later, the two came to him one after another, asking him to refine pills, and they kept gritting their teeth and insisting on providing him with materials for alchemy. Yun Yongzhu was of course very happy about this, as it could hone his alchemy skills. Maybe his alchemy skills have indeed made great progress, and more because of the high frequency of refining, his success rate of alchemy has gradually increased. Therefore, every once in a while, Song Jiang and Wang Xina would prepare a few materials, use spirit stones as a reward, and ask Yun Yongzhu to open the furnace. After visiting the two, Yun Yongzhu explained in detail to Wang Yiming, and then sacrificed the flowing light wings and set off for Dangsha Peak. After arriving at Dangsha Peak, he did not run directly to the Earth Fire Hall, but went to the alchemy hall on the top of Dangsha Peak first, ready to accept the alchemy task of the key gathering pill. There were only a dozen people in the hall. After Yun Yongzhu entered, he went directly to an empty counter and expressed his desire to accept the alchemy task of the key gathering pill. The fellow disciple motioned him to take out his alchemist token, and Yun Yongzhu remembered that he had been refining pills for many years, but had never applied for this token. He didn't know much about this token, but he had seen fellow disciples wearing alchemist tokens in the sect, as if it was a symbol of the identity of an alchemist. When others saw someone with this token hanging around their waist, they would become extremely respectful. Yun Yongzhu asked, "Brother, do I need to show the alchemist token to accept the alchemy task here? So you haven't got the alchemist token yet, brother? I have to remind you that this is the alchemy hall, not the mission hall. The alchemy tasks in the alchemy hall have very high requirements. If you want to refine the Bigu pill, you can directly accept the alchemy task at your own Lingfeng." "Oh, yes. You must show the alchemist token to accept the alchemy task in the alchemy hall. Even alchemy apprentices are precious alchemy talents outside, but in Qingshan sect, it is obviously not the case. Thank you for your reminder, brother. Where can I get this alchemist token?" "Wait." The fellow gave him a certificate and handed it to him. "Take this certificate and walk 3 or 4 miles down from the hall. You will see a small courtyard. Just go in and show the certificate to the duty elder. He will tell you what to do." Yun Yongzhu thanked his fellow brother and left the hall of the alchemy hall. He found the courtyard that his fellow disciples had mentioned. The gate was wide open and there was no one inside. Yun Yongzhu called out several times before he heard a voice asking him to wait. He waited for an incense stick of time. When the person came out, he found that it was a middle-aged uncle in the foundation building stage. "Hello, uncle. Sorry to bother you." Yun Yongzhu handed him the certificate. The uncle glanced at him and said, "What level of alchemist do you want to get?" "First level, lower grade." The man looked Yun Yongzhu up and down, without saying a word, took out the materials for 2 sets of key gathering pills, and handed them to Yun Yongzhu, then said, "You only have 2 chances. There is earth fire inside, you go in." Yun Yongzhu went in the direction he pointed. There were 5 alchemy rooms inside. He entered one at random. These alchemy rooms were no different from ordinary earth fire rooms. Yun Yongzhu started to refine key gathering pills after getting familiar with the earth fire. In less than 2 hours, Yun Yongzhu collected 4 inferior key gathering pills, came out and handed the jade bottle to the middle-aged man, and took out the extra key gathering pill materials. Perhaps because he had not used the earth fire to refine pills for a long time, he was lucky to succeed in refining 4 pills this time. In the past, if Yun Yongzhu successfully refined a furnace of key gathering pills, it was a 50-50 chance to succeed in refining 2 or 3 pills. It was not impossible to succeed in refining 4 pills, but it was very rare. The man collected the materials and was slightly surprised. He did not expect Yun Yongzhu to succeed in refining it in one go. He poured the pills into his palm and took a casual look. He found that, although they were all inferior key gathering pills, the fragrance of the pills was light and long lasting, and the quality should be better than the average inferior key gathering pills. He scraped off a little of the pill foam and tasted it. It was indeed more effective, so he praised. The quality of the key gathering pill refined by junior brother Yun is good, and the success rate is also okay. Wait here for a while, I'll get you a token. Not long after, he came out of the room with a silver token and handed it to Yun Yongzhu. On one side of the token were engraved the words Qingshan, and on the other side were the words Danmeng, with a round bulge on the right. Qingshan was understandable, representing the Qingshan sect, but what did Danmeng mean? Was it the Alchemy Alliance? Yun Yongzhu had questions, so of course he raised them. The Alchemy League is a large organization that does not limit the power of sects, families, etc. Biomio Palace, Hanbing Palace, Hehuan Sect, Zuanshan Sword Sect, Sangxiu Alliance, and our Qingshan Sect. The 6 major forces have alchemists joining the Alchemy League. You received the alchemist token today, and you are an external member of the Alchemy League. Although this Alchemy League organization is relatively loose, it has a great influence on the Dayan Xiuxin world. When your cultivation level and alchemist level are improved in the future, you will naturally know how powerful it is. After saying this, the uncle in the foundation building period ignored Yun Yongzhu's face full of curiosity and turned away. Yun Yongzhu could only helplessly take the palm-sized token in his hand, which symbolized the identity of an alchemist, and went straight to the main hall of the alchemy hall on the top of the mountain. Finding the fellow disciple who issued him the certificate, Yun Yongzhu showed him the token, and then said that he would accept a large number of tasks to refine key gathering pills. The fellow disciple obviously did not expect that this young junior brother really had the ability to obtain an alchemist token. After a slight pause, he found a suitable alchemy task for him. After receiving the task, Yun Yongzhu went straight to the Earth Fire Hall. Because he was completing the alchemy task of the alchemy hall, renting the Earth Fire room was relatively cheap, which surprised him. After more than half a month, his success rate of making pills had indeed shown signs of improvement. With 10 or 8 furnaces, he could always produce 4 key gathering pills at a time, but the success rate of medium and high quality key gathering pills was still relatively low. The rewards for the alchemy tasks of the alchemy hall were mostly sect points, and the points reward for completing the tasks were generally not a fixed number, but were linked to the number and quality of the pills submitted. The more pills submitted, and the better the quality, the more reward points you would get. In the following days, he stayed at Dangsha Peak. When he ran out of materials, he would go to hand in the tasks, and then take on more tasks. Chapter 46 Exchange Meeting. Time flies, and 6 years have passed in the blink of an eye. In the underground fire room, Yun Yongzhu used his spiritual power to collect the pills he had just refined. 4 pills flew from the 9-dragon cauldron into the jade bottle he had prepared earlier. He looked at the jade bottle in his hand, sighed, wiped the non-existent sweat on his forehead with his other hand, and smiled happily. These are 4 key recovering pills, 1 top grade and 3 low grade. He was lucky. A set of key recovering pill materials can produce up to 20 full pills. Yun Yongzhu has now been able to stabilize the success rate of key recovering pills at 20%. As early as 3 years ago, his success rate in refining key gathering pills reached about 30%, and the number of successful pills in one furnace was either 4 or 5. Moreover, after refining 3 or 5 furnaces of materials, 1 or 2 medium grade pills will always appear, and top grade pills will occasionally appear. The main reason why Yun Yongzhu came to Dangsha Peak Alchemy Hall to accept the task of refining pills was to improve his own alchemy skills. When the success rate of key gathering pills increased to 30%, he began to accept other pill refining tasks to hone his alchemy skills. Therefore, now in addition to key gathering pills, Yun Yongzhu's success rate in refining other pills has more or less improved. Among them, the task of refining key Huiden has been accepted more in the past 3 years, and the results are also very gratifying. The success rate and quality of the pills have improved a lot. Of course, at the beginning, when he refined key Huiden, the success rate was relatively low, and he couldn't even recover the cost. So not only did he not get the task reward, but he also had to use spirit stones to make up the difference in material costs. Because no matter what kind of alchemy task in the alchemy hall, there is a lower limit on the number of pills that the alchemist can make, that is, the task requirement. If the number of pills submitted is less than the number acquired by the task, it is considered a task failure. There are several results for task failure. One is that the alchemist who accepts the task needs to pay spirit stones to make up the insufficient number of pills. This is generally a punishment measure for issuing alchemy tasks in the name of the sect, mainly to protect the interests of the sect. Of course, there are many other results for failed tasks, which are similar. Either you directly use spirit stones to make up the number of tasks, or you buy spirit medicine materials and then refine pills to make up for it. More serious cases are to clearly state the consequences of failed tasks and the task requirements, and compensate the task issuer several times. However, Yun Yongzhu generally does not easily accept such tasks, even if the rewards for such tasks are very generous. There are corresponding treatments and penalties for failed tasks, and there will be some corresponding rewards for extraordinary completion of tasks. This mainly depends on whether it is specified in the task details, whether there are additional rewards for submitting more pills, and how much the rewards are. If it is not specified, the alchemist will generally put the extra pills into his own pocket. The sect or the task issuer will not ask about the pills that are refined by their own ability, and they generally only care about whether the number of tasks has been fully paid. However, in this case, most people will choose to hand in all the extra pills. Getting sect points is the best, and getting spirit stones also saves the effort of selling them by themselves. The materials for the key restoring pill just now were the last materials in Yun Yongzhu's hand. He put all his things in the alchemy room into the storage bag, and prepared to leave. Yun Yongzhu left the earth fire room, said hello to senior brother Gu in the earth fire hall, and after paying the missing rental fee, he went straight to the top of the mountain, to hand in the task. Yun Yongzhu's 6 years in Dangsha Peak were much more exciting than in Luoyangju. Because he stayed in Dangsha Peak for a long time, he frequently went between the alchemy hall and the earth fire hall. In addition, most of the people on Dangsha Peak were alchemists and weapon refiners, so Yun Yongzhu also met many fellow alchemists. After receiving the task reward, Yun Yongzhu left the hall with satisfaction, and went to the mountainside of Dangsha Peak. There was a cave there, which was the Fuquan of senior brother Wang Fuquan of Dangsha Peak. Many low-level alchemists in Dangsha Peak agreed to meet in his cave every month, to exchange their alchemy experiences, and share what they had. Because Dangsha Peak has underground fire, many underground fire rooms have been built inside the mountain, so it is not suitable for cultivators to live and practice for a long time, and generally no sect disciples will be arranged to build caves in Dangsha Peak. Wang Fuquan built a cave here, because his elders worked in the Dangsha Peak Alchemy Hall. Yun Yongzhu soon arrived at Fuquan Courtyard. The gate of the courtyard would be wide open on this day of every month. He walked in, and entered the reception hall. At this time, there were already more than a dozen cultivators in the hall talking. Yun Yongzhu immediately attracted everyone's attention after entering. Sitting at the top was the owner of the courtyard, Wang Fuquan. He stood up and said enthusiastically, "Junior brother Yun, you haven't been here for 2 months. Come on. Find a seat and sit down. Junior brother Yun, you are here. Junior brother Yun." Wang Fuquan ordered the errand disciples to serve him a cup of tea. Yun Yongzhu greeted the other fellow brothers and sat down. Yun Yongzhu is no longer as unknown as before. Since coming to Dangsha Peak, Yun Yongzhu has met more and more fellow disciples and made more and more alchemists. He can no longer keep a low profile. Among the low-level alchemists in Dangsha Peak, Yun Yongzhu's cultivation is relatively low, and he is also the youngest. How can he not attract the attention of other alchemists? The most important thing is that the quality of the pills refined by Yun Yongzhu is relatively outstanding, so even if his cultivation is a little low, he is very respected by these fellows. At this time, before everyone arrived, everyone exchanged their cultivation experiences with each other. After Yun Yongzhu sat down, everyone continued the previous topic. His cultivation was the lowest, so he could only listen carefully. Occasionally, he would interrupt and ask questions. After getting the answer, he nodded thoughtfully and benefited a lot. After just 1 or 2 quarters of an hour, dozens of fellow alchemists came one after another, some from the inner sect and some from the outer sect, and most of them were in the late stage of key training. At this time, Wang Fuquan stood up and said, "It's getting late. We are probably the only ones here today. Let's start the exchange meeting." Although the time for this exchange meeting was set, not everyone could attend every time. Yun Yongzhu only came every 2 or 3 months. Soon, the first person asked a question, and then the people present answered it. In this way, the exchange meeting of alchemy experience began with questions and answers. Yun Yongzhu has been an alchemist for quite a while, but he is still a newbie among the crowd. He still has many things he doesn't understand about alchemy. Moreover, he has not seen or heard of many elixirs, recipes, and even spiritual herbs and medicines. Naturally, he listened carefully and understood them. It would be best if he could understand them, but he would remember them if he couldn't understand them. It is unknown when this exchange meeting of alchemy experience started, but according to several old alchemists, when they were young, someone in Dangsha Peak also organized and held it, and the leader was a member of the alchemy hall. At this kind of exchange meeting, it would be best if you could answer your questions, but there would also be problems that no alchemist could solve. At this time, the problems would be collected and reported to the alchemy hall. If even the alchemy hall could not answer them, they would be put on the difficulty list. The alchemy hall would estimate a reasonable sect score based on the difficulty of the problem. As long as someone could answer the questions on the difficulty list, they would get the corresponding sect score. After about 2 hours, no one raised any new questions, and Yun Yongzhu also gained a lot. This exchange meeting ended successfully. Chapter 47, Bees and Dan. At this time, several people said goodbye to Wang Fuquan and the others and left. Those who stayed behind were all going to participate in the small trade fair. After each exchange meeting, there would be a small trade fair, mainly trading various spiritual herbs and elixirs, as well as elixir recipes, and news about certain spiritual medicines. Other spiritual objects were also sold or collected by people, but they were relatively rare. Yun Yongzhu stayed to buy 1 or 2 bottles of Raoshuden, and also to inquire about the news of Bixinden. Monks have been in an environment with abundant fire attribute spiritual power for a long time. Unless they practice special skills, or have special physiques, they are very likely to be poisoned by fire. Raoshuden is a low-level elixir that can harmonize physiques and prevent fire poisoning. Yun Yongzhu often stayed in Dangsha Peak in the past 6 years, and sometimes even practiced in the ground fire room of Dangsha Peak, so he had to take a Raoshuden every once in a while. I think he had exchanged the elixir recipe of Raoshuden at the beginning, and wanted to refine it himself. As a result, after getting the elixir recipe, he found that he could not refine it, because although this elixir was only a first level elixir, it belonged to a special type of elixir. He could still use the water grinding method to refine the Zupo pill, but he couldn't really open the furnace for the Raoshu pill. The Zupo pill was the most suitable pill for assisting cultivation, as recorded in the cultivation method of his fellow villager and fellow disciple Wang Xina. Although both the Zupo pill and the Raoshu pill were water-attributed pills, the requirements for refining the Raoshu pill were more stringent. During the entire refining process, it could not be contaminated with any other spiritual energy, so it could only be refined using the water refining method. Pill recipes were easy to obtain, but the methods for refining pills were hard to find. However, with Yun Yongzhu's status as an inner disciple and his savings, he could still exchange for a set of the simplest and most basic water refining pills by spending more points. Unfortunately, he did not have a water attributed spiritual root, so there was no way to change that. As for the Bixin pill, it was a first level barrier breaking pill that had the effect of breaking through the bottleneck of cultivation. 6 years ago, he had asked his father to find a way to use the spiritual stones he gave him to buy 2 barrier breaking pills, but he didn't expect that it would be his turn now. 6 years ago, after the 2 elders left Qingshan sect, only 2 months later, he successfully advanced to the 6th level of key training. During these 6 years, although he was refining pills and honing his alchemy skills almost every day, he never delayed his cultivation. He practiced every day before doing other things. A month ago, Yun Yongzhu completed the 6th level of key training, and his 7th hidden vein emerged naturally, but he used his spiritual power to attack it more than a dozen times, but he did not break through the thin membrane attached to the hidden vein. This is what the cultivators call the bottleneck of cultivation. Cultivating immortals is a heaven-defying act. No one will have smooth sailing. Even cultivators with the qualifications of heavenly spiritual roots have the chance to encounter a bottleneck of cultivation after successfully forming a pill. Yun Yongzhu can clearly feel that he is only one step away from advancing to the broken mirror, but this step, this thin membrane, blocks his path to advancement. Of course, this can only be regarded as a small bottleneck. The big bottleneck of breaking through from the key training stage to the foundation building stage, the foundation building path of countless immortal cultivators throughout the ages, has been firmly blocked by this bottleneck, and the road to immortal cultivation has been cut off. After a month of continuous attempts, Yun Yongzhu found that he could not break through the bottleneck by his own strength, so he thought of using the power of elixirs. He didn't want to waste time. You know, his parents stayed at the 6th level of key training for more than 10 years. Yun Yongzhu clearly remembered that 1 month after his 5th birthday, his parents went into seclusion one after another, stayed in the training room for 2 or 3 days, and when they came out, they were all at the 6th level of key training. 6 years ago, he learned that his father had just broken through. Calculating, his father stayed at the 6th level of key training for about 12 years. This time is indeed a bit long. Yun Yongzhu thought about the reason why his parents' cultivation progress was slow, and the main reason should not be because of the practice. the less likely reason is that they spent all their resources on their younger brothers. This is his experience. When he was in the family, he often received supplies prepared by his parents. The total amount was not a small amount. The 3 younger brothers must have spent more. The biggest reason may be that they encountered a bottleneck in cultivation like him. Because if you calculate carefully, even if his parents do not take elixirs, they still have a first level middle grade spiritual vein to assist in cultivation. In fact, there are few cultivators in Yunwu Mountain, but there are many spiritual veins, and the spiritual veins are of high grade. The spiritual energy generated is more than enough to support all the clan members in cultivation. In addition, the family also has spiritual rice, spiritual stones, and contribution points. In more than 10 years, even if you have mixed spiritual roots, as long as you persist in practicing for 1 or 2 hours every day, you can also complete the 6th level of key training. After practicing for many years, he knows that except for a few cultivators with special physiques, the size of the danshan of all other cultivators is not much different, and there are only extremely subtle differences. So it is impossible that it is because his parents' danshan is larger that the cultivation time is extended. Yun Yongzhu thought that his parents should have encountered a bottleneck in cultivation when they advanced to the late stage of key training. It's just that most people don't have enough resources, so they can only let time wear away this bottleneck. His father was luckier, and his bottleneck was loosened, so he successfully broke through 6 years ago. A year ago, his father and his 25th uncle came again, and learned that his father had won a Kurun pill in the auction 3 years ago. After his mother took it, his mother also successfully broke through to the 7th level of key training. After the 2 left, Yun Yongzhu also checked the Kurun pill. This is also a 1st level barrier breaking pill, and the main ingredient is the 2nd level withered leaf grass. However, the probability of Kurun pill assisting in breakthrough is relatively low, with a probability of less than 20%. His mother Yang Liu was able to break through, and the role of the pill cannot be ignored, but it is also because she stayed in the 6th level of key training for a long enough time. He has no way to obtain the recipe of Kurun pill. This kind of pill is very expensive, and its recipe is naturally more valuable. Therefore, the cultivators or forces who have this kind of pill recipe will regard this recipe as a source of income and a treasure of inheritance, so how can they make it public? The most valuable pill recipe Yun Yongzhu has collected over the years is the 2nd level soul nourishing pill. However, this pill recipe is not very useful to him now, and he can only take it out occasionally to ponder and comprehend. Although he spent a lot of effort to collect the recipes of other pills, even if he cannot open the furnace himself, he can quickly find other ways to obtain these pills. So although the value of the pill recipes is high, they are not particularly precious. In the past month, Yun Yongzhu has been taking tasks to refine pills while going to Kingshan Academy to check which pills can help him. Kingshan Academy is a subordinate institution of the Sutra Repository. There are more than tens of millions of classics in it, including biographies of monks, biographies of celebrities, ancient legends, strange stories, monks' autobiographies, local customs and customs of various places, and so on. All disciples in the sect can spend spirit stones to enter Kingshan Academy to check what they want to know. Yun Yongzhu found that the Bizindan is one of the low-level pills suitable for monks in the key training period to break through the bottleneck of cultivation. Moreover, the Bizindan is much better than the Kurundan, and the chance of assisting breakthrough is as high as 50%. However, this kind of elixir is very precious and will not often appear in the public's field of vision. Yun Yongzhu can also borrow the convenience of the alchemist's identity, which is much better than ordinary cultivators, and can find out the news of the Bizindan faster. I hope this exchange will be fruitful. The person who threw bricks and jade at this trade fair is still the same as before, with Wang Fuquan taking the lead. He took out a jade box, opened it and said, "This is a 100-year-old snow lotus. It is preferred to exchange it for the same year of blood Ganoderma. If the age isn't sufficient, it can be supplemented with spirit stones. It's still the old rules. My snow lotus can be purchased with spirit stones. The base price is 140 spirit stones. If you pay with points, 1 point can be used for 3 spirit stones. Who wants it?" No one present had blood Ganoderma, so one person used 140 spirit stones to take the snow lotus. After that, it became lively. Alchemists took out the elixirs and medicines they wanted to exchange and sell one after another, and Yun Yongzhu also successfully bought a bottle of top-grade Rao Shudan. I heard someone was asking about the magnolia fruit a few months ago. Are you trying to make the Dingan pill? Why? Brother Wang has magnolia fruit? That's not the case. I got the news 5 days ago and found out where this elixir can be found. Oh, is it ripe? Brother Wang, can we talk in private? So the two began to communicate privately, negotiate the reward, etc. Yun Yongzhu ignored it and asked about the news of the Bizin pill. He asked about the pill and the recipe, but unfortunately no one answered. They all shook their heads to indicate that they didn't know. Although he had been mentally prepared, he was still a little disappointed. After the small trade fair ended, Yun Yongzhu stood up, thinking about going back to Yuntai Peak and asking at the mission hall, wondering if he could exchange the pills from the sect's treasury to help break through the bottleneck. He was about to leave, but Wang Fuquan secretly called him back. Yun Yongzhu sat on the chair calmly and nodded to say goodbye to his fellow disciples, who were leaving one by one. After everyone had left, Yun Yongzhu looked at Wang Fuquan in confusion and said, "Senior brother Wang, is there something you want me to stay for?" "Junior brother Yun, weren't you asking about the Bizindan just now?" Yun Yongzhu said happily. "Why? Senior brother Wang has the Bizindan?" Wang Fuquan shook his head and said, "I don't have the Bizindan in my hand." Changing his tone, he continued, "But I have the materials for refining the Bizindan." Yun Yongzhu was puzzled and listened to senior brother Wang continue to say, "I heard that junior brother Yun's alchemy success rate is relatively high. It's okay." He was still very confident in his alchemy skills. "But, senior brother Wang, why do you ask this?" Wang Fuquan said with a wry smile, "It's like this. I took a private job, which is to refine the green heart pill. The employer gave me 2 sets of materials, and I promised to give him a green heart pill in half a year. I have never refined this green heart pill before, and I have been thinking about it for more than 2 months, but I don't have the slightest confidence in my heart. It just so happens that my uncle is in seclusion again, and I don't know when he will come out, so I can only think of another way. I have also heard of junior brother Yun's reputation on Dangsha Peak, so I deliberately left you here to ask if you can take on this task." Yun Yongzhu suddenly realized that he also knew that such private jobs were not posted in the sect's mission hall or alchemy hall, but privately looking for familiar alchemists or asking acquaintances to introduce alchemists to refine. The remuneration for this kind of private work is generally higher, or the relationship is good, and some favors and connections can be obtained. Just like Yun Yongzhu, refining pills for Song Jiang and Wang Xina was a favor. In the early stage, they provided materials for him to hone his alchemy skills, and in the later stage, the rewards he received were much less than the rewards for completing the task. He had been in contact with Wang Fuquan for more than 5 years. He had heard some rumors about him. It seemed that he often took private jobs. He had no choice but to ask his uncle for help. This time, he was unlucky. Wang Fuquan then asked if junior brother Yun is willing to help, except for the one given to the employer. All the extra Bizindan will belong to you, and there will be a fee of 50 points. If there is only one pill, senior brother is willing to reward you with 300 sect points. Junior brother Yun, I have made things clear. I wonder if you are willing to help? Yun Yongzhu agreed, of course, but he still had to ask clearly, what if the refining fails? If it fails, the loss will be mine. Yun Yongzhu was relieved and didn't ask him for compensation. He had no reason to refuse, and he nodded and agreed without much consideration. So Wang Fuquan happily handed him the recipe and 2 materials of the Bizindan and told him to refine the pill within 4 months. Yun Yongzhu was also very happy. After carefully inspecting the materials, he said goodbye to Wang Fuquan and returned to his own cave in Yuntai Peak. Yun Yongzhu stayed in the cave to comprehend the recipe. During this period, he also went to Bai Hall several times and consulted several familiar fellow disciples who had experience in refining Bizindan. After 4 months, He finally felt that he had a thorough understanding of the recipe of Bizindan and had no doubts about the refining process. Only then did he go to Dangsha Peak to start the furnace. He first refined 2 furnaces of Bigudan in the alchemy room to find the feeling of alchemy. Only then did he carefully recall and rehearse the recipe and refining process of Bizindan. Finally, he took out a batch of Bizindan materials and began to process them carefully and put them in order one by one. Preheat the 9-dragon cauldron, put in the materials in turn, control the fire, quench the elixir liquid, and condense the pill. The whole process is smooth, as if it has been refined thousands of times. However, the result is not good, and 4 useless pills are produced. After all, it is the first time to refine. Yun Yongzhu recalled the refining process and realized his mistakes, so he meditated to restore his spiritual power and opened the furnace again. The second time he refined, he was more careful and focused. Following the same steps, Yun Yongzhu looked at the 2 pills at the bottom of the furnace, relaxed, and the corners of his mouth could not help but curl up. He put away a bottle of 2 inferior Bizindan, full of joy. Although they are only of inferior quality, their medicinal effects are unquestionable. With the help of this Bizindan, he can break through the bottleneck of the 6th level of key training and enter the realm of the late stage of key training. Yun Yongzhu is looking forward to it. Chapter 48 Key Training Level 7. Yun Yongzhu walked out of the earth fire room with brisk steps and went straight to Wang Fuquan's cave. Because today was not the day for the usual exchange meeting, Yun Yongzhu arrived at the gate of the courtyard and touched the formation restriction at the gate with his spiritual power. The restriction dissipated after a while. Yun Yongzhu knew that it was senior brother Wang who closed the restriction, so he strode in. In the living room, Wang Fuquan was already waiting there. When he saw Yun Yongzhu, he hurriedly came up and asked, "Junior brother Yun, how is it? The time is almost up. You opened the furnace? What's the result?" Senior brother Wang asked, while leading him to a seat. Tea had already been brewed and served. Seeing Wang Fuquan's nervous expression, Yun Yongzhu went straight to the point and said with a smile, "Don't worry, senior brother Wang, the result is what you expected. The Bizindan has just been refined, and I came to senior brother Wang to report." Then, without waiting for senior brother Wang to ask questions, he took out a jade bottle and handed it to him. Wang Fuquan could not wait to take it and pour out the pills. When he saw that they were indeed 2 green heart pills, he was immediately delighted and said, "Junior brother Yun is indeed worthy of his reputation." Yun Yongzhu said modestly, "Junior brother Wang, you are too kind." Then, Wang Fuquan took out a jade bottle, separated a green heart pill, and put it in it, and then handed it to Yun Yongzhu. "Junior brother Yun, please take it. This is what we agreed on before. Please take out your ID card, so that I can transfer the 50 points to your ID card." Yun Yongzhu took the green heart pill as he should, and then took out his ID card. He did not secretly hide a green heart pill and cheat the 300 sect points. He was already an outstanding person, so of course he felt at ease to take the originally agreed reward. After getting 50 points, he put away his identity jade card, left senior brother Wang's cave, and then sacrificed the flowing light wings to fly out of Dangsha Peak. Yun Yongzhu used his spiritual power and consciousness to urge the wings of flowing light to flap, and flew quickly towards the direction of Yuntai Mountain. More than half an hour later, Yun Yongzhu arrived at his cave, Yunju. At this time, Wang Yiming was in the yard giving spiritual rain to the spiritual fruit trees. These spiritual fruit trees were purchased by Yun Yongzhu more than 7 years ago, and Wang Yiming helped to plant them. When his father and 25th great uncle first came to see him, the spiritual fruit trees had been planted for about 7 or 8 months. Now, nearly 8 years have passed, and the spiritual fruit trees in this yard have grown into half-grown trees. Yun Yongzhu did not stay in Dangsha Peak every day in the past few years. He would go back to the cave every 3 to 5 days, 10 days and a half months, and take a break after refining the elixir. The main reason why he planted so many spiritual fruit trees was for long-term planning. The low-grade spiritual field opened up by Yun Yongzhu's cave was a little over 1 acre and 2 cents. He planted all of them with spiritual fruit trees in one go, a total of 51. Common ones include the spiritual peach tree, spiritual date tree, moon mango tree, green spiritual fruit tree, and white cotton fruit tree. The more precious ones include the spiritual cherry tree, spiritual mulberry tree, and silver snow fruit. The higher the grade and the more precious the spiritual fruit tree, the longer the growth period, and the longer it takes to bear fruit. Therefore, Yun Yongzhu has to wait for more than 10 or 20 years to eat his own spiritual fruit. In addition to these common spiritual fruit trees, Yun Yongzhu also got a precious third-level spiritual fruit tree seed from the senior brother surnamed He. This is also the most precious spiritual fruit tree in Yun Yongzhu's yard. It is called the 5-element spiritual fruit tree. When mature, it can produce spiritual fruits of 5 attributes. After eating, it is beneficial to almost all cultivators of cultivation. The lower the cultivation, the greater the benefit. However, the cultivation of the 5-element spiritual fruit tree is not simple, and the cost is not low. The other 50 spiritual fruit trees just need to be taken care of more on weekdays. Pay attention to pest control, weeding, and spiritual fertilizer, and the 5-element spiritual fruit tree has to invest a spiritual stone every day to supplement its demand for spiritual energy. One spiritual stone may not seem like much, but over the years, it is also a considerable expense. And this is only for now. As time goes by, the requirements of the 5-element spiritual fruit tree for spiritual energy will gradually increase, and the investment will be even greater. Yun Yongzhu's current compensation to Wang Yiming, as well as the cost of planting and taking care of spiritual plants, are all settled directly with the elixirs he has refined. Anyway, elixirs are hard currency everywhere, and he is too lazy to exchange them for spiritual stones himself. This can be regarded as a source of income and a way to make connections for Wang Yiming. There are only 51 spiritual fruit trees planted in Luoyangju. A spiritual fruit tree occupies about 12 feet in radius, so there is only one small tree at a long distance in the yard, which makes the yard look very empty and sparse. Especially the 5-element spiritual fruit tree, which occupies 30 feet in radius alone, is really eye-catching. Regarding these spiritual fruit trees, Yun Yongzhu mainly makes plans for himself in the future. In addition, after meeting his 25th great uncle and his father twice, he also wants to transplant some to Yunwu Mountain. He planned to mention this idea when he saw his elders next time, but he didn't think too deeply about it. The courtyard was empty. As soon as Yun Yongzhu entered Luoyangju, Wang Yiming found him. After greeting Yun Yongzhu, he continued to perform the spirit rain technique on the spiritual fruit tree. Yun Yongzhu did not disturb Wang Yiming's work. He passed through the maizere, entered the main hall, and walked into the innermost practice room of his living room. He used his spiritual power to stir up a weak breeze, and performed a dust removal technique to clean the inside. Yun Yongzhu sat cross-legged on the futon, and entered a state of meditation after a while. He used his spiritual power to travel through his meridians for several cycles. When he felt that his spiritual power had been fully restored, and the spiritual power in his danshan was full, and could not be increased anymore, Yun Yongzhu took out the bizindan he had refined, and took it decisively. As soon as the bizindan entered his mouth, it turned into a hot stream. Yun Yongzhu didn't have time to feel its taste before the hot stream entered his stomach. Almost instantly, Yun Yongzhu felt his spiritual power agitated. He quickly used his spiritual consciousness to control the spiritual power in his danshan, and practiced the 6th level of the burning wood technique. After one cycle, Yun Yongzhu felt that his spiritual power was restrained more strongly, and the spiritual power in his meridians also fluctuated violently, and he felt a burst of pain. However, at this time, he also felt that the diaphragm on the 7th hidden vein seemed to break with a poke, which should be the feeling caused by the loosening of the bottleneck. So Yun Yongzhu ignored the pain in his meridians, and continued to practice the burning wood technique. After another cycle, the spiritual power in his body was like boiling hot water, and all began to impact the thin wall membrane according to his command. This spiritual power seemed to have suddenly found an outlet. Not long after, he heard a click from his body, and the wall membrane cracked, and the spiritual power rushed into the 7th hidden vein in one go, and soon all of them were opened. He successfully advanced to become a late-stage key training cultivator. Soon, the fluctuations of Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power gradually calmed down, and his spiritual power returned to his danshan and stayed quietly. After the advancement, Yun Yongzhu's spiritual power became much purer, and more than half of the space in his danshan that was originally full of spiritual power was vacant. Yun Yongzhu did not dare to neglect it, and then practiced the 7th level of the burning wood art that he had thought about many times in his mind. It was not until 2 hours later that he felt a slight pain in his meridians, and he led the spiritual power back to his danshan and finished the exercise. When he opened his eyes, Yun Yongzhu felt comfortable all over. He had not had any spiritual power for several months, which made him feel suffocated. It felt like he was put in a very small container, unable to stretch his hands and feet, and was very stuffy. He didn't know how his parents could endure it for so long. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 49, Leaving the Sect. Yun Yongzhu was carefully feeling the changes in his body and the spiritual power in his body when he suddenly felt the movement of the spiritual beast bag on his waist, so he quickly let Zyojin out. Yun Yongzhu has raised the soul-devouring golden cicada Zyojin for more than 10 years. In these 10 years, it has shed its shell 3 times. Now it is not as soft and white as when it just hatched. A golden little thing was seen flapping its membranous wings quickly, circling Yun Yongzhu up and down. Even if Yun Yongzhu didn't sense it, he knew it was hungry, so while comforting it, he slowly took out its special jade plate and placed its recent favorite pecan on it. The soul-devouring golden cicada Zyojin quickly pounced on it and inserted its mouthparts into the pecan, eating the pecan, which was more than 10 times larger than its body, leaving only a complete pecan peel in the jade plate. Although Yun Yongzhu had seen it many times, he was still curious. How did Zyojin eat so much pecan pulp and juice? Did this little guy have a bag in his stomach? After Zyojin finished eating the pecan, he circled around Yun Yongzhu contentedly and then stopped on his shoulder. Yun Yongzhu gently tapped his back with his index finger and whispered, "Zyojin, you are such a big eater." The soul-devouring golden cicada lived up to its reputation as a gold-eating beast. The spiritual fruits and spiritual liquids it loved were not ordinary goods. This pecan was just an ordinary one it had eaten in the past 10 years. The pecan was a first-class high-quality spiritual fruit that grew underground, similar to tree roots, in an irregular long strip shape. It was all jasper-colored and had rich fruit juice. It was one of the soul-devouring golden cicada's favorite foods in recent months. Although the pecan was relatively ordinary to Zyojin, the price of this spiritual fruit was not low. He bought 100 pecans at a time and barely negotiated the price to 2.5 spiritual stones each. However, for the current soul-devouring golden cicada, pecans and other spiritual fruits or spiritual liquids could only be considered supplementary food. A month and a half ago, Zyojin shed his shell for the 3rd time and officially became an adult soul-devouring golden cicada. At this time, it was a circle larger than when it just shed its shell, and its grade also jumped from the 1st grade lower grade to the 1st grade upper grade. The cultivation manual records that after the soul-devouring golden cicada becomes an adult, it can be fed with better food. The essence of living beings, generally speaking, mainly refers to the essence of monsters. After the soul-devouring golden cicada devours the essence of living beings, it can feed back to its owner, nourish its owner's soul, and make its owner's soul stronger. Moreover, the soul-devouring golden cicada devouring the essence of living beings is also beneficial to itself, which can make its innate magical power more powerful. Zyojin's innate magical power was already noticed by Yun Yongzhu when he shed his shell for the first time. It is a magical power that can shock the soul. This magical power is performed through the voice of the soul-devouring golden cicada. Yun Yongzhu gave it a name, called soul calming technique. Yun Yongzhu looked at the golden little figure on his shoulder and thought about the next arrangement for himself. Forget about refining the elixir, he has been in Dangsha Peak for 6 years. Moreover, his alchemy skills have improved a lot over the years, and it can be considered stable. If he wants to make great progress, he must either spend more time on alchemy, or make greater progress in his cultivation. Yun Yongzhu suddenly remembered what his father said to him a year ago. Last time, Yun Zuxuan and Yun Daichen also stayed with him for 7 days. His father talked to him a lot, including the suggestion that he go out of the sect to gain experience. His father said that he had either stayed in the family or in the sect since he was a child, and he didn't know anything about the outside world. He wanted him to go out and gain experience after his cultivation improved, gain experience and improve his ability to treat people. Moreover, although blindly practicing hard can make rapid progress in the early stage, it will become weak in the later stage and may encounter bottlenecks. The bottleneck he encountered this time is a good example. Yun Yongzhu felt that what his father said made sense at the time. Now that he has broken through to the late stage of key training, he can also be considered to have some self-protection power. He doesn't want to encounter a bottleneck in cultivation next time and not make any progress in cultivation. After thinking for a while, he decided to choose a day to go out of the sect to gain experience. Yun Yongzhu put Zyojin into the spirit beast bag and went to make some preparations for going out. He did not blindly leave the sect directly, but first went to the Yuntai Peak mission hall to accept a few longer missions with higher rewards. Then he collected and prepared some elixirs, talismans, maps and other items according to the mission location. Of course, he was lucky enough to exchange for a few elixir recipes that he had always coveted. He did not prepare spirit stones separately. First, he had the skill of refining elixirs. Although elixirs were not currency, they were more useful than spirit stones everywhere. Second, he still had more than 4,000 to nearly 5,000 spirit stones in his storage bag at this time. As for magic tools, he was not short of them. He had already refined the fire snake sword and golden turtle shield given by the family, and was very skilled in it. He could also control the flying magic tool flowing light wings obtained at the King Conference. In addition, the maze formation was also a great weapon. His speed of setting up the formation had improved a lot. In terms of magic, not to mention other things, although the second level fire escape technique had not yet been cultivated to the great perfection realm, it did not prevent him from escaping at the critical moment. 2 days later, Yun Yongzhu was ready. He visited several familiar fellow disciples and said goodbye to them. The next morning, he gave Wang Yiming 1,000 spirit stones and told him to take good care of the spirit fruit trees, especially the precious 5-element spirit fruit tree. He also told him that if he had not returned to the sect after the spirit stones were used up, he should plant some spirit plants with a short growth cycle in the 5 mu and 2 mu of spirit fields outside to sell the spirit stones for turnover. After the instructions, Yun Yongzhu set off from Luoyangju with ease and flew out of the sect. More than an hour later, Yun Yongzhu arrived at the outer gate of Qingshan sect and landed on Qingshan Peak. Every month, Wanbao Pavilion has merchant ships traveling to various states, and Qingshan Peak is one of the departure points for merchant ships. At this time, there were many outer disciples and menial disciples in the super square of Qingshan Peak loading goods to more than a dozen merchant ships. Yun Yongzhu found a fellow disciple in the square who was directing the loading of goods onto the ship and talked to him. Junior brother, I'm an inner sect disciple who has accepted the mission to go out of the sect. Can you give me a ride? Where are you going? Yongzhou. Junior brother, do you see the largest green spiritual boat? That is the merchant ship going to Yongzhou. Just go there. It is obvious that there are often disciples from the sect who come here to take a ride. After the junior brother pointed him in the direction, he continued to direct the errand disciples to load boxes of goods onto the merchant ship. Yun Yongzhu thanked the fellow junior brother for the instructions and walked towards the big ship he mentioned. The green magic ship was floating and parked at the edge of the Qingshan Peak Square. Yun Yongzhu walked behind the outer sect disciples who were carrying the goods. It was not noticeable when it was far away, but when it got closer, Yun Yongzhu stood under the ship and found that this merchant ship was really big. He looked at other spiritual boats nearby. Although they were not as big as this one, they were not much worse. Yun Yongzhu knew that these were all large spiritual boats, generally used to transport goods or carry people for a fee. He didn't know much about it, but he heard that only big forces had medium and large spiritual boats, and one boat was worth thousands or even tens of thousands. He looked up at the green giant ship for a long time and walked along the sampan to the ship. After boarding the ship, he saw an elderly insect cultivator directing the placement of the goods. Yun Yongzhu approached and told him that he wanted to take a ride on the boat and showed his insect disciple ID card. The two exchanged names, and Yun Yongzhu knew that the other party's name was Zhao Xingchen. Senior brother Zhao said, "Junior brother Yun, I will arrange a cabin for you first. It will take about half an hour to load the goods here. You go up first and wait." Yun Yongzhu hurriedly said, Of course. Thank you for your help, senior brother Zhao." Then senior brother Zhao took out a number plate from his storage bag and handed it to Yun Yongzhu and called an outer sect disciple in the early stage of key training on the boat to lead the way for him. Yun Yongzhu thanked senior brother Zhao again and again, took the number plate, and followed the outer sect disciple who led the way. "Brother Yun, this Kingling boat has 3 floors. This floor is mainly used to store cargo. It is the bottom floor. The top floor is the control room of the Kingling boat. No outside personnel are allowed to go up there. I will take you to the middle floor. Please follow me." Yun Yongzhu nodded and followed him. The disciple led Yun Yongzhu from the stern to the middle of the boat, where there was a staircase leading to the upper floor. The two of them went up to the second floor. The disciple led him around the corner and said, "Brother, we are here. Go in from here and find the room corresponding to the number plate." Yun Yongzhu said, "Thank you for leading me." Then the man went down. Yun Yongzhu walked into the corridor and found the room number that matched the number plate. He opened the room with the number plate. Yun Yongzhu went in and saw that the space was not as small as he had imagined. There was a bed on the right side of the room, a square table and 2 chairs on the left side, and a large window next to the square table. Yun Yongzhu took out a set of tea sets, brewed himself a pot of spiritual tea, and pushed open the window. He could see the densely packed disciples moving goods to the merchant ships below. Yun Yongzhu took out a travel journal and read it while waiting for the Kingling boat to set off. Sure enough, half an hour later, the Kingling boat slowly rose. He put down the book in his hand and watched the Kingsuan peak getting smaller and smaller until it disappeared. Yun Yongzhu was a little excited and expectant. He didn't know what would happen when he left the Kingshan sect where he had lived for 13 years. Yongzhou, here I come. Chapter 50 Yongzhou City. Yun Yongzhu stood in the cabin. He had just practiced for an hour. He did not gain much from this practice. It was like he suddenly entered a small ditch from a big river. No matter how he gathered and absorbed the spiritual energy, he still gained very little. This also made him understand how rich the spiritual energy in the sect was. It was also because he was inexperienced. Since he embarked on the path of practice, he had not deeply experienced the spiritual environment of the outside world. Fortunately, he still had a few top-grade key gathering pills in his hand, but there were only 2 of them. He had to start refining in the furnace. After arriving in Yongzhou City, the journey was calm, and no evil cultivator or force dared to attack the merchant ship of Kingshan sect. The speed of Kinglingzhou was good. It took 2 days and nights to enter Yongzhou. Yun Yongzhu was told that he was about to arrive in Yongzhou City, so he came out of the room and came to the deck at the bow. At this time, fellow disciples came out of the cabin one after another. They all boarded the Kinglingzhou when it was about to depart. Obviously, they often rode it and knew the time of departure. Yongzhou City is the main city of Yongzhou. The main city is prosperous, and there are endless monks coming and going, so a forbidden air formation was set up. The Kingling boat was suspended in the air outside the forbidden air formation. As soon as the protective shield of the Kingling boat was closed, people on the boat left one after another. Yun Yongzhu also raised his flowing light wings and flew to the direction of Yongzhou City. Soon he arrived at the city gate. Yun Yongzhu landed and walked towards the entrance and exit. Yongzhou City has only one city gate. Whether it is a monk or an ordinary person, they all enter and exit from this city gate. However, Yongzhou City is a city of immortal cultivation after all, and ordinary people rarely go out, so the people who come and go are all immortal cultivators. Soon it was Yun Yongzhu's turn, and the 2 low-level monks guarding the gate said to him politely, "Senior, the entrance fee to our Yangcheng is 3 spirit stones each time." Although Yun Yongzhu has never been out alone, he has heard of some rules. He knows that in large immortal cultivation cities or markets, the city lord or the forces controlled will charge an entrance fee to the monks entering and leaving the city. He didn't argue much, gave the two gatekeepers 3 spirit stones, and entered the city smoothly. After entering the city gate, there was a wide avenue with many pedestrians on the avenue and stalls on both sides. Yun Yongzhu stood there hesitant for a while, and decided to find someone to ask about the situation in the city. At this time, a clever child who was in the first level of key training came over to talk. "Senior, do you need a guide? Do you know the situation in Yangcheng? The main city of a general state can be called a certain state city or a certain city. For example, the main city of Yunzhou is called Yunzhou City, and some people just call it Yuncheng." Seeing Yun Yongzhu's gentle tone, the child raised his voice and said confidently, "Senior, I grew up in Yangzhou City since I was a child, and I know this place like the back of my hand. Where do you want to go? Just tell me. There is no place I, Guzaomi, don't know. Well, I will hire you to lead the way for me now. Take me to a medicine shop first. I want to buy some alchemy materials. On the way, tell me about the forces in Yangzhou and the geographical distribution of some places in Yangcheng." "Okay senior, follow me." There are 3 major foundation building families in Yangzhou, namely the Guan family of Hulu Valley, the Yang family of King Feng Cliff, and the Lu family of King Shu Lake. In addition to the family, there is the power of the Lu's Cultivation Alliance. The symbol of the Guan family is a gourd, and their family is an alchemy family. The symbol of the Yang family is a wind poplar tree, and their family is good at talismans. The symbol of the Lu family is a golden spirit fish, and they mainly breed golden spirit fish for sale. It is rumored that their ancestors raised a 3rd level golden spirit fish king, and relied on this fish king to manage King Shu Lake for more than 300 years. The symbol of the Lu's Cultivator Alliance is a longevity tree. Because there are many foundation building cultivators, it is the strongest among the 4 major forces in Yangzhou. As for the key training families, there are many. If 2 people in a family are cultivators, they can be called a family. There are at least 800 small families like this in Yangzhou, if not 1,000. Guzaomi's family is one of them. His parents are cultivators in the early stage of key training. Because they don't have their own spiritual fields and spiritual veins, they usually work as long-term workers for other families or forces in Yangzhou City to earn cultivation resources. Even Guzaomi, a teenager, goes out to earn spiritual stones. Yangcheng is a big city for cultivating immortals. There are many cultivators, but there are also many mortals. These mortals are either ordinary members of the cultivation family, or people whose ancestors have cultivated immortals. Anyway, most people can be related to immortals. The further east Yun Yongzhu and Guzaomi go, the more cultivators there are. Now we are going to the market. The market is a ring structure, and the city lord's mansion is in the center. There are 4 streets outside the city lord's mansion, and the 4 streets are connected together to form a mouth character. The strongholds of the 3 major families in Yangzhou, the shops of the Lu's Cultivators Alliance, and the Wanbei Pavilion of the Qingshan sect are all distributed on these 4 streets. The items in the Wanbei Pavilion are very complete, but they are a bit expensive. I will take you to the Guan family's medicine shop. Their family not only sells medicine, but also sells and purchases various spiritual herbs and medicines. Yun Yongzhu didn't mind where to buy alchemy materials. Soon the 2 of them walked to the inner ring, which is the market, and Guzaomi hurriedly introduced Yun Yongzhu. "Senior, we are now on the south street of the city lord's mansion. This street mainly sells elixirs and spiritual plants. Opposite is the north street, which mainly sells various magic tools and spiritual tools, as well as various refining materials. The street on the left is the west street, which mainly sells various magic talismans, blank talisman paper, talisman pens and other spiritual objects related to talismans. The right is the east street, which is full of various restaurants, tea houses, inns, etc. And the Wanbei Pavilion is also on the east first street. The 2 walked straight and soon arrived at the door of a store. The plaque read Guan's Pill Shop and there was a good pattern in the lower right corner of the plaque. "Senior, this is the Guan family's pill shop. Please go in. I'll wait for you outside," Guzaomi said respectfully. Yun Yongzhu nodded, went in and bought 5 sets of materials for refining key gathering pills, and came out soon. Seeing him come out so quickly, Guzaomi hurriedly stepped forward and asked Senior, "Have you bought all the materials for alchemy? Do you need me to take you to other stores?" "No, I have already bought the materials. I have a general understanding of Yangzhou City. Now just take me to find a place to live." "Senior, are you going to stay for a few days, or for a long time?" "I'm not sure about this, but it should be at least a month." Yun Yongzhu actually thought that he would stay in Yangcheng for 2 or 3 months or even longer, because he was taking on tasks to find spiritual medicines, so it was not easy to estimate the length of stay. He was on guard against others, and he didn't intend to say this to a stranger, even if the other party was just a child. Guzaomi thought about it, mustered up the courage to say, "Senior, why don't you live in my house?" Guzaomi didn't wait for Yun Yongzhu to reply, and analyzed it carefully for him. "Senior, if you are only staying for a few days, I will take you directly to the inn on East Street. It's okay to stay there for a short period of time. If you stay for a year or 2, it will be considered long term, and renting a cave is the best choice. But for your 1 or 2 months, neither the inn nor the cave is very suitable. If you live in my house, it will be different. First of all, although my house is a little far from the market, it is much closer than outside the city. Secondly, my house also has a small spirit gathering formation for 1 person, which you can use for free. And if you live in my house, the spirit stones you spend will definitely be much cheaper than staying in an inn or renting a cave. In addition, my mother has learned some spiritual food skills and can make spiritual food for you." Yun Yongzhu was a little moved after listening to Guzaomi's words, but he still had some concerns. "Why did you ask me to live in your house? What if I'm a bad guy? Although I heard that the 3 of them were only at the initial stage of key training, they might have some poison, high-level talismans, or something like that. Or maybe what Guzaomi said was all lies." "Senior, how could that be? I, Guzaomi, have never made a mistake in judging people since I was a child, and nothing has ever happened when I bring seniors with high cultivation to live with me." It turned out that Yun Yongzhu was very kind to Guzaomi along the way. In the past, when he was a guide for high-level cultivators, many of them would refuse to pay after he introduced them, with a fierce look, or with their noses up to the sky, or with a look of disdain. Guzaomi started working at a very young age, and has been a guide for 7 or 8 years. He has seen too many people, and has his own ability to judge people. Yun Yongzhu was persuaded by Guzaomi, and was also moved by him. He suddenly felt very grateful that he was reborn into the Yun family, a pretty good foundation building family. Seeing that he had persuaded Yun Yongzhu, Guzaomi happily took this good-tempered senior home. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.